Australian junior record, you reckon? Yes, it is. She's inside 2 minutes. Clay's in front of Jenica at this stage. Liz Clay's going to have a huge run. What a comeback. McSwain's going to win. McSwain wins. Stewie's done it. The king of King Island.
Good morning and welcome to a glorious day here in Perth for day 3 of the Australian Junior Athletics Championships. The first 2 days have absolutely been sensational. Many outstanding performances. One man who has been across all the action is our resident expert, Ethan Quinlivan. Ethan, good morning to you.
Good morning, Trav. Hope you had a great night and cannot wait for another exciting day of athletics. It's 26 degrees in Perth, Trav. We had a bit of cloud, a tiny little bit of rain on day number 1 on Friday, but it looks glorious here at the WA Athletics Stadium at the moment, and I reckon we will hardly see a cloud for the rest of the day. The wind, we know it has been a bit of a headwind festival over the past couple of days, but it looks like it's dying down. There is still slight little headwind, but it's only about a -1, and I've even seen in the early stages today, Trav, a couple of tailwinds, so the weather is getting better.
It's absolutely sunny at the moment. You can see the conditions down there on the screen. Looking at the long-term forecast as well, as the week goes on, it is just going to become more and more spectacular. The wind will just die off to a lovely little tailwind throughout the rest of the competition. And for the senior event starting on Thursday, it is absolutely glorious. So we're going to be really lucky, I think, with the weather. The easterlies have left this morning, as you mentioned, and we will hopefully now enjoy some tailwinds down the home straight. I hope you've enjoyed the first 2 days. The next few days of competition at this Junior Championships promise to be a real impressive few days because the stars, some of the stars are still yet to come to the track. We're seeing a few more this morning in the heats. On screen now we've got high jump competition, which has already got underway. It's getting towards the business end of the high jump. Ethan, I know you've been following it closely this morning. Unfortunately for the couple of the medalists from last year, Charlie Haddad and Michaela Gabatis, they've bowed out early. The height of the bar at the moment is 1.69 metre. We have had one competitor clear, and that's the West Australian, Emilia, who won the bronze medal last year. So she has gone clear, has a personal best of 1.73. She is the sole competitor clear at 1.69. We've had 2 misses from Taylor Humphrey and Ashley Blackman, so they will need a clearance on their 3rd attempts. That's just about to happen shortly. So we'll keep across the high jump under 17 women's final as well. On the track, well, we've just had the first heat of the women's 400 metres for under 17s. And we are just about to move into heat number 2. And the qualification here will be the first 2 across the line, and then we will take the next 3 fastest qualifiers. So Alika Rose Taylor, she's out wide, the South Australian, and that looks like there's a clearance down bottom of the right. That's a big moment for Humphrey. That's the 3rd attempt clearance. That's a terrific for her. That keeps her in the competition. She'll now be guaranteed at least a silver.
Yeah. And 1.69, Trav, so that's where we sort of start to filter our way through the medalists.
So good moment there, captured by our 7+ team, who have been working tirelessly to bring us all these great pictures across the first couple of days. So here we have Heat 2 ready to go. The South Australian Alika Rose Taylor, she won the silver medal at these championships in Adelaide 1 year ago. Her first run here in Perth. Under 17 girls, 400 metres, heat number 2. And away we go, the second heat of 3 in the under 17 women's 400 metres from the inside. Hiscock, Blair Bell, the West Australian, has got out nicely up onto the shoulder of Garde of New South Wales. Charles Lang and Alika Rose Taylor, who won the silver medal in this event, 1 year ago in Adelaide, has started nicely. She's in the South Australian colours and she's hit the 200 first and is running really nicely. Coming through too is Lexi Gard of New South Wales, and Blair Bell, the West Australian, will be looking to push up into that top 2. She's currently sitting in 3rd as we come to the top of the straight, and it is a Luca Rose Taylor who will turn for home, and pretty close with Charles, and now Blair Bell, the West Australian, starts to make a move on the inside. She's just starting to make her run now, but Charles and Taylor are going to battle it out. Bell trying to get amongst the automatic qualification. Taylor will get the job done. Charles, the Tasmanian, 2nd. Bell will finish in 3rd.
Great run from Taylor. Trav mentioned how she was a silver medalist from last year's national championship. She attacked the first 300 pretty hard. She led right from start to finish. She had a very nice back straight, and then just making her way around the top bend. She knew what she had to do. She kept herself in a good position. She came into the home straight with the advantage, and she just knew she just needed to stay ahead if she wanted to get into the finals. And it was a close finish from Bell. She'll have to wait on times, but it was a pretty quick time as well. 56, just waiting for it to all be confirmed. But we'll see what happens here. That was heat number 2, so keep you updated. And the times have just come through. Luca Rose Taylor, 56.58. Kendall Carlson, 56.76, and Blair Bell at the moment has got one of the little Qs on 56.82 for her.
So nice running from Alika Rose. She just had that extra gear to go through in the closing stages. Now back to the high jump here, Ethan, and this is some terrific.
Looked like it was Gabatis that was just able to go at 172.
I think it might have been Mila Joubert.
You're right, sorry, yes.
So Mila is jumping beautifully. She's up near her PB now, Ethan, which I think stands at around about 174. So Taylor Humphrey remains in the competition as well. 169 she went over. So there's 3 competitors left in the high jump: Joubert, Humphrey and Blackman.
Heat 3 is what we are about to experience on the track. And watch for the outside lane. Excuse me, watch for the inside lane in Kiara Carlson. Now, she was able to pick up a bronze medal at last year's national championships, national all schools championships. And she's definitely experienced campaign. She also picked up a bronze medal at last year's national titles as well. So she's been able to make the podium the last time she's raced competitively at national championships. So watch for her on the inside in lane at number 2, the bronze medalist from last year in both the national championships and the all schools.
So currently the cut-off for qualification is 58.20. That is the non-automatic qualification mark we're looking for the final heat. Phoebe Laker so far the fastest qualifier. Here we go, 3rd and final heat. We're underway, 3rd and final heat in the under-17 women's 400 metres, and a nice even start across the field. Not too much ground made up in any of the staggers. It's Carlson from the inside, Walker, Wilkinson, Gill from New South Wales, Roach and Hill. If anything, Sophie Walker, the West Australian, is making a bit of ground up. She's using her home crowd advantage to slice through this field really nicely, and she's put herself in a good position with 200 metres to go. Alice Hill on the outside of New South Wales has started well, and Adele Roach from Victoria is also up in contention, but Walker, she's running beautifully. She's not walking, that's for sure. She's in front at the top of the straight by about 3 or 4 metres. Carlson from New South Wales has run a good bend and has slung off that 300 beautifully, but it's all Walker here in the 3rd and final heat. She's going to go down a clear winner and take out the automatic qualification. Tight for 2nd on the line. Carlson has got it. Alice Hill is 3rd. Further back, Gill, Roach, Wilkinson, the finishing order. But there's our winner, Ethan.
Really quick time, 55.79 for Walker. It was just that back straight that she was able to set it up. She went out aggressively in the opening stages. Then, as you said, Trav, she was just able to slice through that field down the back straight and then had a great bend. We know she's a pretty quick 200 metre runner, so we know she has speed, and she was able to distribute that down the back straight. So well done to her. Great time as well. We'll see how it all falls. So it is confirmed 55.79 the time. Kiara Carlson 57.56, and then Elise Hall, she's gone into the final with a little queue of 57.86.
So the non-automatic qualifiers will be Alice Hill from that heat, 57.86. Sierra Williams and Lacey Williams will be through. Blair Bell with the small queue next to her name makes it 2 competitors from WA into the final. Back to the high jump, and this is an interesting competition here because we're back into third attempts at 172. And on screen we can see confirmation of the under-17 400-metre heats. Sophie Walker, we have just seen her step off the track. She'll go through fastest qualifier. Really impressive from Sophie Walker. Phoebe Laker, she was the under-18 New Zealand champ, and she has arrived here in the West in good shape. She'll be one of the favourites for the final. It'll be a great final. The under-17 women's 400 metres. It's a beautiful day here in Perth. I hope you are enjoying the coverage. We're underway on day 3. We'll be back right after this short break.
To raise the bar, then drop it.
We need to push forward.
Then push against that. We need to carry the weight of expectation, then throw it all away.
We need to know the hunger,
so we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition, powering tomorrow, today.
And welcome back to the WA Athletics Stadium. We're into day 3 action of the championships. Hope you are enjoying the coverage. Travis Jenkins with you. Alongside me is Ethan Quinlivan. And we move now to the under-18 400 metres heats. Ethan.
It should be exciting, Travis. A few names to look out for. We've got the defending silver medalist. Yes, you heard that right. Rose Ackland last year. She ran up an age group. She was meant to be under 17s last year, but she decided to run in this race, the under 18s. She picked up a silver medal there, so watch for her. She'll be in lane number 7. She's also the all-schools champion for the under 17s last year. And just 2 lanes to her left is Walsh, Estelle Walsh from New South Wales. She is the silver medalist from last year at the all-schools championships. So watch for her lanes 5 and 7, Trav.
So this is the first of 3 big heats in the under-18 400 metres. And we can see Rose Ackland, the Queenslander, has started beautifully. She was the Queensland champ this season, and she has started in fine fashion, accelerating beautifully down the back straight. She is the under-18 defending champ as well. She ran upper year group last year, and she's off to the races here in this first heat. Ashley Felberg, Anna Colgan from Western Australia trying to come out after her. Emma Breers of Queensland is in the extreme outside. She's run a good first 250 and is starting to put her force on the race, but it's all Ackland at the moment. She'll just enjoy this West Australian weather and the home straight. Anna Colgan starting to make a bit of a charge in lane 3 for WA. First 2 through automatically. Estelle Walsh from New South Wales trying to hold on for third, but it's all Ackland. She's through to the final, and look at the time, that's quick for the heats. Anna Colgan second. Ashley Felberg has glided into third really nicely, but for the young champ, Rose Ackland, that's an impressive start. Ethan.
She got the silver medal last year when they were under 18s, and she'll be looking to upgrade that to a gold. 54.38, that's a strong time to run. She's into the final automatically. Really like the way she attacked that race, and she just looked so strong coming down the home straight. That was just incredible. So well done to Ackland. She's the All-Schools champion from last year, and she's the silver medalist from last year, and she's going to find herself into the podium, into the final, to defend her spot on the podium, and she'll be looking to just edge one more, and that time we can see her run quicker than that, I reckon, in the final, so I cannot wait to see what she's going to produce in that final.
Her PB, 53.52. Ethan, so that will come under real threat. I know you'll be on PB watch, no doubt, as Joubert goes over, and that is the celebration of a gold medalist here at these championships. She is the sole competitor remaining in the high jump final, and that's a great clearance at 175 on second time of asking. That's a PB too for Emilia Joubert. What a competition it is for her, Ethan.
Exactly right, Trav. Just incredible. 175 on her second attempt. That is incredible.
There we can see her scoreboard as she's gone through. She had an early miss at 66, but she fought back well. You can see her coach there, Nanad, just giving the high fives, just saying, well done. Hard work's paid off. We saw her compete on grass at the UWA Big Six, the local competition here, and she was really impressive. That was back in December. We were absolutely promised some big things from her this year, and Coach Nanad there with the hat on, he's looking pretty happy. He's saying the job's not over yet. We've still got some work to do.
Looks like 177 is the height that she'll go to next, so if she clears that, you start to look at the 180s. But here's a look at heat number 2 for the under 18 women's 400 metres. Watch out for lane number 3, Travis. Annalise Blattman. Lane number 3, I should say, in heat 2. She was able to pick up the silver medal last year at the national championships, and she's one I'm keen to see what she's able to produce. She would have just seen what Rose Ackland was able to do, and that 54 would have put a few athletes on notice.
Shane Murray also going here, Ethan, in lane 8.
Yeah.
Bronze medalist from last year. She is in the New South Wales colours, out in lane 8. So here we go. Heat 2 is off and racing. First 2 across the line, and then the next 3 fastest qualifiers will make their way into the final. A lovely even start, if anything. Perhaps just Murray in from New South Wales in lane 8 has got the best away. Ashlyn Wall also running nicely, and Annalise Blattman from New South Wales running in lane 3 has already put a little bit of pressure on Harpham and Delft. So at the halfway mark, it's the outside lanes of Murray. Just going up past Lola Bryant and moving through nicely still is Annalise Blattman of New South Wales. She's second from the inside in lane 3. So a pretty even first 300. It's lane 8 and 9, Lola Bryant and Shane Murray just going stride for stride at the moment. Coming through is Blackman in lane 3. She's going to put on a bit of a speed at the end to get through. Murray now just starts to put her ascendancy on the race. She'll accelerate away and take out heat 2. Good running. Bryant second, Blackman will be third across the line, closely followed by Mia Racing of Victoria.
I was really impressed with Bryant's race, Trav. Murray got off to an incredible start, and she took it up to Bryant early, and Bryant just stuck with her the whole way. And Murray and her were just able to drag themselves across the line and go into that final. Blackman was a little slow to begin, so she'll have to wait on time to see if she will progress the silver medalist from last year. But great race from the two on the outside, Murray and Bryant. Really impressed with what Bryant was able to do. So too Murray. And we'll be seeing both of them in the final. Cannot wait.
Thumbs up from Lola Bryant. She looks pretty happy with her performance there. Smiles all around too for plenty of the competitors there in Heat 2. We can see the results just starting to come through.
Yeah, Shane Murray was able to win with a time of 56.42. Lola Bryant 57.04, and Annalise Blackman at the moment. She has got a little queue. There's going to be 3 of them that are dished out for the non-automatic qualifiers, and Annalise has been able to run 57.57. So at the moment, she's in the final.
Here we have the start list for the third and final heat of the under-18 400 metres. Currently, the qualification for non-automatic is sitting at 57.63. That's Estelle Walsh of New South Wales. She is scraping in at the moment. Annalise Blackman and Ashley Felberg, the other 2 non-automatics.
Look out in lane number 7, Trav. Minka T. Hihi Tokino. She is the bronze medalist from the National All Schools Championships, so she's one to look out for. She'll be third from the right. That lane number 7, you can see she's got a personal best of 56.43. There's one other 56 to keep an eye out for, Jasmine Rintel. 56.74 is, as you can see, what her personal best is. So that is what it is looking like at the moment. Just looking at the non-automatic qualifiers at the moment, Trav. So to get in, you need to run, if you're not in the top 2, 57.63 at the moment. That is Estelle Walsh that holds that position, and Walsh is the returning silver medalist from the All Schools Championships. And then Annalise Blackman 57.57, and then Ashley Felberg 57.54. So those non-automatic qualifiers are pretty close.
27 degrees on track and not too far away. Jasmine Firth too, out in lane 8, she's got the long socks on. She'll be looking to press forward early with her speed. The under-18 championship record for this event is held by Ella Connolly, set back in 2017, 52.96 is the championship record. Let's see how we go here. Heat 3. And we're underway in the third and final heat. Bathed in sunshine, the WA Athletic Stadium. It's a beautiful day. And getting off to a good start was Takino of Queensland. She's got early pressure on Firth and King, the 2 Victorians on her outside. So it's Takino from Queensland, who's away well. Out of the blocks 2, Jasmine Rintil of New South Wales. And also Mabel Jukes, the second of the New South Wales runners in the centre of the field, has started well. But at the moment out in front, she's used the back straight beautifully and is running around the top end with plenty of style. It's Minka Tihuhu Takino leading the way. The challenge for second is Ron in earnest. In from New South Wales, Rintel making a bit of a charge, as is Puri as well. So coming down towards the final straight, Takino, she's holding on. She'll see on her inside Rintel, and charging through also is Borg, but it will be the Queenslander home. She'll go into the final nicely. Rintel will be second across the line, just ahead of Evie Borg. It was a beautiful back straight from Minka Tihuhu Takino. She was able to set the race up really early, Ethan, and finished the race off in the closing stages.
She did. the all-schools bronze medalist in Hihu Takino, was able to just attack that back straight, set herself up really well. She was able to pick off the staggers of Frith and King on the outside of her in the early stages, and it has just come through that she was able to run a 56.92. Rintel is also into the final with a time of 57.39. So just looking at the summary of it, so the three non-automatic qualifiers are going to be Ashley Felberg, and then Annalise Blackman and Estelle Walsh. So those three are into the final with their non-automatic qualifying times.
Yeah, big PB for Evie Borg, 57.92. Unfortunately, she'll just miss out on scraping through, finishing 11th in the order. But the scene will be set. Rose Ackland, she'll be hard to beat. She'll be starting favourite, 54.37 her qualification time, and just maybe that championship record will come under threat, which currently stands at 52.96. So coming up, we can just see the results after the preliminaries. This will be the final to decide the gold, silver and bronze. Rose Ackland is through. Murray, really impressive. Tehuhu Takino, winner of that third and final heat. She'll be right up with a big medal chance. Anna Colgan will fly the West Australian flag. Her local hometown will hopefully bring her the goods. We're going to have a short break. I hope you're enjoying the morning session here on day 3 of the Australian Athletics Championships. It's Travis Jenkins and Ethan Quinlivan. Plenty more right after this.
Congratulations, all medals for the boys under 17 discus throw.
Welcome back. Live pictures here from the WA Athletic Stadium here in Perth. A glorious day, 27 degrees on track and light winds. The easterlies have moved out and the wind has just dropped to a very nice and pleasant southwesterly. Now, a little bit earlier, we have just seen the under-17 women's high jump final. Here's Emilia Joubert. This was her third and final attempt at 1.77 metre. She wins the gold medal. She'll be the Australian champ, and she's jumped a personal best here this morning, 175 clearance, second time of asking, and she was able to secure the gold medal with that clearance and had three good attempts at 177. So the stocks of high jumping in our country continue to look rosy, Ethan, and Emilia Joubert with a big PB today for Coach Nenad will be pretty happy.
Definitely would be. Hit 170, 175. And pretty good attempts at 177. as well, so Yanina will be very happy. So that is the under-17 girls high jump competition done, and let's get ready for the under-17 men's 400-metre heats, and some of the athletes to keep an eye out on, Trav. In 4 and 5 in the middle, James Denton, he is the defending age group champion, and Simeon Anstey is the all-schools champion, and he will be starting in lane number 4. So they are the two to watch out for. It's in the middle in Anstey and Denton. Only top 3 in each heat will go through, so it's a little bit easier to qualify, but still, we know anything can happen, particularly in 400. And it was a great start from Anstey, the Queenslander. So too Denton, just on the outside of him. On the extreme outside, Lewis is running really well. It is Denton that is moving up to the shoulder of Solidario on the outside of him, and then coming through is Anstey, the Queenslander, and then behind them, that is where we do see Christian, Cordra, Lewis, Russin, Willis and Thomas. So 200 metres to go, and it is where we see Anstey and Denton start to move away from the pack. Lewis is moving with them. Corder from WA sticking with them, as too is Denton. And into the home straight, it is Anstey that is going to be leading them in. And then just on his outside is Solidario. It is going to be Anstey that will cross the line first, and then behind him is Solidario from New South Wales, and then Lewis is trying to challenge him, and Lewis goes into the final. So it's Anstey, Solidario, and then it is Lewis that is next through, 49.94 the time.
Yeah, impressive running from Anstey. He set the race up early. He's looking strong, isn't he, Ethan? He's got those big, broad shoulders. He has plenty of speed. We've seen that this season already with a couple of impressive 200-metre performances as well. He really is primed to run 400s. He's got that lovely long legs and strong upper body to push him through. 49.92 is his winning time. Soldaro also through as an automatic qualifier. And with one heat to come, there'll be a couple of nervous young men just watching on to see if they get that little Q next to their name.
To say the least. So top 3 in each heat go into the final automatically. Then it is the next 3 fastest that will be seen on time.
So Ethan, in the field we've got under 15 women's hammer throw. We are into 3rd round at the moment, and currently leading the way is Sydney Bartle. Sally Fisher and Ellie Lenaham complete the top 3. And it is shaping up to be a pretty good competition. The Queenslander now into the circle, winding up. Gets it away nicely. And the white flag goes up. I'd like to see the distance. And that is, it might be Emily Bolden. She's had 2 fouls in the competition, so she'll be looking to secure a throw here. She has got the white flag, which is good news for Emily. She'll be able to hopefully press towards, it's 29.24. It pushes her up into 6th place overall, which is good news for Emily Bolden. She will remain in the competition to have her final throw. 15 hammer throw championship record, 53.20. Those at home, national record 64.27.
Next up, heat number 2, men's under 17, 400.
So we return back to the track. We'll call up Ethan Cunningham.
Yeah, Trav, look out for, this is heat number 2 for the under 17 men's. Look out for lanes 2 and 6, Luke Unwin and Kieran Jose. So Unwin, the reason why I say look out for him, he is the silver medalist at the All Schools Championships, and Jose, he is the bronze medalist from those All Schools Championships. So 6, 1 to look out for, and so 2, 2. 3 will go into the final automatically. Froomes, Unwin, Morrison, Anderson, Rumming, Jose, Ravello, Griffin and Doran. making sure everybody's okay. Look like some were a bit slow to rise into set, so we'll just make sure everybody can hear our starter Tony give the remark signal and then into set.
Good opportunity for these young men to make it through to their finals. First three to go through. Who stand out competitor here, really even second heat. Good opportunity for these young men to make a big final.
And it was a quick start from Anderson in the middle of the track. On the outside, Doran and Rivalo Griffin are moving well. It is the early leader in Anderson who's applying the pressure onto Rumming. Jose's been challenged by them behind them. So it is going to be Rumming that is the early challenger to Anderson, who is leading. And then on the inside, Unwin is moving well. Froomes comes behind him. Then it is Morrison, Rumming, Jose, Rivalo Griffin, then Doran. 150 metres to go. Jose has picked up the pace. He's challenging Doran and moved past Doran on the outside of him. And Jose will come into the home straight with Anderson accompanying him. And then on the inside, Unwin is putting himself into a good position. Top three to go through. And Jose isn't leaving anything for chance. He's moving away. And the All Schools bronze medalist takes out this heat, goes into the final. Unwin will join him. And then Froomes is also next into the final. 49.15 the time for Jose.
Well done from the young West Australian. He hasn't got the highest of knee lifts, Ethan, but he's just got this little scattering run that just is strong and doesn't seem to feel the fatigue as much as some of the other athletes. He probably doesn't agree with me on that, I'm sure, but he was able to just get himself into a good position at the top of the straight, and his efficiency in the closing stages was really strong. That'll give him a lot of confidence, the young fella, to get through to his first big final. He will definitely be encouraged by the time as well. 49.15 unofficially for him. So well done to the young West Australian. As we return our attention back to the hammer throw. Sydney Bartle still leads the way.
Pretty close competition, Trav. Just looking at results of Bartle 49.32, Gonzalia Fisher 45.92 for silver, and then Ellie Leenham is in third with throw 45.71. So particularly between second and third, there's only 21 centimetres separating them.
Here's Verity Pekin, the West Australian, looking for a big third round. And want to be great pictures here from the camera team. Bird's eye view of what our hammer throwers get to see in the cage. You can get a good appreciation of how narrow that gap is, Ethan. You, coming from the hammer throw background that you were so good at.
Yes.
It's not a big opening, is it, for the hammer throwers to get the ball and chain through. It's part of the technique of it all. Here's Izzy O'Donnell, best today so far of 22.42. There we go, there's the graphic bottom left, and she just grazes the net, but manages to keep it in the field of play. White flag has gone up for Izzy. 20.42, her opening throw. She's sitting in ninth. She needs 25.05 to move up into the top 8. So Izzy O'Donnell from Western Australia has recorded 22.24, so not an improvement. 22.42 still her best throw, and we'll reset and crunch the numbers and have the fourth and final round coming to you right after this short break. It's Travis and Ethan with you here on day 3 of the Australian National Athletics Championships.
Working on a dream. How can I explain? Talking to myself. Will I see again? Is it real? Would you become walking on a dream?
Absolutely walking on a dream here in Western Australia today. Western Australia, so many different activities and experiences to explore. We've got the Ningaloo Reef up in the north. You can fly up to Exmouth and head to the Ningaloo Reef, just a short drive. You can take the drift loop on Turquoise Bay and you'll have the turtles swimming underneath you. This time of year too, we've got the whale sharks in, so you can hire a boat and travel out to the reef and swim with the whale sharks. It's an absolute bucket list thing to do. Then you can head over to Karajini. It'd be the first thing that I'll do if I was up that way, Ethan. You can camp, or you got some lovely glamping accommodation. You can swim in the lovely cool pools of some of the best waterfalls anywhere in the world. 60,000 years of history with a lot of indigenous experiences on offer. So if you haven't done it already, I really recommend a trip up north to the Kimberleys and our Coral Coast, the Ningaloo Reef. It has a couple of West Australian boys, Ethan. It is a real pleasure to be living in such a beautiful city, and we love to welcome our guests from all over the country as we draw our attention back to the qualifiers for the under-17 400 metres. Kieran Jose, that's a great time. That's a big PB for him, isn't it, Ethan? Fastest qualifier. Simeon Anstey, he was out of the medals a year ago, finished about 5th in the final, so he'll be looking to upgrade into the medals. Luke Hunman, he looked impressive too. So it's going to be a great final, the under-17 400 metre men.
Cannot wait for it, Travis, and just if we're seeing those times continue, and we'll probably see a couple of 48s, we might even see 47. That is just the quality of athletes that we are dealing with. I'm excited for this race, Travis. It is heat number 1 of 2 for the under-18 men's 400 metre hurdles. And look out in the outside lane in Seth Kennedy. He's got the under-16 national record. He is the all-schools champion from last year when they were under-17s, and he'll be starting from lane number 8. 47.05 is what his personal best stands at, and I'm very keen to see what he's going to be able to produce here in Western Australia. Top 3 will go through to the final automatically.
So first look at Seth Kennedy over the one lap. Probably his favourite event, as you mentioned, Ethan, the under-16 record holder. He's out in lane number 8, second from the right of screen. He may just be chasing the meet record, 47.27.
Okay, possible. Very possible. And it was a quick start from Kennedy. Also, Kurtris on the outside of him. And then Hamblin is moving with him. And then back in the middle of the field, McIntosh is moving well. So too is Woodston. Zapras and Dewar come behind them. It's Kennedy that is leading. He's closing the stagger on Kurtris. Back behind them, it is McIntosh that is leading, with Woods following him. So too Zapras. And then Dewar is just hanging on to them. Kennedy has taken the lead. He's moved past Curtis. And then on the inside of them, that is where we see McIntosh. Woods also running well, so too is June as they come into the home straight. Top 3 into the final. Kennedy is leading by about 5 metres from Zapras on the inside, and then Kurtris is sitting in third, but he's been challenged by Hamblin. Hamblin is moving up to Kurtris. Kennedy is safe, you think. Kennedy's through to the final, and then moving into the final with him, it is going to be Hamblin, and it's close between Kurtris and Zapras. We'll wait on the official time, but 48.86 for the under-16 national record holder.
A nice start from Seth Kennedy. He was able to control the race. He used his teammate nicely in Jaden Curtis down the back straight. He was able just to get into his slipstream, and he was able to shoot past him on the band. He looked pretty happy coming down this home straight here in Perth. He was looking left, looking right, and he'll be setting himself for a big final. His best of 47.05 came at the All Schools in December, where he won the gold medal. He'll be chasing the championship record of 47.27, and that will definitely be there for his taking if he wants it. But the favourite looks like he's booked his place through to the finals. Impressed with Hamblin too from New South Wales. He was able just to pierce his way through in the closing stages for an automatic Q.
Hey Trav, while we are on the subject of 400 metres, I want to talk about some of the results from yesterday, and we have been able to confirm that it has been a championship record in 2 of the races that we saw in the 400 metres yesterday. London Rakanui in the under 15 women's 400 metre hurdles with her under 15 400 metres flat, I should say. Like to see what she could do the 400 metre hurdles. She ran a time of 55.26, which is a championship record. And then also Naomi Kranjanic, she was able to run a time of 55.05, which is a championship record for the under 16 women's 400 metres. So well done to those 2 girls. And while we're in hammer throw, we had 2 hammer throw championship records go so far. Fernando Turando, she was able to throw 62 metres 38. That is incredible for the under 17 girls hammer. And for the under 14s, it was Hudson Shiverson, who was able to throw 53 metres 17. So they are just some of the look at the championship records that we have seen so far.
Great pitches here. We're into 4th and final round action. This is Emily Bolden of Queensland, and she's into the net. 29.24, her 3rd attempt. So she'll finish in 6th place in the final. Next to go will be Caitlin Holmes, the South Australian with the personal best, 39.77 today. To push up into bronze, she needs 45.71 to push up into the medals. Let's see what she can do here. She needs a good spin to get that momentum of the ball and chain. Looks to be pretty good. Just releasing a little early. It's all about that timing of the release to make sure you get it out. Worst thing of all is you've got to pick up your own ball and chain, Ethan.
Yes, and she just drifted to the right-hand side of the circle, so unfortunately for her, that's sort of allowed it to move into the net. But next up is going to be Heat 2 of the under-18 men's 400 metres. 2 athletes I want you to keep an eye on, Trav. Ollie McDonald, who will be racing in lane number 7. He's the silver medalist from last year. And Xavier Davey won the bronze medal last year, and he will be starting in lane number 5. He won the bronze medal at the All Schools Championship. So 2 athletes to look out for. We've got a silver medalist from last year's Nationals, and we've got a bronze medalist from last year's All Schools Championship, so they are the ones to keep an eye out on. Top 3 will go into the final automatically. A quick start on the inside from Bennett and Smith, so too Mavrakis. Mavrakis is just being pursued by Smith. On the outside, it is McDonald that has been able to move past Sexton and King. He's dragging Iron and Davey with him. And then behind them, that is where we see Smith and Bennett just overtake Mavrakis. So 200 metres to go. It is being led by McDonald, and then Davey has been able to catch up to Ian on the outside of him, and the 2 leaders are McDonald and Davey, and then on the inside Bennett and Smith are going to challenge. So 3 will go into the final, and there's 5 contending. Coming in leading, it is Sexton who's just out. McDonald who is just leading from Davey behind him, and then here comes Smith. Smith has put himself into contention as McDonald pulls away. He'll take Davey and Smith to the final with him. 48.52 the time.
It was pretty tight at the top of the straight. Ethan, the Tasmanian Davey has run a good race. He was under pressure but was able to hold. You can just see him there in the Tasmanian colours, giving his high fives. He'll do enough to get through. Ollie McDonald will be up against Seth Kennedy. And in the final, it should be a ripping final, the under-18 men's 400 metres. We turn our attention back to the hammer cage. We're into the business end of the competition now, Ethan, because we only have a couple of throwers to go. I think that might have been Fisher. from New South Wales. 45.92 with a PB.
Great racing there for our men's under 18 400, blistering in fact.
Earlier.
They get the steeples out on the track. Our women's under 17 2,000 metres will be enjoying the sunshine that Perth has to offer, and how
Yes,
good
that
is
was
WA
Zali Fisher,
looking on a
46.
green out here. The Athletics Australian
24.
Championship proudly supported by the Western Australian
So,
State Government. It's
into the circle
tourism
will
WA.
be
You can find Western Australia
our
on Facebook, Instagram,
Australian
X, and
champion.
TikTok
She secured the
at
gold with a
Western Australia.
49.32 personal best in round one. She'll be able to wind up here in the hammer. You can see it's all about technique. It's a good throw too. The best today is 49.32. She won't have bettered that here, but nonetheless, it will be a gold medal for Sydney Bartle of New South Wales. Congratulations. Zali Fisher will take the silver. Ellie Lenahan will be our Australian bronze medalist with a best of 45.71. But congratulations to Sydney. She finishes off her competition with a 42.84, but it'll be the big gold medal that she'll be able to enjoy here in Perth. Hope you're enjoying the morning. We're well underway on day 3 action. We'll be right back in just a moment. Welcome back. If you haven't already downloaded the Roster Athletics app, we encourage you to do so because you can have information on the track and in the field as it comes to hand. It's what Ethan and I use up here to bring you all the information. It is fantastic with just the efficiency, and it allows us just to keep an eye on the competition as they're unfolding. So if you are at home playing along and listening to our broadcast, we encourage you to download the Roster Athletics app, and you'll be able to follow along to all the Chemist Warehouse Summer Series results, start lists, all in the palm of your hand. It's a fantastic innovation and has been really impressive to follow along with during these championships. Ethan, you've got the Roster Athletics app open and fired up because you've got some great information on how things are standing in the heptathlon.
So you can just see, just on the back straight, we have got our competitors warming up for their first events, and what we are seeing is an update for you in the under 15 boys heptathlon, and leading it is Haro Tanabe Armstrong, who after day 1 has been able to score 2,216 points. Then it is Duncan Armstrong who's in second, 2,051 points, and Oliver Durham has been able to score, Houston Durham, I should say, has been able to score 1,984 points, and he is in the bronze medal position at the moment. And then if we have a look at the under-16 boys heptathlon, Trav, I can tell you that it's looks to be pretty stretched out at the moment. I reckon we could see a few people jostling up into bronze maybe, but first and second look pretty safe for the moment. Anything can happen. Still 3 events to go. Harry Osborne is leading on 3,048 points. Ezekiel Ham is in second on 2,788 points, and then Cooper Nunn is behind them on 2,348. And then back in fourth it is Franklin Gatandis, who is in 2,299 points. Brody Harkness, 2,236 points, so it's close, Trav, and I'll give you an update on how the under-15 heptathlon is looking, and that is looking pretty close as well, Trav. There is only about less than 100 points separating first and third, so Tilly or Jacko Pettit for the under-15s is leading after having scored 2,808 points. Tamare Cizerom has been able to score 2,778 points, and Martha McClements is in second, on third I should say, on 2,721 points. And for the under-16s, Trav, as we continue this heptathlon whip around, Sienna Adkins is leading on 3,254 points. Chloe Taylor second, 2,989 points, and Sienna Geck third, 2,829 points. So some of those girls heptathlon, Trav, looking pretty close.
Yeah, it's unbelievable how close this under-15 women's heptathlon is looking.
Yeah.
Shaquilla Narish, she has the 800 metres obviously still to come as the final event, and that probably would be her favourite event. So we saw yesterday, Ethan, didn't we, in the heptathlon, the proceedings changing in that final event, the 800 metres. We saw some really impressive running from Lampret to take the gold medal in the under-17 heptathlon yesterday. So not over. Here, Sienna Adkins, as you mentioned, Ethan, she's 265 points clear of Chloe Taylor for the medals as we begin day 2 for our heptathletes. We can see them there underneath the shade. Here, it's a little bit of a headwind, I think, if you look at the windsock there, because it has just slightly turned around a little here compared to the first couple of days where we had a strong easterly into the face of our competitors as they made their way down the home straight. Looks like it's easterly has dropped off to allow that Fremantle Doctor, as we call it, to come in. It's a southwesterly, which means it's a slight tailwind down the home straight. So at the moment though, it's looking pretty calm.
It is, Trav, and we've just got, you can see warming up in the background is some of our steeplechasers, and they are up next. And I want to talk about one of the steeplechase championship records that we got yesterday from Patrick McCannon, who was able to run 5 minutes 54.22. Also a national record as well, mind you, so incredible stuff from Patrick in the under-16 2,000 metre steeplechase. So well done, Tim. Can't wait to see what the girls are going to do. They're almost ready. It's the under-17s that we are going to be seeing first. Let's just look at our heptathlon competitors.
A real buzz around the stadium today. It's day 3, approaching the halfway mark of these junior championships. There'll be a rest day on Wednesday, and then on Thursday we leap into the under-20 and open national champs. There's a real energy here on Sunday morning. It's an exciting time to be an athletics fan if you are in WA.
Next up on the track is
So
the
we
final
have
of our women's under-17
gold, silver and bronze
2,000
back up for grabs,
steeplechase.
Ethan, with the under-17 2,000 metre steeplechase final. It is going to be a good battle, I think, between a few of our interstate visitors here to the west. It's really interesting to see how this race is going to unfold. It'll be around that low 7-minute mark, you'd feel. The record for the steeplechase for this event is 6:40.92, set back in 2011 by Kate Spencer of New South Wales. That is the meet record for the under-17 2,000 metre steeple.
2 athletes, Trav, to keep an eye out for. Butler, who'll be wearing hip 8, and Knox, who'll be wearing hip 11. Knox, the silver medalist from last year's Nationals. Butler, the gold from all schools.
So we're underway, Ethan, in the 2,000 metre steeplechase for under-17 women. And as you mentioned, A couple of athletes to look out for, that is for sure, is Ava Knox. She was wearing hip number 11. Ava Knox, the Queenslander, she picked up the silver medal at the National Championships last year. As our athletes just canter in nice and calmly into the water jump. A couple of different techniques. You often see the step then into the water, but that's got the feet wet early, and that'll just start to sort the field out a little bit. That water jump often can be the difference between a medal and no medal. But early stages, it's Helena Butler from Queensland who has come into the championships with a 7:01. Their record for this event standing at 6:40.92. That's the championship record. As we see a little move early from Butler, a couple of Queenslanders tucked in and just bobbing up through the inside, the South Australian in Ayla Faye. So she'll just settle into her running in second. You can see a couple of different techniques to negotiate the steeple. A couple just hurdle it and a few take the step over. Ethan, for me, it would be a long climb over the steeple. But for these young women, they make it look easy.
They do, Trav, and particularly Butler. She's just been able to put a gap of 10 or so metres on the rest of the field, and we know the quality of an athlete she is. We saw it on display at the Brisbane All Schools National Championships where she was able to pick up gold. And then it is Knox, who is the silver medalist from last year's National Championships. She's just holding on to third position, but she's been really challenged here. And I'm liking the move from Rashid that we are seeing from her. She's looking to put herself in a good position early, but as we make their way to the water jump for the second time, it is Butler who is just leading it, and she's been able to extend that lead. It'd be close to, I reckon, Trav, about 20 metres now as they unfurl into the home straight yet again. They've just got, when they hit that finish line, 3 laps to go, so 1,200 more metres.
Yeah, Butler just making it look really easy at the moment. She just navigated that water jump beautifully, and she's just starting to really open up the strides and accelerate away from this field. No signs of slowing down. If anything, she's just quickened up on that lap, so she's looking impressive here. Ayla Faye from South Australia having a nice little battle with Ava Knox. Then it's closely followed by Paige Rashid, Grace Adams just in behind her, and then we have the first of our Victorians in Monique Williams, who has been in good form too over in Victoria. She arrives here with a 7:17 personal best, and she'll be hopefully able to push forward down the back straight. But look at Butler go. Beautiful stride, Ethan. Just a bit of bounce and a bit of pop with every step. It's really nice to see how she can just hop over those hurdles and really make it look easy. But her stride is what I'm most impressed about. It's got a lovely bounce about it. John Stephenson always talks about the bounce. He used it over the 400 metres beautifully. I don't think Johnny Stephen would do too many steeplechases in his time, but at the moment, Helena Butler looking pretty good.
It's a lead of about close to 50 metres, and I'm intrigued to see how this battle with Faye and Knox is going to go, because Faye, she has got a personal best of 7:07.55, Knox 7:13.35. We know Knox, what she has been able to do at national events, and they just seem to be using each other really well. So only 800 metres to go for Butler. No lead is safe in steeplechase, Trav. We saw yesterday a few leads of probably close to this margin, about 50 to even 40 or so metres, get really gobbled up. But it is going into second, Knox, who has just been able to take it off Faye, and just approaching her South Australian teammate in Rashid. But 800 metres to go for those three, but only 700 metres to go for our leader. And what a dominant performance we have been able to see Butler do. She's got the 700 metres to go.
So Helena Butler chasing that championship record of 6:40.92. She looks to be right on target for that here at the moment, Ethan, as she's showing no signs of fatigue, still clearing the steeples without putting any foot contact on the bar. She will come down to the water jump for the second last time of the 2,000 metre steeple. Let's see how she goes here. She comes in with plenty of pace, and look at that. Hardly gets the toes wet, just keeps it nice and dry. She's got plenty of power still to go, and she is dominant so far here. We'll be keeping a close eye on the clock. We can see there's 1 lap remaining. The minor medals are still up for grabs. There's 3 competitors there just who go through the water now. and that includes the 2 South Australians in Paige Rashid and Ayla Faye. So it'll be a welcome sound. It's not last drinks, it's bells are ringing for our leader, the Queenslander, Helena Butler, who takes off just as she started. No signs of slowing down. That lovely stride just continues to get the job done. And then we have our followers, just having a little look over the shoulder, was Ava Knox. You'll see the tall figure of Ayla Faye just glide past. So Faye now into silver, Knox the bronze, and then in 4th place, Paige Rashid of South Australia. Down the back straight we run. It's Butler still striding out nice and strongly. 6:40 that time. We're just about to tick over into the 6-minute mark now, so she'll have a bit of work to do to beat that championship record of 6:40.92. And she'll just enjoy this last 150 metres. She'll just navigate this water jump now as she comes in. Let's take a look here, Ethan, how we go. This is a big moment, and she negotiates it beautifully. A little stutter out of the water, but no signs of any problems. And with just over 110 metres to run, this is our national champion. It's going to be the under-17 steeplechase for the Queenslander, and she accelerates with a burst of energy, and she absolutely smashes over the last steeple and will now start that acceleration in. And look at this, just outside the championship record. That shows you the class and quality. Here is our national champion, Helena Butler. Well done.
Been able to win it by a bit over 110 metres, Travis, and we saw yesterday some of the leads in the steeplechase. They were set up in the early stages and then they were quickly reeled in, and then we had a new leader with only a few laps to go. But what Butler was able to do, she just slowly increased her speed right the way throughout the championships, as we're about to see our silver medalist in Faye cross the finish line. 7:09 for her. And then next up it is going to be a South Australian teammate, where we do see
Paige
Rashid go through to the final, to the medal position, bronze.
Ava Knox has come across the line in 4th place. Well done to Ava. Good running from her, and the rest of our competitors just coming through the line now. We can see Monique Williams, the Victorian, Grace Adams from Queensland, Isabel Uke from New South Wales has gone under that 8-minute mark, and a good experience here. Piper Snow, the Queenslander, finishing off really strongly with Grace Fraser, the West Australian. And just coming over the steeple for the final time is Indiana Cole of New South Wales. She'll finish her performance, came in with 8:49 listed best, so she's under that well and truly. Well done to all of our competitors in the under-17 women's final. We have plenty more steeplechase action to come right after the break. Don't go anywhere. It's Super Sunday of track and field. Hello from the WA Athletics Stadium. If you have just joined us, we're into day 3 action of the Australian Junior National Athletics Championships. Travis Jenkins and Ethan Quinlivan are your commentators, taking you through this morning's activities. And here we can see the final standings of the under-17 2,000 metre steeplechase. And it was an impressive display from Helena Butler to take out the gold medal, 6:43, not too far off the championship record of 6:40, and even the national record, 6:35. So terrific running there. So steeplechase action still to come, Ethan, and I know you're pretty excited because we've got a bit of discus that's about to get underway as well. So action aplenty around the WA Athletics Stadium on day 3.
Do you want an update in our heptathlon boys under 15 long jump, Trav?
Absolutely.
So Hurray Tanabe Armstrong has been able to jump 5 metres 31. So they are just in round 1, so it is the early stages. Then Dakin Armstrong has been able to jump 5 metres 07. He's in second, and Oliver Skiston Durham is in 3rd spot at the moment, having jumped 4 metres 86. That's a look at the under 15 boys long jump competition, and we are just about ready to go, Trav. So I will continue to provide updates as we go through the race. But here's a look at the start list, Travis, for the steeplechase event, which is the under 18s next up. Athletes look out for wearing hip number 4. There's not a whole heap of competitors, but look for Abby Reid, hip number 4, bronze medal at last year's Nationals and the gold medalist at last year's All Schools Championships. So she'll be one to watch. She's certainly got a quick personal best, and also Kate Guyson. She looks pretty impressive. Not a returning medalist, but 7:08.26. The season best of 7:06.60. Dare say would be personal best, but still a 7:07 time is really quick. So Abby, one to watch. So too Guyson.
So the next big final is up for grabs. It's gold, silver and bronze on the line for our under 18 2,000 metre steeplechase. We've got a field of 8 assembled here, and wearing hip number 1, Lila Casey. She has got underway. She's wearing the Victorian colours. She's gone straight to the middle of the field, and our leader is Abby Reid, who Ethan mentioned finished with the bronze medal at the championships last year. Not a lot separates the personal bests here. There's 2 or 3 all around that 7:08, 7:10 mark. So it's a great opportunity for our competitors here to make their mark on the national stage and get that elusive medal. Gold, silver and bronze is right up for grabs here in this steeple final. So we can see Abby Reid has started really nicely. Kate Gierson is just tucked in behind her. Emily McLaren, wearing hip number 7, is just now making a little bit of a move. She's just getting some clean air to hurdle beautifully the steeplechase. And then Keely Harland, the Queenslander, and Sophie Keating, also from Queensland, competing here today. It's Sophia Keating, though, in that little lead group of 4. So it's going to be a terrific battle through the early stages here, Ethan, just to get the tactics worked out, work out the pace of the race, just get into a nice little rhythm. And at the moment, McLaren just setting a nice pace for the field.
Geez, close, isn't it? It would only be about 5 metres separating first from fourth, as we just start to see Reid just have a bit of burst of energy. She goes over that barrier. Then it is McLaren, who was in 3rd. She's now finding herself in 2nd. She's just quickly made her way up past Guyson, who was in 3rd spot, and then just behind them, that is where we do see Keating. So top 4, they all pretty much hit the water around the same time. They're all in the water at the same time. That is how close that they are going. But yeah, it is our leader. We do see the one mentioned before, Abby Reid, who is finding herself in a pretty good position as they just come down the home straight again. She's just been joined up onto the shoulder by Gierson, and Reid, they are going to be the 2 to watch. On paper, they are the 2 quickest, but anything can happen in steeple chases, we do know. So the returning All Schools bronze medalist has just been overtaken by Gierson, and just dragging with her. In fact, that I should say that actually is McLaren that has just been able to take the lead just ahead of Reid, and then Gierson is just behind them in 3rd, and trying to catch back up to them is Keating. So that is a look at the top 4 at the moment, as that lead group of 4 has just been condensed to 3.
So our leader is McLaren, and you can just see the different styles here of the competitors. You can see Kate Gearson, she just likes to get a little foot up onto the steeple, whereas Abby Reid and Emily McLaren, who's leading the way, she'll just hurdle it cleanly as they come into the jump. You'll just see here Gearson just with a little touch on the right foot as she goes through. So not a lot separating our leaders. It's still Emily McLaren, who coming into the event has been in good form over in New South Wales. She's got plenty of miles in the legs. Abby Reid, the Victorian, probably the most fancied here after her bronze medal performance in this event last year at the National Championships. She'll just settle in to second spot now. There's just a little gap opening now. Be really important for Kate Gearson just to try and hang on. She's got a bit of daylight between her and fourth, the Queenslander in Sophia Keating. So 2 laps remaining, Ethan, and it's set to be a thrilling finish over the next couple of laps.
Clock just at 4:03 now. Been really impressed with what Keating has been able, McLaren has been able to do. She's been able to put some distance between her and Reid. Keating, while we're mentioning her, still got plenty of time and plenty of distance to be able to make up that ground, but McLaren and Reid, they've just been able to peel away from Gearson, and we know that Gearson is such a quality athlete, and with 700 metres to go, it is Reid that is just able to strike back and take the lead off McLaren. But Reid and McLaren, they're only separated by 2 or so metres, and they're just working so well with each other. 650 metres to go, pretty even, and just reeling them in ever so slightly. It is Gearson, so don't counter out just yet, because the lead was further, but it'd only be 20 metres, if that, at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was a little sign of fatigue creeping in, but I did notice Emily McLaren, she just moved out into lane 2 as she came past us last time of asking, as if just to say to Abby Reid, you can just take over and take up the running. She was able to stick to the heels for a while, and Abby Reid now is our clear leader. The Victorian is just about 500 metres away from completing. She's moved into the lead comfortably. McLaren into the silver, and Kate Gearson in the bronze medal position currently, and it will be a welcome sound of the bell for our leader. The Victorian has done plenty of miles over the summer and through the winter in preparation for today. She no doubt gets up to those Victorian highlands to plug away in the altitude, and at the moment she's got one hand on the gold medal. McLaren from New South Wales has run out of her skin to be sitting in silver. Kate Gearson just trying to get a little hurry up. Can she upgrade to the silver? Coming through past the start finish, Sophia Keating, who sits in 4th position overall, and Grace McMahon from New South Wales not too far behind her. So our leader, with 3 barriers remaining, she negotiates it beautifully. Abby Reid continuing to increase her lead over Emily McLaren of New South Wales. Great pictures here of gold and silver as we look to see the water jump for the last time. Abby Reid goes clear, only gets 1 foot wet. That's impressive, so still plenty of power as she springs off the steeple. McLaren is into the water and away. She's negotiated that beautifully, and it will now be Abby Reid's turn just to enjoy this home straight. The summer sun here, or I should say autumn sun in Perth, is absolutely beautiful, and Abby Reid gets a little kick of energy to finish off her championship. She'll be under her personal best time, and she'll take the gold in the under-18 women's 2,000 metre steeplechase. The silver, it's been a good hard fight for Emily McLaren. She'll be happy with a silver medal at the National Championships. And here comes our bronze. Kate Gearson from New South Wales is our bronze medalist for 2025.
Well done. What a great race we were just able to see there, Travis. Weren't those two using each other so well? McLaren and Reid, as they came down the back straight with 800 metres to go. We knew that those two, after they just peeled away from each other, that those two were going to be the ones to watch, and great race it was. Have got an update for you, Travis. It is over at McGillivray, but this under 18 men's discus competition is looking really exciting. So Connor Hopegood is leading with a throw 50 metres 81. Jamison Pools sitting in second with a throw 49 metres 08, and Jackson Bray 48 metres 82. So less than two, or just over 2 metres is separating first and third at the moment over at McGillivray in that competition, and we are in round number 2, so I'll keep you updated as that progresses.
Ava Watson of Queensland, she crosses over the line in a tick over 8 minutes 15 as the 2,000 metre steeplechasers take a well-deserved break. Our champion, she'll be pretty happy, Abby Reid.
And just confirmed time, Trav, 7:03.91, McLaren second, 7:15.31, and then Geisen 7:24.23. But what a run by Reid. Incredible PB as well. Well, we'll be back in just a moment from the WA Athletics Stadium. It's a glorious day in the West. Plenty more to come. We've got a steeple final coming up next, and we've also got some hurdles. Stick with us. Back with more in a moment.
Hi, Shell. Shell has high blood pressure, and the rising cost of living certainly doesn't help. Annie manages her diabetes with good nutrition, but fresh fruit and veg prices keep rising. And Jack has high cholesterol, but nothing is higher than his power bills. That's why they save more money every year by getting their prescriptions from Chemist Warehouse. And you will too. Head online or look for our price list in store to see how much you'll save. Chemist Warehouse, discounting prescriptions every day.
And welcome back to the WA Athletics Stadium. It's 26 degrees in Perth. Ethan Livid and Travis Jenkins taking you through the action for this morning. And a big thank you to our friends at Chemist Warehouse, who have proudly signed on for an additional 5 years, all the way into the end of 2029. Chemist Warehouse supporting the future development of both the sport and athletes from grassroots level right the way through to the elite arena. There is a look at the medalist from the under 18 2,000 metre steeplechase. Abby Reid, gold 7:03.91. Emily McLaren 7:15.31, and Kate Gearson 7:24.23. And just circling back to that discus competition, Trav, it is Jason Coulis who has been able to throw 51 metres 92. Connor Hopegood in second, 50 metres 81, and Jamison Pools 49 metres 08. So close. So I'll keep you updated in that competition because that is looking very exciting. And we are just seeing a look at our next steeplechase competitors. It is going to be the under-17s that are going to make their way around the stadium next up. There's 16 of them. Take you through them, or once they do get underway.
Bit of nervous energy there, isn't there, Ethan? It's a big moment, isn't it? National Championships. You head over to McGillivray Oval, which is just adjacent to the stadium here. You do your run-throughs and your full warm-up over on the grass, and it's about a 300 or 400 metre walk over to the stadium here, and it's a time where you can just reflect on how things are going, but it also does create that little bit of nervous tension, doesn't it?
I'll take your word for it. I never did it as an athlete, Trav, but I know you would have in your glory days, which were only about not too long ago. We'll leave it at that. So the athletes I want you to look out for, Trav: Cameron Blewham, who will be wearing hip number 12. He is the national champion from last year, as well as the all-schools champion from last year. And we've got all the returning all-schools medalists here as well. Jack Genvy, who will be wearing hip number 5. He is the silver medalist from last year. And then wearing hip number 10, Trav, is Archie Bramble. He is the all-schools bronze medalist from last year. So we've got the returning national champion as well as all of the all-schools medalists. So that is exciting.
Yeah, they've turned up, haven't they, the young men in this under-17 steeple. All the big names to have entered into the competition. Keely, Victorian, as you mentioned, will be right up there. Like Saratzis, the West Australian, has had a pretty good season. We'll have a little bit of home crowd support here in the field. Will be the West Australian colours wearing hip number 8. Also flying the WA flag is Christian Perkis.
Charlie Morton, Drew Barrett too from Victoria.
High quality field.
Also Victorian. That's your
Championship record
here for the men's under 17, 2000
under 17, 2000 metre steeplechase stands at 5:55.98. It was set last year by William Pereira, who I think we will actually see in the next race. So
good.
The Tasmanian set that record last year in Adelaide. So let's see if that's under threat here, Ethan. Can we see sub 6?
I hope so. He's the national champion, Will Pereira, so keep an eye out on that. 16 competitors go, 3 medalists, 1 national champion. And they do get away cleanly. The athletes look out for wearing hips 12, 5, 10. All the all-schools medalists are here and getting off to a really good start. Is Kidd from South Australia. He's the first to go over the hurdle, and he's just been challenged behind him by Saratus from Western Australia, and then the Victorian. That is where we do see Bat, who has just been able to work his way up with them. So they're pretty close in the early stages, only 150 or so metres in. It is still the South Australian in Kidd that we do see, but have a look at what Saratus has been able to do from Western Australia. Come through on the inside, then it is Kidd. He's just been pursued and he's just been hunted down by Bat, I should say. So Bat has just been able to draw level with him, and in fact it is Bramble. So Bramble is in second, Saratus leading, Bramble behind him, and then it is Kidd that makes up the top 3, and then just hanging off them is Genvy, who is the silver medalist from the All Schools Championship. So top 4 looks to be set for the moment, but with 300 to go in this lap, it is Saratus that has just been able to open up a great lead.
Yes, we talked about a bit of that nervous energy before the race. The lads were just bouncing around and thigh slapping and butt slapping themselves leading in. It's a bit of a nervous walk over to the main track to get over here to the main stadium. Over at McGillivray is where the athletes will all warm up. And so you could see that there was a bit of nervous energy. And Tristan Kidd, he was like a bullet out of a gun, wasn't he? The way that he attacked that was like the 100-metre hurdles rather than the 2,000-metre steeplechase. But for Saratus, it's been a good start. The West Australian, he's been in good form over here in WA. He's been working really hard at his distance. He's been up into the hills and really working hard on just getting some miles into the legs. So his technique you'll see here, he's able just to hurdle the steeple. He's got plenty of length in his strides and he's got the fitness, but his race plan will be to go out really hard, Ethan, and then try and hang on.
3 laps to go, Saratus leading, and then we've got a newcomer in second. It is Blewham. He was in 5th spot not too long ago, and this lap he has just been outstanding. He's been able to make his way up to second spot. He was the national champion last year and the all-schools champion, so he knows what he needs to do to get the gold. At the moment, there's one man standing in his way, and it is Saratus. Saratus is leading by 15 metres as they move down the back straight. Then behind him, that is where we do see a Queenslander in Genvi and then Bramble. So the two all-schools medalists are having a duel for the minor places at the moment, and it's Genvi that is leading from Bramble by 5 metres. They've been able to close in the gap of the national champion last year in Bloom, and then Saratus is still leading, and they've got just over a kilometre to go, and it is Saratus who is in front from Bloom, and then Genvi has been able to put some distance between him and Bramble that make up the top 4. So the medals still hotly contested with a bit over 2 laps remaining.
So West Australian Eli Saratsis, his race plan was just to get to the front, get as far in front as he could, and then he'll just try and hang on and keep this high quality field at bay. The New South Welshman, though, he's really powering his way through. Cameron Bloem, he's gone under 6 minutes before. He's done a 5:57, and just watch him here. You can see as he goes over, he just absolutely clears it with centimetres to spare and springs off into his running phase, heading towards the next barrier. Also going well too is the Victorian Archer Bramble and Charlie Morton as well. So a couple of Victorians are just starting to push up into medal contention. And Jack Genvi, the Queenslander, he's in third. But that's the lead. We can see Saratsis, the West Australian, out in front. Cameron Bloem, hot on his hammer, is just starting to creep that little bit closer. Saratsis, it won't be long, Ethan, until he sees him on his heels, I feel.
The tension is building a little bit over a lap to go. It is Saratsis that is leading from the national champion last year in Bloom, and he is making his presence felt. He's been able to reel him in this lap. Then it is Genvi behind him, and then Bramble is the next 3. And Bramble has just been challenged by Morton. Morton is just closing in the gap on him. We've only got 450 metres to go, and at the moment, we've got no leader. So at the bell, we've got no leader. Still, it is Saratus who has just been able to move past him, and Bloem, you think that he's just saving some energy for when he makes a final sprint. He hasn't got long left to do it. It's only 350 metres. Then behind him is Janvan, who has been able to race really well, has Genvi, and then that is where we do see in 4th at the moment, the bronze medalist in Bramble from the All Schools Championships. But closing in on him is Morton. We'll keep an eye on that race. 250 to go, and it's a sprint finish. It's Saratus that is just leading from the national champion in Bloom. They go over that barrier at the same time. Bloem has just edged himself into the lead. Has Saratus got some speed left that he can dish out in the final stages, or will Bloem be able to hold him off and reclaim that gold medal? Saratus and Bloem go over the second last barrier, and they come into the home straight. It has been Bloem who has been able to open up a lead of 15 metres. Has Saratus got a final sprint in him? Look at Bloem. He is looking so strong as he goes over the final barrier. Saratus is behind him. He won't be able to catch him. Bloem is going to be able to do what he did in Adelaide and Brisbane and get the gold medal. 5:51.21. That is a championship record. Well done, Bloem. Well done, Saratus. And how's the battle for third? It's 2 Victorians at the moment, and leading it, it is Morton. He was able to hunt down. In fact, Morton gets bronze. He was able to overcome the challenge from Genvi, and Morton is the bronze medalist.
As the rest of the runners come through the line, they'll be able to see that new championship record time from our winner. Cameron Bloem from New South Wales has gone under the mark. He just timed his race to perfection. It was a really frantic start, and hats off to Eli Saratsis because he's left nothing to chance. He wanted to come in and run a big personal best here today, and he was able to do that. He's gone under 6 minutes for the first time, has Eli. He was able to set his race up early and hang on for the silver medal. Charlie Morton, the Victorian, had a terrific last lap, 6:07.83 for a big PB for Charlie. Well done. Jack Genvi, 6:10, has also run a PB. It's PBs across the field because that man on screen, Cameron Bloem, was able to bring this field along for the ride. He was just so powerful in between the steeples. You can just see on that last water jump, Saratzis, he got plenty of elevation, which just gave Bloem that little edge into the home straight, and he will be a pretty happy man. Well done to Cameron Bloem and all his team in New South Wales. Championship record, personal best time. Eli Saratzis, the silver, Charlie Morton, the bronze. And there you can see just the tension and the hard work that goes into steeplechase running. Benjamin Brzezenko from New South Wales. He made his way across the Nullarbor to join us here. He's had a great season, young Benjamin, and we look forward to watching his future unfold as the steeplechase comes to a conclusion. We'll have plenty more steeplechase action for you after the break. We have the under-18 2,000 metre steeplechase final still to come. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Day 3 action of the Australian Junior Athletics Championships.
Walking on a dream. How can I explain? Talking to myself. Will I see again? Is it real now? Could you be walking on a dream?
Some great pictures there from Elizabeth Key in the centre of Perth. I don't know about you, Ethan, but I've done plenty of dancing on that bridge.
I was going to say, they didn't take the video of you and I dancing there last night, so I'm a bit... we might need to get that video over to them so they can incorporate that into the ads, because I thought my dancing was spectacular. Yours, we'll chat about that off air, Trav. But anyway, what are we doing? Steeple.
Yeah, it's a great city, the Perth city. It's the sunniest capital, so if you haven't been here before, strongly recommend it, because you will be absolutely dazzled by the colours in town. It's changed a lot over the years, and it's really, really lots to do. Something for everyone here in Perth. As you see, the gold, silver and bronze medalists from the under-17 men's steeplechase final. Cameron Bloem, he was really impressive at timing his run to perfection. Championship record time. And for the West Australian, a silver medal will be a new piece of jewellery to add to his collection. And there is the final results. PBs across the ground. Terrific event for all of our young men. You can see PBs galore there, Ethan, and I'm sure some of these young men will be setting out for a PB. Some, in fact, Ethan, will be chasing that gold.
Yep. Yeah, they definitely will, Trav, and there's a few athletes to keep an eye out on. So we've got William Piera, who is the national champion from last year. He will be wearing hip number 10. We've got the All Schools champion, who also was able to win a bronze medal at last year's national championships, in Jonathan Nethling. He is going to be wearing hip number 12. Then we have Jared Ferguson, who'll be wearing hip number 1. He's the All Schools silver medalist. And then wearing hip number 15, Trav, is Harvey Hermingston, who is the All Schools bronze medalist from last year. So we've got a few medalists returning. All the All Schools medalists and 2 of the national medalists from last year. So throw some names up in the air, Trav, and then
Introducing your medalists,
we'll see if we can make a podium out of them, because there's a lot of names that we can put into this podium. But William Piera, we did speak about as one of the favourites coming into it, and we know he has got a record of his own from the under-17 category. Watch this race's championship record, 5:45.52. Pretty close to national record, 5:43.73. So if they get that championship record, then we could be on for a national record.
Yeah, absolutely. Great point. Archie Noakes holding the 2,000 metre steeple for the under-18s. So back in 2021 at the national championships. So you're spot on there, Ethan. That championship record and national record will just be on the back of the mind for a couple of our favourites here. William Pereira, Jonathan Nethling too. He's gone under 6 minutes quite easily as well. 5:52 his best.
Steeplechase Championships of Australia. This time it's our under-18s, 18 of them in fact. Good numbers there. The Victorian Jared Ferguson, Tasmanian Jet Beck, Victoria's Riley Shalito, Queensland's Jet
Pereira.
Thomas Boynton of New South Wales.
Just a spot in the Tasmanian colours. There's only a couple of Tasmanians here.
He's a Queenslander, 6:01 his best.
10.
He is in number 7.
Number 17, championship record holder.
Ethan Armstrong born the Victorian.
All
William
reports
Pereira, the
has arrived here in Perth fitter and stronger than last year.
South Wales, Victoria's Jonty Neathling goes out at number
close eye
12.
on
Callum
him.
Granger from
Touring ring
Queensland
number
as
1,
well.
Jared Ferguson.
Valia Singh from New South Wales.
Coming
Harvey
into 6'10".
from
So
Queensland. Jesse
only a couple of
Purvis,
athletes in
the
Pereira, Jonathan
Victorian.
Neathling
Nikolai Costa
with
from Tasmania and
sub
Matthew
6
Bergen, the
minute
Victorian.
run to their name.
Under 18, 2000 metres
Then there's a
steeplechase.
whole
There's
swag
18
of
them
athletes, as you
in the
mentioned,
final.
in that 6'0", 16 region. So the medals are going to be really interesting in this one. It's going to be a big field, Ethan, of 18 runners.
They get away cleanly, and on the inside is Ferguson, who's been able to start off pretty well. His fellow Victorian in Shillito is moving well, and then just on the outside of him with the maroon from Queensland is Stewart. So he's the early leader in Shillito and Ferguson that are just having a great battle. Then there's some Victorians that are just crowding around him. Ferguson is one of them, so too Armstrong Bourne. And then just on the outside, just making his presence felt, is Granger from Queensland as well. So it's a Victoria-Queensland affairs. They come into the home straight for the first time.
So William Pereira is probably the athlete to watch. The big Tasmanian, you can see him there in the middle of the field. He's got hip number 10 plastered to his quad. He set the under-17 championship record. You can just see him pushing up now to try and join a few of the Victorians. And one of those men is Jonathan Neathling. He's got hip number 12. He won the bronze medal in this event last year behind Pereira, who did take home the gold. And as Ethan mentioned, that record, that championship record for the under-18s will come under a bit of pressure, and it's not too far away from the national record as well. But at the moment, it looks like the pace is pretty comfortable.
It does look comfortable. So Neathling, national bronze medalist and all schools champion, has just got the early lead. He's still being challenged by Stewart. Stewart is really making his presence felt. And then how's the one to watch from Tasmania looking in Will Piera? He's sitting in, he'd just be inside the top 10, I reckon, at the moment. And it might sound concerning, but between first and 10th, it'd only be about 5 metres, if that. So Stewart and Ferguson are going to come up on the inside, and then on the outside of them, Hermingston is moving really well, also part of this lead group. So they're yet to stretch out in the early stages of this steeplechase, and it is the Victorians that have been able to take first and second spot. in Ferguson. And then just back behind him in second spot, that is where we are being able to see Nethling, the bronze medalist from the national championships last year and the all-schools champion, and they have just been overtaken by Stewart. Stewart, who didn't get a medal in any event last year on the national level, and he's putting himself in a great position to get one in Perth.
So yes, that was a decisive move from Stewart. The Victorians, though, have matched it. You just feel the Victorians are working together as a team here just to keep their chances alive through their main star in Nethling. Pereira, the defending champ, you can now just see him just starting to stride out. He's sitting at about 7th position, the tall Tasmanian. He's just starting to make a little bit of a move. Also going well is Harvey Hermiston from Queensland. He's got hip number 15 on his hip. And now we'll just come into this water. This will be interesting, I think, Ethan, because Dakota Stewart has been negotiating this really well, this jump, and he'll be able to just springboard off it. Yeah, once again, he's done it really well. Pereira, you can see just going past.
So they've just stretched them out ever so slightly as they come into the home straight once more. It is Stewart who has got the lead, and it's not a huge lead. Just behind him, that is where we do see Victorian in Ferguson and also Nethling. Nethling just sitting in second spot for the moment, and then it is just back behind him Shillito that has been able to push up, and then here's the Tasmanian Pereira. He's joined the party. He's come up and he's gone into third spot. Just ahead of him is Nethling and Stewart. With only about 750 metres to go, Pereira is making his presence felt as they just start to stretch around with a bit over 700 to go.
Yeah, the pace hasn't been quick, Ethan, so it's real championship running at its best, this, isn't it? It's going to come down to that sprint. Who's going to crack first? It's a big pack of athletes. They've all got plenty of credentials. There's a bit of tapping on the shoulder, a little bit of just let me get through here because I'm going to make a move. I don't know who's going to be the first to crack it. Could be Pereira, could be Nethling, and it is Nethling, and he's taking Pereira with him.
He is, and we just saw moving through the field, Hermiston, and then just behind them it is Shillito, who is sitting in that bronze medal position, but Nethling has got the lead, a bit over 500 metres to go, and then behind him that is Pereira, and they've just stretched into a single file line, so it is still leading that we do see Nethling, and then just back behind him, that is where we see Shillito. He's been able to move past Pereira, but Pereira looks really comfortable. The battle for fourth, and to try to get up into those minor placings, it is being led by Stewart. Just behind them is Ferguson. So at the bell, Nethling, here's it first. Here goes Pereira. He's challenging Shillito. And then behind them it is Ferguson that is in fourth. He's just gone up to Stewart. So Nethling is leading. It's 20 metres the gap. Then it is Shillito and then Pereira. What have those two got left in them? Stewart has gone into fourth. He's been able to move past Shillito. 250 to go. Have a look at this from Nethling. Could he replicate what he did in Brisbane? He's got a gap of 30 metres. Then behind him is Shillito and Pereira. Can Pereira catch back up and claim the national gold again? He's been able to move past Shillito and go into second spot, but Shillito's taken that second position back off him. Bit over 150 metres to go for our leader in Nethling. He's been so incredible over this past season. What he did in Brisbane was amazing, and he's been able to come into the home straight in splendid isolation and take the lead. Pereira has gone into second, and then it is Shillito that is in third. But have a look at this. It is going to be Nethling. He got the bronze medal last year. We knew he was gold contending coming into this, and he's got the gold. 5:53.18, and here comes Pereira. He's going to be able to get a silver medal. Pereira silver. Bronze is going to go the way of Schilling, I should say.
Yeah, well done to all of our young men. They're coming across the line. It's a fast kick-down race, and you can see just the speed of the last couple of laps has really spread the field out for our winner, though. He was able to take charge in the second last lap. Pereira has battled on strongly. And Shillito, the Victorian, he'll be happy with the bronze. A big personal best there. And what a time to bring it out as the rest of our competitors. Great sportsmanship shown here by the steeplechasers in what is always an exciting event, and no doubt there'll be some tired fellas after that one, Ethan, but for Neathling, really, it was an impressive display of steeplechase running.
It was. It was just so incredible. We thought he was going to be challenged by Piera, but just in the end, the gap was a bit too strong for Piera to just be able to overcome. But he just looked, in the last 800 metres, he just looked incredible as he came down the home straight. So well done to Neathling. Bronze last year, upgrades it to gold, and he's able to replicate what he did in Brisbane.
I'm just watching him down here as he heads down to the bunker, and he's all smiles, he's fist pumping. His fans are just starting to greet him, and his fellow Victorians who are there. They set the race up nicely in that early stage for him, and he's all smiles. His family just coming over now, and great scenes down trackside for the competitors in the steeple.
We're just seeing our steeplechase draw to a close as Pearce is able to cross the line. 29 degrees in Perth. We're just about ready to go for our next events on the track. It is going to be the hurdles. Plenty more to come from the WA Athletic Stadium. It's a magnificent day in Perth. We're definitely walking on a dream here in WA, and we'll be back with more in a moment.
And welcome back to the WA Athletic Stadium here in Perth. And on screen now we can see the results from the under-18 2,000 metre steeplechase. Jono Neathling, victorious with the gold. William Pereira, he'll take home the silver. And Riley Shalito, at PB 6:02. I saw his mum and dad greet him after the race, and great scenes. It's what track and field's all about. PB, a bronze medal, and absolute elation. And there are the final results too for the field. You can see a lot of PBs across the board, which is what you want to do in the biggest competition of the year, the National Championships. It's what all the coaches set our Australian athletes for, and to come home with a personal best, that's all you can ask for. And that's what I love about track and field. You can do your best on the day and do a PB and go home really happy, even without a medal. Now, let's go back to the action. Live pictures here from Perth, and we're into the under-18 women's high jump final. 1.64 is the height of the bar. We're into third attempts now, and for Dolnak of New South Wales to stay in the competition at 1.64, and is fortunately not to be. So for Yolanda, she's jumped a personal best, it says here, of $1.60 earlier. So we've got 6 athletes who have gone clear at 164, and the clean sheet from Rebecca Howarth sees her on top of the leaderboard.
She won, sorry Trav, she won the silver medal at last year's national championship, so she's put herself in a good position. Nothing but O's at the moment. She only came into this competition at 160, so good sign so far. Neve McKenzie, she didn't win a medal last year, and Sophie Williams, who we saw in the under-17 heptathlon, yes, she's competing in the under-18 high jump competition. She was able to compete against this group of girls at the All Schools Championships, and she was able to win a gold medal at that competition. So there's just a few of the athletes to look out for. Kara Jingaletsky, bronze medalist from last year's national championship. She's been able to clear 164, second attempt.
Here's Rebecca Howarth now with her first look at 1.67 m. As Ethan mentioned, she was the silver medalist. The gold medalist from the Nationals last year is not here. So Howarth will be next to jump in the order. We saw just a moment ago Soph Williams indicating to her coach, do you want 6 steps or 7 steps for her run-up? The coaches are able to sit behind the fence, and the athletes do wander over and have a little chat in between jumps just to check on technique. They might even watch a little bit of vision back just to refine a little bit of the technique. So there is a little bit of support for our jumpers between jumps. You can see Coach Nenad there with the hat on. He's already had success earlier with Mila Joubert in the under-17 women's high jump final. Here's Condon, who will be next to jump. She passed 164 on her third attempt and almost clear, just grazing it with the heels as she went over. So that's her first miss at 167 for Adelina Condon. So around 172, 174 will probably be where the medals are. Howarth with a clean sheet so far. Next to go. SCT, here she goes, a little shimmy.
Introducing your medalists in the boys under 18, 2000
and that's a nice clearance, beautifully executed.
In third place from Victoria, in time of 6:02.73, Riley Shillito.
This event stands at 1.88 m. National record 1.96 m.
In second place in time of 6:01.44 from Tasmania, William Pereira.
Jingaleski, the West Australian, to be bronze medalist last year. She jumped 166 to win the bronze medal.
Jonathan Neathling.
Get the pop off the track.
Congratulations
She
to all
would have
medalists
liked
and competitors in the
a bit of
boys
a tail
under 18,
breeze
2000 metres steeple.
behind our competitors here. It has swung around to be from the southwest. Here's Mackenzie, Neve McKenzie. Be looking to go clear. Not to be, so first miss. Still only Howarth has gone clear at 167. Might be the West Australian.
With everything that is happening out here in the Australian Athletics Championships. Make sure you download the roster
And we'll turn our attention back to the track, Ethan.
I've got a fascinating pattern that I've just seen, Travis. The medalists from last year's under-17s at the All Schools and at the National Championships. So they're all here, and Oliver Facer won gold, Max Thompson won silver, and Sean Putra Saloso was able to win bronze. In which event, you asked me for, Trav? Well, it was an identical podium in both the National Championships and the All Schools Championships. So, but the order was flipped up, so the same 3 athletes on the podium in all of them. Oliver Fraser gold in both, Max Thompson silver at the National Championships and bronze at All Schools, and then Sean Putra Sacilio was able to win the bronze medal at the National Championships and silver at the All Schools Championships. So those 3 names look out for. In this one, look out for the lane number 6. That is where we will be seeing Fraser compete.
That's why you are the best in the business, Ethan. They don't call you Little Tarby for nothing.
Do they?
You're a man of the stats. Like the great Tarby, who provides us with so much information on our athletes. I think we're living following in his footsteps.
And it was a quick start from Fraser. Then also on the inside, away well was Gardiner, and moving really well in the middle with his Fraser. And then just behind them, that is where we do see Gardiner. He's been able to put himself into a great position. So too Stewart as they cross the line, 13.81 the time.
Impressive running. First of our tail breezes, Ethan, 0.5.
Excellent.
The Southwester has just started to kiss our cheeks all the way from Fremantle. And I think that'll be a sign of things to come this afternoon, this nice little tail breeze. The easterly has finally left us after a couple of days of tough conditions. And it will be fast, this track. It is the fastest track in Australia. And we'll see why this afternoon. Sophie Williams with a good clearance in the high jump. Well done to Sophie Williams. 167, second time of asking. And she joins Rebecca Howarth with a clearance. So exciting for the under-18 high jumpers. So we have the second miss, Cara Jingaleski. Sophie Williams actually has gone over on the first attempt with Rebecca Howarth. That was a replay that we saw there. So not missing any action. The 7+ team here in Perth, absolutely fantastic pitches. As we also have some action in the field, in the central infield. Back to high jump. Under 18 women's final. Telford on screen, Haley Telford. Second look at 167. Was able to be 164 on her second attempt, so see that windsock doing a lot. So a little bit of tail. Here we go, Telford, second attempts. 67. Fantastic curve in the back from Telford. Just unfortunately not able to kick over. The under 18 record for the championship is 1.88 m. Sophia Begg back in 05. Or Patterson with the national record of 1.96 m. Let's go back to hammer throw action. Leading the competition, Felipe Leuma. 53.54. There's Condon. Oh, great pop off the track, just not quite there with the kick.
Let's bring up heat number 2 of the under-18 boys 100-metre hurdle. So watch out for lane number 2 on the inside in Sean Petra Susilo. He is the national bronze medalist and the all-schools silver medalist from last year. Max Thompson is behind him, sorry, on the inside of him, in the middle. Actually, he is the silver medalist from last year's nationals and the bronze medalist from last year all schools championship. So 2 and 5 to look out for. Top 3 will go into the final automatically. Susilo and Thompson in the middle to look out for. Susilo on the inside. Petra Susilo in lane number 2, and Thompson, Max Thompson of South Australia, ones to look out for. Top 3 into the final automatically.
You could see the spring on the South Australian as he went in the blocks. You've got to have a good combination of spring and power.
Thompson reacted really well to the gun, so too did Petra Cicilio on the inside. It is Thompson that is leading. Petra Cicilio is coming after him, and Petra Cicilio might just have the lead. Petra Cicilio has got over the final barrier and got the win. And then it is Thompson behind him, and then looks like it was Gray that was able to go into the final as well. It's a plus 1.3 tailwind. They're back the tailwinds, and it's a 13.85 time unofficially.
Yeah, the young star, he was impressive. That breeze now is perfect here. This is what WA is known for, this beautiful tail breeze, usually 1.7, 1.8, and it's going to stick around all afternoon for some fast times. And for Petra Cicilio, that's a nice way to open his account at the WA champs. He's come in as one of the favourite Suns here. As we head back to the high jump. Jingoleski. And a nice clearance from Jingoleski to stay in the competition. As we come back to live pitches, that women's under 18 high jump is really starting to heat up because we have 4 competitors still in it and battling it out for gold as gold, silver and bronze up for grabs here on day 3. Don't go anywhere, we've got more high jump, more hurdles still to come. It's Travis Jenkins and Ethan Quinlivan with you.
Welcome back. 29 degrees in Perth, and you were just having a look at the results summary from the under 18 men's 110 metre hurdles. Oliver Fazer was able to win with a time of 13.77. Then Sean Tara Suslio was able to come in second, 13.83. Max Thompson, 14.28, make up the top 3. And the little Qs was able to go to Oliver Resuyu, who was able to run 14.96. Isaac Ting, 15.09, and Joel Jakin Oschitz was able to run 15.11. There's a look at how our under 18 men's 110 metre hurdles went. And we've got 3 heats coming up for the under 17 men's hurdles. And they've just stood the hurdles back up, and we're ready to go. So the athlete to look out for in this race, Cameron Badger, who'll be racing in lane number 6. He is the National All Schools champion and the National Silver medalist from last year. You can just see him. He is 3rd from the left of your screen.
Start all important in the hurdles, isn't it, Ethan? Just that first stride or two. You can see that they have to get their head up quickly to navigate that first hurdle, and often be the difference between a good and a bad race is that first few steps.
Correct. And Clark reacted really well to the gun, so too did Badger and White on the inside. Calico is moving well. Badger is moving the best. He's got the lead. Calico's coming after him, so too is Abrazuri, but it is Badger that's able to win. 2nd, 3rd and 4th is close. It's between, I think White might have just got it, and there was no win at all. 0.0, 14.43 the time. Wait for it officially, but I think White got that 2nd automatic spot into the final. But there was no doubting who got the number 1 spot. It was Badger.
Yeah, good start for Cam Badger, the silver medalist from the National Championships last year. He'll stride off the track with plenty of confidence. Good time too. The wind 0.0. It's 30 degrees. It's perfect conditions for hurdling. For Cam Badger, booking his place into the final really comfortably, and good time too.
Definitely was 14:43 unofficially. The wind, none to speak of at all, which was great to see. It just hit 30 degrees in Perth.
Now, interesting moments here in the under-18 women's high jump final. This is Jingaleski again. Now, it's her second attempt at this height of 1.70 metre. She's jumped a season's best 1.67 metre so far. Rebecca Howarth is the sole competitor clear in the under-18 women's high jump. She has had a clean sheet throughout the competition, 1.70 metre. First time of asking. Soph Williams is jumping nicely. She'll have her second attempt shortly. Here's Hayley Telford next up. She had a big third attempt clearance at 1.67. You can see the bottom left hand there. The crosses, the misses, the circles, the wins. Let's see how she goes here. Oh, she's got fantastic arch in her back mobility. It's incredible. You see that with Eleanor Patterson as well, just that flexibility through the spine. And the sharpness of the kick is what makes Eleanor Patterson so impressive. Sophia Begg has the championship record. Eleanor Patterson is the national record holder, 1.96 metre for the under-18 women. And still continue through the lineup there. We've also got shot put action, which has started. This is the under-17 women's shot put. Bathed in sunshine at the circle. A couple of days ago we were toweling it off. Now we're putting on the hat and sunscreen here in the West. It's a beautiful place to be watching track and field, and I think that does bring so much success to the West Australian athletes. For 9-10 months of the year you can train outdoors, and it's an advantage just to have such great weather here. Jingaleski in the high jump. It's an important moment for her in this competition. She's up to a season's best 1.67. This is to stay in the competition. Third attempt for Jingaleski. Not to be for Cara Jingaleski.
Just about to get a photo finish. So it was Abruzzi's just over White, 15.04 to 15.05. So at the moment, White has got one of the little cues, 15.05. That is pretty close. Calicore from Victoria, he was able to run 15.09, but 0.01 of a second separating White and Abruzzi's as we have a look at heat number two.
For us, Ethan, too, what a pleasure it is as the regular announcers down here at the stadium to have a graphic like that come up on the big screen, and just to see the photo finish and to see what the officials look at as the athletes cross the line, and for the producer here and the team to bring that sort of information up to us. It's just an absolute pleasure.
They are doing an absolutely wonderful job. It's a pleasure to work with them. So Travis, there's a look at heat number 2. Look out for lane number 7, Ken Ferrante Tanakawa from South Australia, the national champion from last year. He'll start second from the left. He will definitely be one to watch. Top 2 into the final automatically.
And just in the background too, big moment for Soph Williams, third attempt at 1.70. We'll bring you that shortly.
Ferrante Tanakawa was quick to begin, so too was Reid and Tran on the inside. Ferrante Tanakawa has got the lead, Tran and Reid moving with him, so too is Cannon. Ferrante Tanakawa is clear over the final barrier at the line, 13.79. Cannon gets the next spot through, 1.1 the tailwind, and well done to Ken Ferrante Tanakawa, proving why last year he's the national champion, and he's in a good position to back it up again this year.
Beautiful technique. He just glides over those hurdles, gets that front foot down so quickly. Does Tanakawa, and he's run a little bit faster than the previous heat. He will be one of the men to beat. He's just bounces out of the blocks. Now back to the replay. Soph Williams here. This was her third attempt. It was a great, it just bobbled off at the end. She couldn't believe it. The silver medalist in the heptathlon. She's returned the next day to take part in the high jump, and she just She was clear, Ethan.
Yep, just wobble, 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 fall. But silver medal by my calculations after that first attempt clearance of 167. Rebecca Howarth, the gold at the moment, and the bar continues to climb for her. We're at 173, Trav.
Yeah, she's had a clean sheet so far, has Rebecca Howarth. She has gone over 174 previously. She'll win the gold medal. She'll be our Australian champ, Rebecca Howarth. So there'll be no pressure on her for the gold medal. Sophie Williams will take the silver, and it looks like there'll be a share in the bronze. Cara Jingaleski and Hayley Telford. Back to the circle where we have hammer throw action for the under 16 women. Leading the way, Palipaliuma. This is third round action.
And Trav, you spoke about Sophie Williams' multi-events exploits yesterday. Well, Connor Brady, who we were following with a close eye, he was able to secure a championship record yesterday for the under 17 men's decathlon, scoring 6,692 points. So well done to Connor Brady on his incredible achievement.
Shot put action on screen now, under 17 women shot put final. And here's Howarth in the high jump. She's our gold medalist for the under 18s, and that's her first miss of the morning. Oh, I should say early afternoon now.
Just gone past it.
Only 2 hours difference now with the East. They've pulled back an hour overnight at the end of daylight savings time. 17 shot put final. And Tarabay leading the way. Let's see. Demel, Nahara Demel will be next to throw. She currently sits in 11th position overall. That's a beautiful scene here in WA. That's the look from the commentator's position as we move our attention back to the track.
No returning medalists from the All Schools Championships or the National Championships in heat number 3, so we'll be tight. Top 2 automatically into the final, then the next 2 fastest, and we saw what heat number 1 was able to give us with a really close finish. So it'll be Sly, Shaw, Webb, McIntyre, Kelly, Bainbridge, Campbell, and Stratford from the inside to the outside. So a quick start from Shaw and Webb on the inside, so too Bainbridge on the outside. It's Shaw that is leading, Bainbridge moving with him, Sly and Webb just beside them. It's Bainbridge that has broken clear, Bainbridge over the final barrier, and he's into the final. Then next to is Shaw. Sly will have to wait on times. 14:37 the time, and the tailwinds continue to roll in Perth. It's a 0.9 tailwind.
It's a terrific final, last few hurdles for the young Victorian. He will get plenty of confidence as he moves into the final. Bainbridge has had a terrific season over in Victoria. He's managed to lower his personal best a couple of occasions this year over the hurdles, and he'll book his place into the final. Great running.
Hi, Shell. Shell has high blood pressure, and the rising cost of living certainly doesn't help. Annie manages her diabetes with good nutrition, but fresh fruit and veg prices keep rising. And Jack has high cholesterol, but nothing is higher than his power bills. That's why they save more money every year by getting their prescriptions from Chemist Warehouse. And you will too. Head online or look for our price list in store to see how much you'll save. Chemist Warehouse, discounting prescriptions every day.
Technology.
And a big thank you to Chemist Warehouse, who have been a big supporter of track and field in this country now, and they've continued to commit to the sport until 2029. And the Summer Series has been proudly brought to you by Chemist Warehouse, and once again they're right behind the Australian National Championships, and it is fantastic to have Chemist Warehouse with us. Now, shot put action continues, the under-17 women's final. Ethan is right across these field events as we come to the qualification of the under-17 men's 110-metre hurdles.
Wasn't it impressive from Ken Taranto Tanakawa? 13.75. Wow. Evan Bainbridge, he was also great. 14.36. And Cameron Badger, 14.41. So they are the top three that will go into the final next up. And we've got the under-18 girls to look forward to next up, Trav.
Favourites are through for the final. This is a good bit of throwing. Flag goes up. Shot put.
Get the updates on those in just a moment, Trav. Next up, with the hurdles, look out for lane number 4. Amy Fitzgerald is racing the All Schools champion and the national silver medalist from last year.
Heat 1 of 3, women's under 18.
So 3 heats for our hurdlers, and what a history we have in the hurdles event. 100-metre hurdles delta, and Mizovsky holds the championship record at 13.02, set back in 2023. And we're just about in starters' hands for the next event on the track. Colville, Muscat, Fitzgerald the Victorian, Boys, Norcott, Sullivan the Victorian, and Rosie Booth from WA to fly the home state flag. First out, bouncing out beautifully, was Amy Fitzgerald from Victoria, coming through the Queensland at Norcott. But Fitzgerald now, she's having a nice clean run. She'll move to the front and chased by Norcott. But it's Fitzgerald first across the line. Sullivan, the Victorian, to do the Quinella, and then the Queenslander Norcott is finished in third. But Amy Fitzgerald from Victoria, the silver medalist from the National Championships last year, she's into the final. Nice running from the Victorian, Ethan.
1.7 the tailwind as well, and yeah, the Victorian Amy Fitzgerald, she showed why she was able to get on the podium last year. She was able to get a gold medal at the All Schools Championships and a silver medal at the Nationals Championships, and she just looked so impressive, particularly coming out the blocks, and then she was just able to get into her hurdling really nicely, and she just looked so technically clean over the final couple of barriers, and she was able to run a quick time. She's in the final, and she'll go for gold. One better than she did last year.
Yeah, really clean. Which is the end of the game in the hurdles, isn't it?
Yep, and I've got an update for you in this shot put competition, Trav. Kaya Wong is leading with a throw 14 metres 40. Behind her by 30 centimetres, Maddie Tarabe, who's been able to throw 14 metres 10. They're in their third round, and then Sienna Latinus is in third. 15.57 is what she's been able to throw.
There's Janali Bolden. 10.44, 11.47, round 3. This looks to be better. White flag goes up, so fair throw degrees. Nice day for all the officials here in Perth. And plenty of officials who have travelled across the country to be here, join the officiating team. Some of the best officials in the world. Many have had a couple of Olympics under their belts. Demel next up, 12:51, 6th overall. So the under 18 second heat for hurdles is next up on the track. Here is our start list for the under 18s. And you can see your favourites here. Ruby Manov from WA has been in good form. Eve Jenkins, no relation, will run in lane 3. So a couple of Queenslanders on the outside. We've got the West Australian Manov, who the WA champs here.
Hit number 2 here
She'll step
for our
up into
women's
a little
under
bit of
18 100
harder
metre hurdles.
race here.
Will be automatically through to
There's
that
2 to go
line.
through,
Fast
and
pacing
then the next 3
one.
fastest times.
Go through that
McCann in lane 2. One to look out for. In the centre, the Queenslander Charlotte Blaine has also been in terrific form. Let's see how we go here. Ruby Manov, she made the final of the Nationals last year. Let's see if how she goes today. Just about set. Heat number 2, Ruby Manov bounced out of the blocks beautifully, as did Scarlett Mitchell, and coming through is Neve Jenkins. She's hurdling beautifully. She's showing a nice clean pair of heels. It's Jenkins away with 1 to remain, and Jenkins will take the win. Manov may have just got home for second ahead of McCann and Blaine, but Neve Jenkins, it was a pretty easy name to call, Ethan. It's a nice win to the New South Wales competitor. She books her place into the final.
She has, and she got off to a really good start, I thought, Travis, and she was just able to, she probably didn't feel the presence of Manov and those on the outside of her, because she was right on the inside in lane number 3 as we're having a look at the replay. Manov was doing well, so too was Petrius on the outside of them, but look at Jenkins, and she had a great technique, and she was just able to ease up for the line. Great time from her as well.
Great technique runs in the name, Ethan, that Jenkins surname.
Yep, you're a fantastic hurdler yourself. 14.05 was the official time, and the headwind is back, unfortunately. Minus 0.6. Ruby Manov is in 14.78.
So not as fast as Heat 1. Amy Fitzgerald, 13.87 in Heat 1. But for Neve Jenkins, 14.05. Ruby Manov, she's 6th in the final, as qualified automatically. Caitlin Pretorius, she has a little Q next to her name with a 14.82. She'll watch on nervously.
Victoria, Jacob Miller, third from Queensland, Heath Rathbauer, from WA, Nielsen Shibu, from Queensland, Harry Chu Jets.
1 heat remaining
from
for
Queensland as well, Justice
the under 18 100 metre hurdlers. Just a little intermission in the shot put. After the 3 throws, what happens is the officials, they go back into the tent and they resort the order, don't they, from 8th through to 1st?
Correct.
And that's what they're doing at the moment.
And then they get an additional throw for these younger age groups. So Kia Wong was able to throw 14.40 in her second round, and that has put her into the lead. Then Maddie Tarabe has been able to throw 14.10 in second spot, and then Sienna Sanis is in third, 13.57 time.
So here's the start list on your screen for the 3rd and final heat, top 2 to go through. Currently the non-automatic qualifying standing at 14.82. So you can see there a couple of PBs under that 14.82, so plenty of chances to make your way through to a big national final for these under 18 women. And they're behind their blocks. That's the view from the commentary position. That's the camera just above us here, Ethan. It's a beautiful day here in Perth. It is already at 30 degrees. It's calming down. And what a moment it is for these young ladies.
And we've seen some tailwinds, Trav. So it's been great to have those back. And don't worry, come the seniors and come throughout the rest of the day in these championships, we'll be seeing a lot of them.
So Annie Baker will be running closest to us from the ACT, the West Australian third from the right. Macy Hadley. She's fast over the first hurdle, so look for her to get away well. Best away was Georgia Hopwood in the middle from Queensland, and the South Australian out after her, James, and coming through in the inside lane is Jocelyn Blair. So it's Blair, Hopwood, Hadley all going to line. Blair just on the line, fights back. She won't quite be there to take Hopwood, who was able to just regain her composure over the last couple of hurdles and was able to roll through for a nice win. So all clear here, confirming Georgia Hopwood. Jocelyn Blair, I think from New South Wales, was able to secure that second automatic qualification. But for Georgia Hopwood, the Queenslander, her good form and winning form continues.
It does, and she just has an incredible technique, Hopwood. Just her ability to snap her lead leg down when she goes over the hurdle was incredible. She was able to bounce off that hurdle really well. So well done to Hopwood. Into the final, 14.54 the time, with a 14.61 second place finish for Jocelyn Blair. And then it was Condon who was able to finish in third with a time of 14.87. So well done to those girls. Into a bit of a headwind. Hopefully when the finals roll around, those headwinds are gone.
So Georgia Hopwood, she'll be the 5th fastest qualifier for the final, 14.54. And our non-automatic qualifiers will come from Hayley Norcott, Annika Boyes and Caitlin Pretorius. So that will be a thrilling final, the under-18 women's 100-metre hurdles. Amy Fitzgerald will go through as the fastest qualifier. Neve Jenkins, though, she looked impressive. It's going to be a great final. We've got plenty more action to come here, Ethan. It's a beautiful day. I hope you're enjoying day 3 action. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back, wherever you may be watching, to the WA Athletics Stadium. Great to have your company here on this Sunday afternoon of track and field action. It is time now for the under 17 women, but first we'll just have a quick look here, Ethan, at the under 18 100 metre hurdles qualification. We can confirm Amy Fitzgerald, the fastest qualifier, Neve Jenkins. Charlie Sullivan was impressive too. And the little Q's, Pretoria squeezes in with 14.82 for Ruby Manov. The West Australian, she's through to her second consecutive final in the under 18 100 metre hurdles.
Well done to those girls. So this is heat number 1 of the under 17 girls. Look out for Jasmine Harding, who will be in lane number 2, and Aisha Shave in lane number 4. Jasmine Harding, the reigning age group champion from when they were under 16s last year. Shave, she got the bronze medal in that race.
So under 16, you run over 90 metre hurdles. So first look over 100 metres for these competitors. Big field. And we're away, and it's a nice clean start on the inside from the defending champ Harding. Aisha Shea from the ACT trying to come out after her. Taya Lee's also having a nice run, but it's the defending champion in Harding looking to book her place in the final. She's through. Harding from Shea from Lee's, and then Costa and Lee rounding out the top 5. But Jamison Harding, the Victorian star, looking to come back and defend her title here in Perth, has started her defence in good fashion, Ethan.
She has, and it was a great start from her. So too Shave. Shave was just a bit slower to begin compared to Harding, and then they're both able to drag Lees across the line to get that third automatic spot. But Harding looked really impressive. So too did Shave. If she can get a brilliant start in the final, then she'll be certainly applying the pressure onto Harding early. But Harding, Lees, Shave, that is how the first 3 automatic finalists look.
The wind plus 1.1, so perfect conditions. First three to go across the line. Taylese has equalled her PB in the heats. So that's really impressive. The under 17 100 metre hurdles record, 13.49. So almost a championship record to Jamison Harding there in the heats. So shows you the quality of her running.
Just in the shot put, Travis, we've had a few little lead changes. So Kaya Wong is still leading with that throw of 14 metres 40. Maddie Tarabe still in second, 14.10, but Paige Fletcher has been able to equal her with her round 4 throw, throwing 14 metres 10. So Tarabe, she's still got, well, she's got the silver medal locked up, you think, and Fletcher won't challenge her, but if she wants to add another 30 or so centimetres, she's still got some time. She's still got one more throw. So she's 30 centimetres behind Wong, the leader, but that is how it looks as Fletcher has been able to make her way into the top 3.
White flag goes up. Relief there for New South Wales competitor. Tarabay with shot put in hand. So impressive to win the gold medal in the heptathlon. Ethan only sitting second overall. She's got a really nice technique in the shot put. She uses those long levers just to get the right angles. Oh yeah, she really let go there. She looked pretty happy with it too. Tarabay, all smiles. Oh, wouldn't you? You've got a gold medal already around your neck. Perhaps a second.
So she needs to make up 30 centimetres to be able to pass Wong. Wong still has got one more throw to go.
It will be a silver for Tarabay. She's going to see her compatriot Soph Williams compete next up in the under 17 hurdles.
14.32 was what Tarabay was able to throw, so just 8 centimetres off. Our champion in Wong.
Wong will be the national champion.
Will go through automatically. We'll look at the times after that. This is heat 2 of 2.
To turn back to the track under 17, heat 2. Just witnessed a terrific first heat, just outside the championship record. Here, Soph Williams, 14.07. Will today be the first time under 14 for her. Alyssa McDonald, 14.03, her lifetime best. Top 3 to go through. Big field. Starter's hands. Gun is up. Soph Williams absolutely bounced out of the blocks beautifully, as did Farazano. McDonald also coming out after him from Queensland. So Sophie Williams with a bit of work to do. She's now charging through the middle of the field. McDonald takes the lead. She'll hurdle and go to the line a winner. It's a nice victory for Alyssa McDonald of Queensland. Macy France, I think, may have just shot over the top of Soph Williams for second. Top 3 to go through, so Williams should go through. The silver medalist from the heptathlon backing up here after a couple of big days of heptathlon action. It has been an impressive performance, though, from Alyssa McDonald.
It was incredible what Alyssa McDonald was able to do. I think Sophie Williams was able just to get second, just ahead of France, and just she could feel the pressure, Sophie Williams, just from those on the inside and outside of her, and she was able to race really well. But 13.88 in the wind, I didn't count it, but it was a tailwind, Travis, so the tailwinds are back, and I can't wait to see these girls in the final. There was some great running in the first race, and in the second race it was just even more impressive. As here we go, the results have just come through. So Alyssa McDonald first, 13.85. Sophie Williams second, 14 seconds flat.
Which will be a personal best, Ethan, too.
It is a personal best for her. And then Macy France was able to come in second, 14.05.
So the results have confirmed that Addison Farinazzo, too, will qualify as a non-automatic with Angelina Costa and Madeline Lee. Jamison Harding, though, 13.51. She was just outside the championship record. She'll be the favourite for the final. Aisha Shave, Alyssa McDonald, Soph Williams, all right up in contention, though. It's going to be a great under-17 final.
Well, we cannot wait for it. Just look at some of those results from the heats already. It's just incredible. 13.51 from Jasmine Harding. They're just some of the names to look forward to. Aisha Shave, Alyssa McDonald, Sophie Williams. And we'll just have the results because we are just about to head to a break. But we'll show you the results ever so quickly. So there's Jasmine Harding, 13.51, Aisha Save, 13.76, Alyssa McDonald, 13.85, and then the ones to sneak through, Faranzano, Costa and Lee all get the non-automatic
And
spots.
look at that, Ethan. It is PBs across the field.
Yeah, oh, I didn't notice that, Trav. Thank you for pointing that out. Wow, that's incredible.
And that's
See
the conditions.
Exactly. Took the words right out of my mouth, Trav. We're off to a break. We'll be back in just a moment. We've got some more field results that we'll keep you updated with. We've also got some 100 metres that are coming up in just a moment. Glorious day in Perth. Look at that. Barely a cloud in the sky. You know what? There's not a cloud in the sky, Trav. I'll declare it. We'll be back with more in a moment.
Walking on a dream. How can I explain? Talking to myself. Will I see again? Is it real? Would you think I'll become walking on a dream?
Welcome back. Some beautiful pictures of Western Australia. It is the place to be this time of year. Glorious weather, almost guaranteed. We've got plenty of options to head out of the city down to Margaret River for a little bit of wine tasting, cheese tasting down there as well. Also got the Margaret River Ice Cream Factory, which is a must-see and do while you're down there. There's plenty of wineries to enjoy. You can have a beautiful meal. Usually it's lunch down in Margaret River, and usually a light dinner when you're down there. It's very exciting. Got plenty of action on the beach down there as well. Buses from Jetty to explore, and I hope many of our interstate guests can take advantage of some of the beautiful parts of Western Australia. It's great to bring these championships here. Big thank you to the West Australian State Government through Tourism WA, who have been able to secure the big events, and we're able to bring the Perth Track Classic earlier in the year thanks to Chemist Warehouse, and of course the National Championships. You can discover Western Australia and build your dream itinerary at westernaustralia.com/events. Also, if you haven't already, please make sure you download the Roster Athletics app to follow along to the 2025 Australian Athletics Championships. You can view entries, start lists, live results from the palm of your hand, all in real time. It's what Ethan and I and Mitch all use up here to bring you the latest information. It allows us to follow along. It's a terrific app, and I really recommend you make the Australian Junior Track and Field Championships one of your favourite meetings. And then on Thursday, we've got the Open and Under 20 Track and Field Championships. So that'll be great just to have that Roster app downloaded in time for the start of that big event. So we have some shot put results coming your way. Ethan was following all the action just before the last break, and we can see Wong of New South Wales, 1440. Eddie Tarabay, what a great throw. Doesn't have a lot of shot putting experience behind her, but just her rhythm and her levers, 1432, big PB. Paige Fletcher, the New Zealander, third, 1410. Zalia Tanila Park will take home the bronze medal for the Australian Championship, 1391, her best throw today. Over the page, and a couple of PBs, Phoenix Mackay. Season's best for Macy Petterwood of Tasmania. It's a long way to come from Tasmania over here to Perth, but it is worth it once you are here. There's no doubt about it, and the season's best is a nice way to travel home. Ethan, we have plenty more action still to come on the track, and you can see here the hurdles have left the main straight to prepare for some 100-metre racing not too far away. This is the javelin preparation for our athletes. They're due to get underway shortly in the under 15 and under 16 javelin.
29 degrees, perfect day, and perfect time for the 100 metres, which you did allude to was coming up next, Travis. So I'll just give a rundown. So we've got the para under 15s up first, then the under 17s para. They'll move into under 15s and 17s 100-metre women's para, and then we've got the heats under 15s and 16 women's, and then after that we've got the under 15s and 16s men's para finals. Then we'll move into some of the 800 metres. So that is a look at what is coming out onto the track in a few moments' time, and just give you an update on some of the live events that is going on at the moment. So we are underway in round number 2 for the under 13 boys discus. They're in the 0.75 kilo discus, and leading with a throw 42 metres 65 is Joseph Hatagi, and then Lachlan Chappell is in second with a throw 41 metres 12, and then Justus Sayu is in third spot with a throw of 40 metres 71. So that's been done over at McGilvray. So we've got a few competitions that is taking place over there. So if you're wondering why some of the competitions might say a different venue to the W Athletics Stadium, that's where it is. It's just where the warm-up track is, so people will be quite familiar with it, I'm sure. And there's a look at the under-15 boys heptathlon. So Harrow Tanabe Armstrong leading on 2,681 points. Dakin Armstrong 2,488, and closely following him is Oliver Houston Durham, who's on 2,351 points. So that heptathlon, pretty close actually, only 4 competitors, and pretty close, particularly between second and third.
So there's 2 events remaining for the heptathletes. They're into the jav. Finish off their proceedings with the 800 metres. See the under 16 scoreboard as it stands, leading into the jav. Harry Osborne, the Queenslander, has a nice little buffer, 317 points. Ezekiel Ham, Cooper Nunn in the medals. Far away though, Rita Pounce is Gavanides from New South Wales. So still up to grabs. A lot of these competitors here doing the heptathlon for the very first time. So this will be a great experience for them as they turn for home and move into the javelin throw. So as we prepare ourselves for the next event on the track, it's great to see so many spectators around the ground. It's been good crowds for the first 3 days. The vibrant city of Perth has come alive with these track championships. People will hopefully have headed down to Fremantle, where they've been able to check out some of the old streetscapes and the buzzing markets. Also, what people don't realise, Ethan, there's a lovely wine region just in the hills of WA, only 30 minutes from the CBD. And it dates back to 1829. Sandalford's out there, some terrific wineries. Also plenty of day trips available from the city. See the Dolphins in Rockingham, canals of Mandurah. Also the Pinnacles up in the Nambour National Park. Must do if you are visiting Perth for the very first time, as many of the people here are. Beautiful WA. We're located here in the western suburbs of Perth, only about a 5 or 6 minute drive through to the beach from here. So I'm sure many of our visitors have just wandered down to City Beach after competition and maybe grab some fish and chips. Maybe Cottesloe. I know our producer was swimming very early down at Cottesloe. He's nursing a couple of stings on the right leg that he's been nursing all morning, but they don't look like they're causing him any grief. He was able to just swim that little bit faster down there at Cottesloe this morning. It was absolutely sensational. Flat, calm, beautiful. He said he'll be no doubt be back there tomorrow morning, which is good to hear. Cottesloe Beach, if you haven't been there already, just a magnificent part of the world. You can venture from down there for a morning swim, especially when that easterly's in. Nothing better than a nice little walk along the coast. You can head all the way up to Swanbourne, back again, down into Cottesloe. I'm sure many of our visitors here looking on have started just to enjoy some of the parts of WA, brought to you by Chemist Warehouse and the state government. That's our look down the main straight back towards the western landscape. We've got the Perry Lakes Park, the old stadium where the Empire Games were, just across the road. We moved over here in the early 2000s. We were able to build a brand new stadium. We were able to orientate the stadium to make beneficial of the southwester breeze. The pole vaulting community love the direction of the runway. It has the wind right behind them when that sea breeze comes in, usually in the afternoon here at Fremantle Doctor. And you can see that look out to the west, only clear skies. That's where the weather comes from, usually out in that western corridor. It's clear skies ahead for the next 9 days too, Ethan, which is fantastic news for all of us. It's a great place to be, especially on an autumn day here. You can see sunny, 30 degrees if you are just joining us. They're only 2 hours ahead on the east coast. Now we've caught up a little bit here in Perth. It's beautiful temperatures, just a light west-northwesterly wind, which means there'll be a little bit of a tail breeze down the home straight for our 100-metre runners, and you can see them just starting to wander out onto the track now.
Well, we've seen the tailwind just sort of start to pop its head up over the past couple of races. Was a headwind a bit in the morning. There was the occasional tailwind, but finally it's sneaking through. There was a few little teasers of it, but it's one of the most famous tracks for a tailwind, Perth. And good to see that we are going to be getting it over the next coming days. Have you annoyed the Royal Perth Yacht Club yet today?
No, not today. I woke up and saw it was absolutely glorious, Ethan, so I thought I'll just make my own decision on the weather.
Excellent.
But you can see, Lockie Kennedy, 10.03 here in Perth just a few weeks ago. It's one of the fastest times ever in Australia by an Australian, and it just is. We saw it again in the hurdles before when that wind turned around. Almost championship record, PBs across the board. So it is the fastest track in Australia. It's great to have you all with us here, and a couple of 100-metre runners will hopefully be able to take advantage of these good conditions. Ethan, talk us through the next event.
Going to be great. It is the under 15 men's para 100-metre final. So just a reminder, we say it with all the para races, and for those joining us for the first time, I'll tell you how it all works. So you might see an athlete cross the finish line, but they won't necessarily win the gold. Why that is, you ask? Well, see next to their names, they've got these T20s, T43s, T38s. That's their classification. So when they cross the line, their time is compared to their world record in each classification. It's then given a percentage on how far away it is to the record or how much of the record it is. And then whoever has the higher percentage at the end of the competition will receive silver, gold, silver and bronze. So the athlete who might cross the line in 5th will get gold, and then 3rd across the line might get silver, and then say 8th might get bronze. So that's how it all works. So it's all percentages. So that is why the podium won't necessarily reflect the finishing order. So it will be Wilson from the inside, Cassiano, Cowan, Phillips, Morgan, King, Crowley and Appleby from the inside to the outside.
Saw young Cowley yesterday over the 400 metres, runs with CP.
Quick start from Phillips in the middle, so too was Wilson. On the outside, King is moving really well. Moving the best is Phillips. Phillips has got the lead. Look at the lead, it'll be close to 20 metres. Then King on the outside of him, and it is going to be Phillips that stops the clock first. Then it is King next across the line, and then Wilson next through. What a great race. 1 point for the tailwind. What a fantastic run from Phillips. He absolutely was just so smooth down this home straight. He was incredible to watch.
Yes, Ethan, we saw it yesterday, didn't we, in the 400 metres. Dan Phillips, he blew away his opponents and he was able to record a PB, but it was a terrific race from all of our competitors here. Young Cowan, the West Australian, he was really impressive in the 400 yesterday. And across the field, we have seen personal bests all weekend, but for Dan Phillips, he's announced himself to the para community. He's going to be one of our up-and-coming stars, you feel. He's lightning fast out of the blocks, and he has performed beautifully here in Perth with a lovely 1.5 tail. So we have more para hundreds to bring to you. The results have come through. Dan Phillips 12.52, William King 14.23, Xavier Wilson 14.92. So all running PBs, the top 3 as the results pop up, Ethan.
There is Dan Phillips. So just looking at it, I reckon, Trav, it is going to be 1st, 2nd and 3rd across the line. Is that how the medals will go? It looks like it. 85.14% for Dan Phillips. Williams King, silver, 75.47, and then Xavier Wilson, 70.04%. That, to me, is how the records are going to shape, how the medals are going to shape up for this under 1500 metre para final. So, great race from all those gentlemen.
So from the infield as
Looks
well.
like it is going to be the standings
Combination
right
of
across the board for how they
heptathletes, the
finished
men's under
across the
15,
line.
men's
So
under 16.
well done to
javelin
those
throw.
boys, especially Dan Phillips.
Through their
12.52,
competition
wow.
for today, the second event of the day. 3 events here, so the final one later on this afternoon. But
So
roll their way
T20
into the javelin, this
is
competition.
for
We'll give you some
competitors
updates
who
as they continue on.
have been diagnosed with intellectual disability. So hotly contested
Men under 15.
classification, the T20. We've had some terrific T20 runners over the years.
Western Australian Harrington
We've just emerged.
Armstrong out in
Just seen
front.
another one.
2681 points for him.
Daniel
Dagan Armstrong
Phillips.
from Queensland 2488, and Oliver Shupin Durham
King,
Victorian
who is in the
2351.
T38
He's in third. Zach Nunn
category.
is in fourth Victorian 1879
cerebral
points
palsy.
for him.
He too recording a PB.
For our men's under 16 event. This is a field of 9.
So the para athletes have had a full program over the weekend, doing the 8s, the 4s and now the 1s. And looking forward to this moment here, Ethan, on screen. Lauren Kelly, the West Australian record holder. I can see you darting to your notes because it's a long resume that's starting to form here for Lauren Kelly. She's been one of the stars of the throwing world. She's in probably her most favourite event, the shot put, isn't she, Ethan, now? And
yeah.
She'll be looking for a big throw here.
So under 18 women's shot put, pretty sure is what we're on. Lauren Kelly, she is the all-schools champion from last year and the national silver medalist from last year. So nationals didn't go the way she was expecting it to. But this is probably the best form she's ever been in, Lauren Kelly, and I'm really excited, really keen to see what she's able to do. Riley J. Henry Purcell, watch out for her as well. She is the national champion and national silver medalist. Well, Lauren Kelly just doing some warm-ups. That shot put competition set to take place in about 10 or so minutes. Riley J. Henry Purcell, she'll be throwing there from Queensland, national champion. Also, look out, have we got the bronze medalist from last year in Wolfgang? Doesn't look like we do. I think we do have, yes we do, we have Saska Josipovic, who is the national bronze medalist from the All Schools Championship. She is contesting in that shot put final. So there's medals all round there. Can't wait to see how that goes.
Yes, Ethan, it will be a terrific final, that under 18 shot put final. Should be underway shortly. Lauren Kelly's best of 17.28 is 1 centimetre better than the championship meet record. So we'll be on record watch for Lauren Kelly once she takes to the circle, just going through their final warm-ups. Looking forward to watching that competition. Ella Harbison also been in good form here in the West, so not too far away from a start there. As our next para 100 final enters the arena. Big field has assembled here in Perth. Para community, really close community here in Western Australia. Danny Kavan with a big stable of para athletes and also able-bodied athlete too. Conor Larranangle Boyle, part of that group, who'll feature a little bit later in the 100 metres. West Australian champion. Great inclusivity policy within the Danny Kavan stable, and it's been terrific for athletics to be showcasing more and more of these para events. Brings so much interest to our television screens at the major championships. So, looking at heptathlon jav. And under 15 and under 16 competitors running concurrently here. So Haro Tanabe Armstrong in the under 15 leads the way, 36.08. And then in the under 16 age group, we are just about to get them underway to the first round of action. Officials right on the spot there, making sure that the front of the spear hits the ground first. If the tail hits, then the red flag goes up for a foul. And we will start to see some results filtering through shortly from the under 16 javelin. There it is, Harry Osborne that in fact was 35.71. He leads overall too in the competition.
Up next is the final
Turn
games,
our
under
attention
17
back to
para
the
100
track for the
metre
under
championship.
17
Good strong
para
field here from Western
100
Australia.
metre
Lane number 2 is
final.
a Team 38 competitor. It's Levi Amiss. In lane
Looking
number 3
forward to
from
this
New
one,
South
Trav.
Wales,
So I'll
the
take you
Team
through the field.
13
So it's
man,
Amos,
Alexander
Evans, McGough, Graham,
In lane number 4, the Victorians,
Suregna,
Team 38 competitor,
then it
Thomas
is Wrench,
McGough.
Wright,
In lane number
Cariano
5 from
and
Queensland, Team 20
Stenhouse. And
man,
just
Jake
looking on
Gray.
the names and the
In lane
times that
6,
we have
the
got.
Team 20
Watch
competitor
for
from
the
New South
outside
Wales, it's Joshua
in Wrench in
Suregna.
lane number 7. Also McGough, I reckon he'll be able to get off to a pretty good start and be able to storm home late if he's trailing.
He's a T20 competitor, Harry White.
So there's a look
In lane number 9 from New South
at the
Wales,
competition.
T41 competitor, Thomas Carano. And lane number 10 also from New
Carano
South Wales,
just being presented to the
T21 competitor,
field.
Hoden Stenhouse.
There's Stenhouse.
This is the men's under 17 para 100 metre championship
So
of
full
Australia.
house for the under 17 para. Plethora of New South Wales, a few Vics, a Queenslander in there as well. Great to see them out here competing. And it was a quick start from McGough in the middle. So too was Graham next to him, moving really well with Sonerga. And on the inside, it is McGough that has got the lead. Here comes Sonerga. It's McGough that has got the line honours. He takes it with a 12.08. It's a plus 0.2 behind him. Well done to McGough. An incredible race. 12.08. Unbelievable.
He was fast out. He was pretty focused before the race. I saw him just slapping the thighs and doing the little twerking that he likes to do, and it was really impressive. McGough with a nice run to get line honours. The percentages will be calculated shortly. Cody Wrench has run 12.20, and Jaden Graham not too far behind, 12.42 seconds. The win 0.2, and Thomas McGough will wait and see how the numbers get crunched. Levi Miss has also had a really nice run, the young West Australian too. Well done to all of our competitors here. Back to the heptathlon jav. And
Next up, we have a
now
presentation
to
down
under
there
16
with some
boys
very
as the results
special
for
guests
the
presenting
para
these
under
ones
17
delivered to you
100
with
metre
our
final.
men's
Thomas
para
Carano though,
1500
he
metres.
has
Indeed, we got a very special guest in
been able to
Jav,
secure gold in
presenting
front of
the
Thomas
medals
McGough,
for
who we
the
saw win that
115 para 100
particular
metres.
final.
In third place,
First across the line in
representing New South Wales,
12.04.
congratulations,
Cody Wrench
Xavier Wilson.
12.20 with the bronze. Thomas Carano
In second place,
14.91
representing
his
New South Wales,
time on the
congratulations,
clock,
William King.
but due to his classification is able to score a higher percentage to claim the gold as the action continues to unfold here. We're around about halfway through day 3 and probably halfway through these championships, but we're just gearing up. We're only warming up here this afternoon. Still plenty more action to come. It's Travis Jenkins and Ethan Quinlivan. We'll welcome you back shortly. We are back. Live pictures here from Perth for the 2025 Australian Junior National Athletics Championship. My name is Travis Jenkins. Alongside me is our resident expert. He knows all things track and field, Ethan Quinlivan. He's been really excited to keep an eye on the start of this under 18 girls shot put final. They're slick, unfortunately, with the red flag on this occasion. But you might have just arrived back in perfect timing, because into the circle next in the shot put will be Lauren Kelly. Lauren has had a terrific couple of years in the throws. There she is. She's the WA record holder. She is the reigning All Schools champion. She threw 16.70 at the All Schools to secure the gold. A few weeks ago here in Perth, she won the WA Championships with a throw of 16.42. Currently 15.40 leads the way. So let's see how we can go here. Our first look at Lauren Kelly. Official Matt Vine watches on. And there you can see a bit of a feeler for the first one. It looks to be out around that high 15s though. 15.40 leading the way. Lauren Kelly watching on closely. She's been a sensation through the junior ranks. He's won most of the All Schools titles over the last 3 or 4 years. National championships though is probably the one she really wants. And she has opened up her account here with a lovely throw of 16 metres 17. So she moves into the lead, straight to the top of the leaderboard for Lauren Kelly, and she'll be hoping that's how it finishes.
So silver last year for Lauren Kelly, and hopefully she can hold on to that lead. 16.78, 16.17 is what she's thrown, excuse me, as you said, Trav, and 15.40 is Riley J. Henry Purcell, who is the defending age group champion.
Turn our attention back to the track for the under 15 100 metre para final for women. So 3 competitors: Quinn Aiken, Amani Latouche and Ayla Kowalczyk. So we're underway. Kowalczyk, closest to us from New South Wales, is away and running. Quinn Aiken in the inside also having a nice run. It's Ayla Kowalczyk looking to stop the clock around about that 14.80 mark, and she's under her PB. Great running, Quinn Aiken. And then Amani Latouche charging down the straight here, having a terrific run. Amani Latouche, 32.05, her lifetime best, and she's going to be under it. Yes, she is, 30. Around about that 30, so well done to Amani from Western Australia, under her personal best time. And you can't ask for much more than that, Ethan.
No, you can't, and just incredibly well run from all 3 of those girls. It was with a plus 1.0, so the wind was very favourable towards them, and that was just great to see. And how about the performance from our winner, Trav, in Kowalczyk? Just the technique that she had, just powering down the home straight. And Kowalczyk, she was just able to get under that 32.05 that we had down. She just looked so strong in that 100 metres, and well done to Latouche.
PBs across the field, Ethan. Amani Latouche competing in the T37 category.
29.41 she got officially, so smashed her personal best.
Well done. Back to this under 18 shot put final.
And Trevor, we are on the hundreds. I'll just get through some of the other championship records we had, all from one person. I reckon he was doing shot put before, or discus or some throw. He's a very powerful young man. Lachlan Chappell. So we got a championship record in the heat, and then in the final. In the heat he ran 12.05, final he ran 11.98. And then in the 200 metres we saw him run 24.51. So well done to Lachlan Chappell, who's just continuing to impress all the way through.
Results are in for the under 15 para final. Quinn Aiken from Tasmania has good, over 107%. So in relation to the records, that could be a big record for her. We'll have to wait confirmation if there could be a classification record for Quinn Aiken. Ayla Kowalczyk, 14:43 with 85.79%. Amani Latouche, West Australian, third. Here's the under 15 and under 16 boys heptathlon javelin, the second last event before they move into the 800 metres. Been a busy couple of days. He's been keeping a close eye on things. To the shot put, under 18. Kelly leading the way. Could be Purcell. It is Henry Purcell from Queensland. She sits in second at the moment, 15:40. Her best put at round one. We're into round two action here. She needs 16:17 or better to pinch that lead off the hometown hero in Lauren Kelly. Let's see how Riley J goes. She lofts the put into the air and prepares herself. Matt Vine, the official in the background there, watches on. Here we go. Riley J, Henry Purcell looking to unload here in round two. White flag goes up. It's a fair throw. Wait and see. Roberts will be next to go. She sits in fourth overall.
Victorian goes out of lane number 2, a T20 competitor. It's Eleanor Downing. Lane number 3 also from Victoria, a T38
back to
competitor.
Track for our next event, the under 17
Lane number
women's
4 from
para
WA,
final.
a T60 athlete, Emma Wilmot.
So
In lane number 5, the Victorian, it's Lara Pearson. In lane number 6, representing New
field.
South Wales, a T44
Zoe Schultz had a nice run in the 400. She claimed the silver medal earlier in these championships.
Under 17 para
Lara
100
Pearson
championship.
on the bronze medal in the 400. She'll run there in lane 5. Second from the right of screen, Mackenzie Wilson from New South Wales on the left of screen. Emma Wilmot in the middle has been a big improver over her sprinting this season. Lowered her personal best a couple of times. Not much separating our competitors here on paper. Zoe Schultz from Victoria. Second from the right, and on the inside, Eleanor Downing. Nice even start. Pearson bounced out of the blocks nicely. Downing now starting to get into her work. Pearson leads the way. Downing second. And Wilson also having a nice run, but Pearson goes bang, and she's away and off. She takes the line honours 13:40 from Downey and Wilmot, who's flashed home in front of Zoe Schultz. The win, 2.9, assisting our competitors here. And after an impressive bronze medal in the 400 metres, Lara Pearson first across the line here this afternoon.
Well, wasn't she just absolutely impressive as she came down the home straight with that plus 2.9 tailwind? It's the first wind-assisted performance of these championships, to my knowledge. Well done to Pearson, just a great time. And we've seen her be so dominant throughout these championships so far. It's great to see that she's capped it off with a 100-metre line honours victory. She crossed the line in first. And we'll just wait for those official times to come through. Here they are, Laura Pearson, 13:39 with a plus 2.9. Eleanor Downey, 13:48. And Emma Wilmot, 14:47. And just looking at the percentages, Trav, looks like it is going to be Pearson with a 88.94 percentage to Wilson, 86.06. And Emma Wilmot, 84.51.
Yeah, it's a good weekend for Emma Wilmot. She'll be happy to edge into the medals. She was fourth in the 400 metres, so she was able to just squeeze into the medals on this occasion, which is exciting for the young West Australian. Ethan, there is plenty more to come here on a Super Sunday of track and field. I hope you're enjoying the action. We're well and truly underway here on day 3. We've got shot put, final action still to come, and we've got some heats for the under 15s in the 100 metres up next. Don't go anywhere.
Working on a dream, how can I explain? Talking to myself, will I see again? Is it real now? Could you be or become working on a dream?
We need to raise the bar, then drop it.
We need to push forward.
Then push against that. We need to carry the weight of expectation, then throw it all away.
We need to know the hunger.
So we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
Hello and welcome back to live pitches here at the WA Athletic Stadium here in Perth. Perfect timing because Riley J. Henry Purcell is next to throw. She currently sits second overall in the competition with a best throw of 15 metres 40, 13.98 in round 2. She needs a big moment here. 16.17 is the lead. That's Lauren Kelly, the West Australian silver medalist from last year's National Championships. Here we go. Henry Purcell about to let the put fly into the Perth infield. This is good, Ethan. This is big.
Ooh.
This is good. Throw from Purcell. It's pushed up around that 16 and a half, I think. Just looked good out of the hand, didn't it?
It did, so she needs 16-17 to go into the lead. Lauren Kelly has been able to throw over 16 metres twice. Riley J, Henry Purcell, she was able to throw 15.40 in her first round. Second one was 13.98. So it was white flags given it. It is a 15-13, so she's edging back close to her best so far, but she will have one more throw to come, you would think. As Lauren Kelly still just sits in the lead. She's out by 0.8 of a metre, around about there.
Here's Roberts, sits in 4th overall at the moment. Needs to find about a metre. 13.13 in round 1, her best. Needs to hit 14.31 to push up into the medals. Looks to be around about that high 13s again. It could be an improvement. A little bit off, got a little bit excited with Riley J, Henry Purcell. I think just the height of the throw got me excited that it was a big throw. So, Ricky Slater Roberts, New South Wales. Just having a little chat under the tent with her fellow competitors. Lauren Kelly, you can see there, left of screen, leading the competition. Just 9 competitors here contesting this final, so we'll only lose one after this 3rd and final round. Here's Mackenzie Eslick. She sits in 8th, so she's safe to go through because Macy Hadley has already thrown her 3rd attempt. So Eslick, the Victorian, 8th overall. 10 metres 96, but red flag here for Mackenzie. Lauren Kelly will be next to throw in the final. She's just preparing herself now. She has been pretty consistent, 16.17, 16.02. She won the All Schools Championship with 16 metres 70, 16.42 was her distance at the state champs. The championship record 17.27, which is actually also a national record for the shot put. Here's Kelly. What can the West Australian do here? Nice. Oh yeah, this is big, Ethan. This is good. I like it. Out of the hand. White flag's gone up. She just looked like she had a bit more momentum, a bit more purpose.
She didn't waste any time getting into the circle. She got in, glided back and just released the shot put out of her hand. So 16-17 is what she has been able to do so far this competition. Let's see what we are able to get in round number 3. She will go into the 4th and final round with the lead. And it's 15.71 the distance for Lauren Kelly.
Someone check the markers for me, please. I think we're getting excited. Maybe it's parallax error, Ethan. Looked good though. She's just wandered over to the fence to have a quick word to her coach. The competitors are allowed just to look at a bit of vision, have a bit of a chat with their coaching team who are watching on behind the fence. And we'll have a little bit of a reset in this under-18 shot put final. We will lose Macy Hadley. She'll bow out with a PB, however, of 10 metres 77. Heptathlon on screen now, Ethan.
Introducing your
Following
medalists.
the heptathlon really closely. He's under 15 and under 16 age group. And if we just turn our attention down, we've got a medal presentation. What a moment it is for our para-athletes, because it's none other than Gout, who has been in Perth quite early before the major championships, and he's very kindly been offering up his time. Yesterday he was out here signing autographs for about 45 minutes. And as you mentioned to me earlier, Ethan, he was out trying to do a training session at McGilvray Oval was just absolutely swamped by fans. Couldn't actually get his session done. But great to have Gout in the house, and what a moment it is for our para-athletes down there. Lara Pearson, Mackenzie Wilson and Emma Wilmot are all smiles as they receive their medals from Gout, who will no doubt light up the track. Last time I saw him run here, Ethan, it was during a schools knockout competition. Right. You and I were calling all the action. It was after the All Schools in 2023. Gout came over. He didn't actually compete at the All Schools that time, but what he did do is he competed for his school.
Yep, correct.
He's a very proud school man. I think it's Ipswich.
Yep.
He carried in Brisbane, carries the red and the white stripes. I remember it clearly. I remember calling this young, amazing athlete. He was unbeatable on that day, but it wasn't about him, and he was very clear to make it all about his team, and he wanted to do the job for his team.
Correct, and he did a great job. So, Trav, this is a look at the under-15 women's 100 metres, but just briefly, in the under-15 javelin, it is Haro Tanabe Armstrong leading 42.90, Oliver Houston Durham 34.29, and Zach Nunn 32.87. That is the standings at the moment as we turn our attention back for some sprinting action.
So Charlotte Hogate, looking forward to catching up with her. She was really impressive in the WA Champs. She won the silver medal at this event last year. You can see her second on the left of screen.
National silver medalist.
She's really tidied up her style under Greg Knott. It used to be all arms in all directions. Her knees would go left and right. She struggled to stay in the lane a lot of the time too in her younger years, but she's just really tightened up her technique. And you'll watch here, Charlotte Hogate, she's managed to just rein everything in, get a little bit of extra strength through the core, and now is able to, hopefully for her and her team, and Coach Greg Knott, push up for the medals.
Watch lane 1 as well. Richie, she is the silver medalist from the All Schools Championships. They're just getting a little bit ambitious as we get underway. So there's only 2 heats for the under-15 women's 100 metres, so that means, Trav, top 3 will go into the final automatically.
Unfortunately for Sarah Mehta, the red card has been shown, so first disqualification. We wish Sarah well from New South Wales. We hope to see her back in these championships. So Sarah Mehta, unfortunately, disqualified. We reset in starter's hand. Gun is up, just about ready to go. Hogate, she bounced out of the blocks beautifully and is away and running. Jamie Ritchie in lane 1 also going nicely, and Jalom also having a good run. But look at the West Australian star fly away. She turns off the jets and canters in for an 11.54, if you don't mind. Jamie Ritchie has finished second across the line. Will be the top 3 to go through. But Charlotte Hogate, the West Australian champ, Ethan, she's just tightened up that style really nicely. She just brought the arms, brought the legs all a bit more contained now, and she is here for action.
Perfect wind as well, Trav. Plus 2.0 for one of the fastest times we've ever seen a Hogate run. 11.50 is what her PB stands at. So watch for that to get broken in the final if she can run as well as she did. She got a great start, an excellent transition, and then when she was up into her running, she was just incredible. 11.54 unofficially, and officially it is officially has been given 11.54 championship record for a Hogate.
We'll just have to check, Ethan. There could be a few other records too that go with that, because it could be a championship record as well. It is, so it's a championship record, an under-15 national record at 11.54. Look at that, Ethan, that's unbelievable. And she has absolutely blown that. They're just all racing around for...
Work out which sheet to look at.
So meet record, definitely. National record, under 15, so definitely.
Yeah.
So what a way to start for Charlotte Hogate.
So her PB, sorry, her Windy personal best was 11.50, but coming in her PB legally was, I say, only 12.22. So she's just been able to blow it out of the water. Incredible from a Hoge. So national record in the heats. And watch the final. Wow.
Ella Harpison next to throw, fourth, just outside the medals in sixth position. Did land just inside the designated mark. So the white flag goes up. So the sprinting factory here in the West is once again on show, Ethan. Unbelievable to see such a quick time. But looking forward to seeing Divine Chukwudi from New South Wales.
National champion from last year.
She'll be up against Liliana Hoffman from South Australia, who took the bronze at the championships last year as well. She'll run in the centre in the South Australian colours.
And the All-Schools champion is here, Trav, in Sienna Vasella. She is running in lane number 9.
London Rakanui too, closest to us, the 400-metre champ from Western Australia. So big field, 10 competitors. And away we go. Rakanui's bounced out nicely, as too's Chukwudi, and on the inside, Quinn Byrne putting up a nice little fight. Here comes Sienna Vasella. She accelerates to the front and goes to the line. That's good running from Vasella ahead of Byrne. And Rakanui's flashed home, as you would expect. Also the South Australian Hoffman right up there. 10 athletes were looking for the top 3 automatic qualifications. But Sienna Vasella, she's announced herself here to this field, and she will record a nice victory. So Sienna Vasella has witnessed Charlie Hoge in the first heat smash the national record, set a new championship record, and she has come out and run 11.95 to run a big personal best. Well done to Sienna Vasella. She'll go through with Quinn Byrne, and Liliana Hoffman has also run a big PB with a plus 1.3 tail behind. It is absolutely beautiful. Hope you're enjoying the conditions here, wherever you may be watching. It is Hoffman through automatically as well. And this track is fast, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Absolutely flying down there was Sienna Vasella, and she books her place into the final.
Oh, let's take a breath, Travis. Those heats were just incredible. A national record in the heats. And coming up next, Trav, we are going to be seeing a national record holder in Emilia Reid in the 100 metres. She got the silver medal last year, short, so she'll be looking for a bit of vengeance. I'm positive in that. But let's swing back to the shot put competition that's going on, and we are, I believe we're up to round number 4. Yes, we are. Lauren Kelly's still leading with that throw of 16 metres 17, and Riley J. and Henry Purcell 15.44 second. There's a look at the qualifiers. And Hoge 11.54. Wow. Jamie Ritchie 11.86. Sienna Vasella 11.95. Excuse me. 3 girls sub 12 in under 15s. That is astonishing.
The sprinting factory on full show here in the West. Charlotte Hoge will be the favourite for the under 15 women's 100 metre final. That will be a little bit later this afternoon. I hope you're enjoying the sprint action here from the stadium. It's perfect conditions. The track is fast. We'll be back with some more 100 metres right after this. So welcome back. Ethan and I just having a little discussion here about the national record that was listed for the Hoge. I don't think it will be. I think that 11:57 that is recorded in our system is the record of Tori Lewis, which has since been broken, hasn't it, Ethan, by Amelia Reid.
So what's happened is recently Emilia Reid has been able to run an 11:49, and I think in that time I don't think the system has updated itself since then. So apologies to the Ihoge family, but still got an opportunity to break it, and you're pretty close, Charlotte Ihoge. 11:54 is what she ran. 11:49 is what the national record is. So keep looking on that.
Here's our first look at the competitors for the next event on the track. It's going to be some fast running once again, because it is time for the under-16 women to take to the track, and Amelia Reid is here. She's the last one to walk back to her blocks. You'll see her. She's right of picture at the moment, Amelia Reid. She is the Australian record holder in the under-16s, 11:49. She would have seen the time Ihoge has done in the heats, and she'll no doubt be setting herself for that. So Sade Hughes also has had a good season. She runs in lane 2 next to Amelia Reid. Here's the lineup, 11:49. Look at that, Ethan.
Wow.
That is the under-16 Australian record, and she will be no doubt the favourite for this event.
Yeah, also look out for some of her. So we've got all of the. This is incredible. We've got the podium from the All Schools Championships in this race, Trav. So Amelia Reid in lane number 3, the gold medalist. Sade Hughes, the silver medalist, the bronze medalist. She's in lane number 2. And Avi Russell is in lane number 10, and she took out the silver medal. So an incredibly talented heat assembled here.
Let's see what Reid can do, the young star. She's had an amazing season. She's been incredible here in WA. It's now her time to shine on the big stage of the National Championships. She'll go down in lane 3. We're looking at Blanche, the Tasmanian, in the middle of the screen. There's Reid, second from the right. 11:49 she ran in Perth. It was an amazing state title for her. Sade Hughes has been in great form this season. Just getting a little bit of assistance. They're going to stand up. So just a little bit of uneasiness there for Hughes. It's to Blanche. Next to her, Tisa Koch. Just a green warning for the field. Amelia Reid. Well, what can she do, Ethan? That's the question. 11:49. We've seen Ihoge use that breeze.
Yep.
Do you think it will go for gold here, or do you think she'll switch off?
Oh, I think she'll switch off.
It's a big afternoon, isn't it?
The conditions, I mean, I can barely see any clouds in the sky, and I don't reckon that this weather will change much throughout the day. So glorious conditions, and I reckon it'll be like it for the final.
Here we go. Starter. And a good start from Amelia Reid, the Australian record holder, and she's off and running. Coming out after her is Russell and Kiki also having a run. But look at her go. There's no signs of slowing down. Reid is a star, and she has run beautifully in the heats. The stock of West Australian sprinters is unbelievable. And Amelia Reid has stopped the clock unofficially at 11:59, 0.0. The wind. Sade Hughes has also run nicely. Russell too from New South Wales has finished in that top couple. We have 3 big heats here, so it'll be the top 2 and then the next 3 fastest times as the results will filter through. But Amelia Reid, she's our national record holder. It's her first little taste of competition here on her home track, and she's got it off to a good start. 11:56. It's her second fastest time ever, Ethan, and 11:49 is her national record, but 11:56, 12:08 for Russell. Sade Hughes with the little Q next to her name. We'll have to wait and see. But Amelia Reid, she's in the house.
And absolutely no wind at all. So imagine just a little bit of a tailwind behind her, what that is going to be able to push her to. 11:56. She didn't shut it down. She ran it out hard. She was after a quick time. She got it, put some wind behind her, and watch that national record to see if it falls.
Here's the replay, Ethan, and we can see, you're right, she just didn't turn off the coolers at all. She was just pushing right through the line. She just wanted to make the most of this beautiful afternoon here in WA. And it's great to see her hit the line with plenty of running. So Emilia Reid, she'll be hard to catch.
She will be, but the one person who did catch her last year in Ayla is going to be running out of lane at number 2. She did get the gold last year, Trav, by 0.001 of a second, a thousandth of a second.
Yeah, I remember watching that race, Ethan, and Emilia Reid did finish second to Ayla. She'll run in the inside in lane 2. Clara Fetri of New South Wales also has been fast, and then Ifijika from New South Wales. So the little trifecta of, in fact, there's 4 quadruple of New South Wales athletes going to do battle here. Then we have the Queenslanders in the 2 outside lanes, Taya Clayton and Lily Woods. A big welcome to you here to the west and to your family watching back home. Hope you are getting excited to see your Queenslanders compete. Taya Clayton and Lily Woods closest to us. Jemima Hood, the Victorian. There they are. Taya Clayton and Lily Woods alongside each other, as I'm sure they have been on so many occasions in Queensland. Here we go. Let's see if Ayla is able to respond, the defending national champ. We're away and racing. Fetri bounced out of the blocks beautifully, but Ayla, the defending champ, she's away and racing. Ifijika trying to come out after is in second, but it's all Ayla enjoying the West Australian sun. She canters over the line. That's nice running. Ifijika has finished in second. Tight for third, maybe McDrury or Fetri. But this group of 4 New South Wales athletes have looked to come and put a bit of pressure on the West Australian Emilia Reid, and Rima Ayla, she'll come back to try and defend her title later this afternoon, Ethan.
Yes, and that time will put her into a pretty decent position to be able to defend that. Just looking at the race, it was her transition after the first couple of steps that she was able to break away, put some distance between her and the rest of the field, and then she got up into her running and just cruised on home in 11.7. Good time. She's through to the final to defend her title, which she only won last year by 1/1000th of a second. And both her and Reid have been able to improve immensely. 11.79 is the confirmed time from Ayla. And then it was Ifijika who was able to come in second, 12.14, to automatically go into the final.
It's going to be one of the head-to-head battles that we're all going to be able to enjoy, is Ayla and Emilia Reid. We still have one heat coming as well, which has got plenty of chances as well to be pushing into the medals. So at the moment, fastest qualifier is Emilia Reid, 11.56, and then Ayla with 11.79. But she really did switch off, didn't she, Ethan?
Yeah.
She just calmed from about 20 to go. She was able just to turn off to save a bit of energy for the final.
So we've seen the silver medalist in Reid, we've seen Ayla, the gold medalist from last year. We're about to have a look at the bronze medalist from last year, and that is Jemima Giapen. Giapen, she'll be racing out of lane number 9, so right on the outside from Tasmania, so look out for her. Right on the outside to be able to go back into a final with those girls that she shared the podium with not too long ago.
First 2 automatically qualify for this big final. Will be on your screens later this afternoon. There's Bond, Amalia Bond, Sophie Dimitrov alongside her teammate Molly Brayshaw in the middle from Western Australia. There's been more racing in hurdle events, Molly Brayshaw, rather than the flat 100. See how she goes here. Charlie Cox, the Queenslander, alongside her. Just about set. Gun is up. We're away and racing. A nice start in the middle by Charlie Cox from Queensland. And coming through now is Dimitrov of New South Wales. She's been also challenged by Taboni. It's Dimitrov just showing a nice clean pair of heels in the closing stages. She books her place into the final with Buchanan and Taboni. Dimitrov, beautiful middle phase there, Ethan.
Yep.
Just was able to use those long strides to put a bit of distance between Taboni and Buchanan.
Well, that's how she was able to do it. It was just in the middle. She got a decent start. She was certainly with them 30 metres into the race, and then just as she came out of her dry phase and popped up, that was when she was able to open up her stride link, put a heap of force onto the ground, and then extend her lead as she was able to run a pretty quick time as well. So she'll be going into the final. We've seen all three heats being able to be won by going sub 12 seconds with a plus 2.4 it was as well, mind you. So Dimitrov 11.86 the time, Buchanan 12.02, and then Tabone is getting through to the final. She got a little queue of 12.17.
You can see that little cluster of New South Wales competitors there, Ethan. There's a couple of pretty good runners in there. We can see Adelaja there. She's just got her shoes hanging over the fence. Got the white socks on. She'll head to the recovery track soon, I'm sure, over at McGillivray Oval. It's about 300 or 400 metres away from here. And she'll be back in action this afternoon. It was fast and it was furious.
Yeah.
The under-16 heats, Emilia Reid will be the fastest qualifier. Not by much. I'm looking forward to that little head-to-head. Rima Adelaja, as we can see the results coming up on your screen now. Jemima Giapen and Sade Hughes, as well as Talia Taboni, the non-automatic qualifiers. Maybe Russell with a nice personal best with her heat run of 12.08. It's going to be an amazing final. That battle, Reid, Adelaja, and throw Dimitrov in there now too, because she looks like she's arrived with plenty of swagger here in Perth. It's all heating up this afternoon, Ethan, and very much looking forward to seeing how the final unfolds. I think Emilia Reid, though, Ethan, for me, I have to say she probably would be the favourite.
Yeah, I have to say she is, Trav. And look, if you're here, if you're coming down, and if you want to know, as we know, who is able to get the gold, silver and bronze medal for not just this final, but for all the finals, and for all the heats, and for all the action that is happening at the WA Athletics Stadium, make sure you download the Roster Athletics app. You've got entries, you've got results, you've got start list, all from the palm of your hands, so you can follow on in the 2025 Australian Athletics Championships by downloading the Roster Athletics app. It's what you use, it's what I use, it's what Mitch uses, it's what everybody uses. So make sure that you don't miss a moment of the action, because you can download the Roster Athletics app, and that's how you can do it.
Ethan, I'm going to leave you now. I've got the seat nice and warm. I've warmed up the microphone for Mitch Dyer. He is going to be the next voice you hear. He'll take you through the afternoon session with Ethan Quinlivan. It's been a pleasure to have the morning with you, Ethan. I look forward to the finals this afternoon.
Yep.
Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Mitch Dyer is in the chair next. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back right after this.
Hi, Shell. Shell has high blood pressure, and the rising cost of living certainly doesn't help. Annie manages her diabetes with good nutrition, but fresh fruit and veg prices keep rising. And Jack has high cholesterol, but nothing is higher than his power bills. That's why they save more money every year by getting their prescriptions from Chemist Warehouse. And you will too. Head online or look for our price list in store to see how much you'll save. Chemist Warehouse, discounting prescriptions every day.
Welcome back to the WA Athletics Stadium. It's getting exciting. 29 degrees here in Perth, and there is hardly any clouds in the sky. Glorious day for athletics. Hello, if you are just joining us for the very first time, good afternoon to you. Thank you for your company. And Mitch Dyer has made his way into the booth for the first time today. Mitch, hello.
Hello, Ethan. How are you, mate?
Oh, after those 100 metres, how can you not be anything more than exciting?
Yeah, they're better than coffee, aren't they? They just get you that up and about. It's absolutely cracking to be in here. We've got a couple more, actually, coming up. We've got finals as well, so there's plenty of sprint action here on day number 3 of the Australian Championships on a sunny Perth. It's actually prime conditions at the moment, 30 degrees. Maybe these sprinters would want it just a little bit cooler, but they're getting the benefit of the tailwind. We haven't seen that over the first 3 days, so these guys and girls are cashing in while they can, I reckon.
It is officially a welcome to Perth, because we only had a couple of tailwinds yesterday and the day before, but now we've finally got some proper tailwinds.
This will be nice for these guys. We're about to roll into some action with the men's under 15 100, so only 2 of these heats as well, so top 3 here will get through automatically, but they'll be looking to, like I said, cash in on some good conditions, because obviously you hope that this lasts for the next few hours, that they'll be coming back to run the final, but sometimes in sprinting, you just never know. So when the moment's right, you've got to seize it.
I've got some names for you. Watch out for Jacob Kopp. He'll be racing in lane number 3. He is the all-school silver medalist, and he's the national champion from last year when they were under 14s. And then in lane 5, I want you to look out for Deja Mendelosson. Now he's running in lane number 5, and he's a silver medalist from last year. Look out for him in lane number 5. So Kopp, the national champion last year, 3, and then it is Mendelosson that is in lane number 5, the silver medalist.
Right, so the Victorian, he's in the dark blue colours with the white V. Watch out for him. The best kit in Australian athletics also goes 3 from the left. That's the NT kit of Jared de Graaf. So 3 of these guys are going to go through automatically. And then we just look for times. It's Bell, Candich, Kopp, Smiles, Mendelsohn, Lawal, de Graaf, Buol, Devine. All be looking to lock themselves into a final this afternoon. Ethan's ones to watch. Mendelsohn in the middle of the track. And then Kopp, he's 3rd from the right of screen for you at home. Here we go. Here's under 15 100 heat 1. Good start from Mendelsohn in the middle of the field. Now Jacob Kopp from New South Wales rises with him. The Western Australian too doing a good job in Lawal. So Lawal wants to book a spot. So does Devine, won't get it though. Beautifully run there from Jacob Kopp. 11.39 for him. 2.7 wind assistance as well, so makes the most of that. But the New South Welshman gets there over the line. He cleared out well in the final 20 metres of this race to book himself a spot in that men's under 15 100-metre final.
He had a really good start. He reacted really nicely to the gun, Kopp, the defending champion, and then when he was just making his transition, he was just being joined by those either side of him. Bell was one of them, so too was Candich, and then Melderson as well. He ran a really good race, I thought, but Kopp, when he was able to come into his running, he was able to open up his stride. That's when he was able to separate away from the field, so well done to him. He's gone through to the final. There's only 2 heats for the under 15 men's 100 metres, so it means the top 3 are in automatically.
Yeah, so Candich gets through, and it's actually Ezra Devine who's got up there for 3rd. So he got the best of Mendelsohn. They'll have to wait on times. 11.59, 11.61, 11.63 are what we're looking at the moment for that time spot. But Ezra Devine, he only got the best of Candich as well from New South Wales. They've crossed it at 11.54 apiece. So that's going to be separated by the thousandths of a second. That's what they'll be looking for. Welcome to all those tuning in here this afternoon. Quinlivan, Mitch Dyer here to bring you home for day 3 action. We're kicking things off here in 30-degree Perth. Look at that sunshine. Just incredible. out here today. A Sunday afternoon in WA. Beautiful conditions.
Couldn't ask for anything better that's going on. So heat number 2 is just about ready to go. They're just walking back to their blocks. The top 3, remember, will go through into the final automatically, and then it'll be the next 3 fastest that will go in based off times. Let's look at Kyle, the Western Australian next to him, and Oliver. There's a look at the start list.
Hey,
So,
your boy goes out
yes.
of 5 here, Ethan. I'm
Bless
calling
Joe.
him your boy because
Okay.
you gave him a good wrap up the other day. You said we haven't seen Bless Joe run like this. Then he came out and took down the national title in the 400. So what are we going to see from Bless Joe over the 100?
Speed. He's got some great endurance over the 400 metres, and in that 400 metres you can just see these little bursts of speed that he's able to inject into the race. He's got a PB of 11.63. So I don't think he'll get the top spot automatically. Atkins on paper you think would have to get that. There's a bit of a distance between him and Oliver. But Joe, I reckon he'll be one to watch for certainly one of the minor placings in this race.
All right, you're a Bless Joe guy. I was impressed by Bless Joe as well. Guthrie, Madsen, Atkins, Joe, Kyle, Oliver, Masanguri, and Mijalovic. That's the order. Mijalovic running in lane number 9. Exhibition athlete here. 2 of 2. We'll come back. The starter's going to bring that back. I'm not in the bowl. And for those playing at home, means I'm not in the grandstand, but I think it might have been the Tasmanian. There's some handshakes going on. I think the boys are going to see. Look, he might have just beaten the gun. It might be unsteady. I'm hoping that we're getting a yellow or a green flag up here from the officials.
I thought it was a bit unsteady, but
yeah,
my eyes have known to be wrong before.
No, you got to trust your gut. Trust your gut. I think we're going to get a green card. We are. So unsteady.
Excellent.
So for a period there, it looked like maybe our young Tasmanian Madsen beat it, but I think he just had a great reaction time upon reflection. So if he can replicate that, he'll be happy. But they come back now to the starter. Second time of asking. Green card means all good. Green means go. Guthrie, Madsen, Atkins, Joe, Kyle, Oliver, Masanguri, and Mijalovic. In that order. Closest to you is Mijalovic, exhibition athlete, competing here, heat 2. And now we're away. Bless Joe did well, and Madsen from Tasmania too. Now moving through is Jimmy Atkins though. So Atkins out from Joe. Then the other Western Australian in Oliver. That will be the 3. Great racing here, 11.19 to take that one home. Jimmy Atkins will be happy with that. He'll be back for a final.
Great race from Jimmy Atkins indeed. It's a 1.7 tail win, so it's legal. And Bless Joe did really well. He started off strong. He was challenged in the middle, and he was able to overcome it. And then Oliver, he had a great finish to his race. He could feel the pressure, and he was just being dragged by Joe and Madsen and Atkins around him, and he was able to put himself in a good spot come the final. And I'm sure he will get a spot. We'll just wait on it, but I reckon he might be in.
No, I think he will. I think you're right there, Ethan.
Yeah,
it'll be enough, I reckon. So that's some good showing from the heats. The finals coming up later on this afternoon. Don't go anywhere. We've got some 100 metres still to come. More heats. Next up, men's under 16 100 metres. Beautiful sunny day here in Perth, or wherever you are across the world, across the country. We'll be back. back at the triple jump. I've long said this year, or actually, in fact, I declared it at the end of last year. I said the triple jump is an event that, growing up in athletics, I slept on way too long. Our young Victorian on the runway here, you know, at the junior level, it's fascinating. At the global level, it's mesmerising.
Oh, yeah.
Roe Haas in the women's triple has had such a dominance on it for a long period of time. She was unbelievable to watch over in those Paris games. Zango as well, obviously not last year's Olympic gold medalist, but World Championship medalist the year before that. These guys and girls are doing some incredible stuff, so good to see some juniors out there.
That was Wolfgang Curry in the men's triple jump for the under-17s. He is leading with a jump of 13 metres 62. Sorry. Maybe one day for Wolfgang Curry.
His future.
13.62. He has got the lead, and they are in round number 2 of the competition as heat number 2 for the heat number 1, of the under-16 men's 100 metres is almost ready to go.
It certainly is. So this will be a good quality field. You can see the list up there. Christian, Magadza, Henderson, Andrew, Schmidt, Lark, Webb, Coote and Veltman. Darcy Coote's a man who would love to get under that 11-second marker, I would think. So given these conditions, I reckon he might have a crack out here. Second closest to you, he'll appear on your screen.
He's the All-Schools champion and national bronze medalist.
There we go. So watch out for Darcy Coote. Oh, geez, I've got Black Betty playing in the grandstand here. I'll tell you what, Darcy Coote's paying about $1.05 now to break a lemon. He's got spider bait in his ears. There's a couple more to look out for here, though. I don't think Coote necessarily has it his own way. The Victorian Owen Veltman as well has some good burst of speed. And I think Reese Lark, lane number 6, he's another good one to watch. Had a good state championship, so this will be interesting. Like I said, it's 3 heats, so only 2 are going to go through automatically. And it is an interesting one with these because they come back today, these sprinters. It's not like they're getting a day rest. They're not getting 2-3 days rest. They're back in just a few hours, really. So if you don't have to spend the energy, some won't. Some like testing the wheels out and giving it a good effort. You know, it really is quite subjective. It's not like your distance running or anything like that where the second you know you're qualified, you switch off. Sometimes it's harder for these guys. Sometimes we'll see it. So that's why it's fascinating with these sprint rounds.
It's only about an hour and a half recovery they get, so that's why, particularly with the heats, if you hit the lead, sometimes you see them run flat out, and sometimes it makes me question why, because they've only got an hour and a half to recover. You want to save as much energy as possible, and if you know you're going to win, and if you know you're going to be in the final, you can save as much energy as you possibly can, unless you're going for a particular time. But watch for Coote. We spoke about him, the national bronze medalist from last year, the All-Schools champion. He's in lane number 8, top 2 into the final.
First of 3 heats. Starter's hands here. Just watch how fast Coote gets out too. Second to the left, you at home. We'll come back. I think hard to read. I mean, obviously last time I thought maybe there was a jump. That might be unsteady again.
So yeah, it was just a bit of twitching from Andrews and Henderson. Don't know if it will lead to any disqualifications. Couldn't work out who twitched first.
Yeah, judges out there quickly. That sometimes means that we're just getting a green.
Yeah.
Means they're not having to have a conversation.
We've got red out.
But the conversation has been had, and there we go. So unfortunately, a man from the ACT, Eamon Henderson, is gone. So that's unfortunate for that young man and those watching at home following along Eamon Henderson. He won't be participating now in this men's under 16 100 metres. It leaves us Christian, Magadza, Andrew, Schmidt, Lark, Webb, Coote and Veltman. 2 fastest, the closest to you at home. Heat 1 under 1600. Cleanly away, and Coote jumped the best. Veltman from Victoria pursuing. Western Australia's Magadza as well, putting up a mighty effort, but these 2 widest. It's Veltman, in fact, who gets the best of them. 10.94. Oh boy. Plus 2.1 behind him. But that is quick. So he would have loved the 2.0 instead of the 2.1, but that's okay. He's back for a final. He can go do it again.
His body knows how to run it, and that is the major part. He was dragging Veltman over the line. Coote over the line, I should say, Veltman was. And Veltman, he didn't get off to an incredible start, but just his transition, that's where he was able to separate from Coot, and that's when he was able to extend that lead away. Just when he got up into his top end speed, it was just incredible. Coot wasn't able to catch him, and then those on the inside. But what a fantastic run, a 10.94 unofficially, and it's been lowered, Mitch. It's a 10.91 windy from Owen Veltman. Coot 11.15, and at the moment we've got Crichton, who has got a little cue.
I can't be so sure, but it looked like he was frustrated, Veltman. I don't know whether it was because the win was 2.1, not 2.0, but he'll take a 10.91 any day of the week, particularly as an under 16 athlete. That is insane work. As we now turn our attention back to the triple jump, it's Basque, the Western Australian. So we talk about triple jump. Our men's triple jumping stocks are quite well supported at the moment. Connor Murphy, obviously the leader. He was the Olympic finalist last year. He's really chasing after his dad, Andrew Murphy, who was the best triple jumper we've had in a long time in Australia. That record, obviously, multiple-time Olympian. And on the women's side, Desley Owusu has been doing some great things over the years. So we've got some great triple jumping stocks in this country. These youngsters hopefully will continue on with it. But all those eyes are on 10.91. Owen Veltman. Coot got the second spot. We're looking at 11.28, 11.38, 11.43 as those times at the moment for those non-automatic qualifiers. As I said, we've got 3 heats here. There's a guy in the middle of the track who is very entertaining to watch. This is a good field. We've got Weir, Tanis, French, Fontanilla, Luong, Todorowski, De Silva, Gamanja, and Mullins. And to me, Jaden Todorowski had a very, very, very good under 14 and 15s. He's a very, very, very good sprinter.
We'll look for lanes 2, Mitch, in lane 7, I should say, in Kevin De Silva. He has got a silver medal from last year's national championships, and at the All Schools Championships he picked up a bronze medal, and then Gamanga in lane 8 just next to him on the outside, he picked up the silver medal at those All Schools Championships. So they're 2 to look out for. Action probably come from the outside, but I'm excited to see what all these athletes are able to do. Only 2 go into the final automatically, and so far we've seen a 10.91. Unbelievable.
So look for 6, 7, and 8. Todorowski, De Silva, Gamanja. Those 3. If you're wondering which ones they are, it's New South Wales, Victoria, New South Wales. 3 from the outside is where that starts. Heat number 2, men's under 16, 100 metres. We will come back.
Seen a few, unfortunately, but
listen, that looked, don't want to say it, looked a little like Gamanja was quick.
Yeah,
to flinch.
I think he did know it as well. So
walk back. This is part of it. Just walk back and act like nothing happened. All right, just keep your head down. Can't see the colour of that card right now. It is.
Yeah, he's just been told.
So Gamanja is gone, unfortunately, for a young man from New South Wales. It's brutal, the starts of these hundreds. And he's going to protest. He's going to run under protest. No, he's going to check.
So I think if you do want to run under protest, I think there has to be some element of doubt in it. So it's whether or not the officials, if there's one that might be a little bit sort of not 100% sure they did false start, then that is when he would be able to run under protest. But if all the officials out there are confident that it was him that broke, then that's when he can't run under protest. That's my understanding of how the protest law works.
So he will start, it looks like, but this does mean that he cannot progress. So regardless of if he wins, comes second, comes third, he will not move on to the next round, unfortunately. But you can expect him to run this like a final. Weir, Tanis, French, Fontanilla, Luong, Todorowski, De Silva, Gamanja, who's under protest, Mullins, McClelland. 2 go through here automatically. Heat 2.
So we're away there. Gamanja jumped well the second time. Jaden Todorowski now, though, starts to ask the question of the field. Rolling along with him there is De Silva, but these two are out there easily. 10.86. 1.8 as well. That's legal. All win legal for Jaden Todorowski. I don't know what's got into this age group, but they are quick.
They're walking on a dream. Just 1.8 perfect is what we were able to see. Todorowski, he got out really well. De Silva just stuck to him in the early stages, and both of those two, when they came up into their running, they said, see you later. They dragged each other to the finish line. They're in the final automatically.
Well, he's an impressive sprinter, is Jaden Todorowski. And he's been an impressive sprinter through his junior career. He just continues to impress. Age group after age group, year after year. Youngster from New South Wales, so that is a lifetime best.
Wow.
In a big way for Jaden Todorowski. He only set that lifetime best last month as well of 11.09, so to come in and run 10.8 doesn't look satisfied, but I'm sure deep down in there, if they were to look through, he is.
Well, both of those two gentlemen into the final. This final, could we say a 10.6 is possible?
Well, if they keep running like this,
and we've still got one more heat.
Why not?
Still one more heat. Fascinating stuff. Exhilarating stuff. Back over at triple jump. It is still Wolfgang Curry that is leading. Has been able to jump that 16 metres accidentally declared he did before, but he has jumped a 13.62 from round number 1, and he is finding himself in the lead. Then just behind him is Luan Wanavana, who has been able to jump 13 metres 50, then Watkins 13.47, so close. About 15 centimetres is separating first and third in this under 17 triple jump competition, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Not much in that at all.
So here's heat number 3. They're walking back to their blocks. Top 2, you're in. No questions asked. Look out for Ned Emerson on the inside in lane number 1, the reigning age group champion. He picked up gold when they were under 15s last year. We'll start out of lane number 1. Luke Sandy from South Australia's been able to run an 11.1 this season. We've seen what Trevon Ackerman can do over the hurdles. What's he able to do over the flat 100 metres? So plenty of questions to be asked about just this heat alone. It's not a final, these races. They're only heats. So imagine what the final's going to give us in a few hours' time.
Oh, it's going to be an absolute cracker, isn't it? I mean, this is a quality field right here. And they've seen what's happened before them. So if you're someone like Ned Emerson, who's got an 11.09 next to your name, you're probably thinking, well, just maybe. Luke Sandy as well, you mentioned the Western Australian. I think just maybe today is my day to go underneath that 11-second barrier. Who knows? Emerson, Holloway, Ong. Then it goes to Helling, Ackerman, Sandy, Peter, Gartland, Hill, and Ajisafe from the NT. Wants to watch certainly Ned Emerson, who is furthest to the right on your screen in the Queensland colours, and then smack bang in the middle in the black. It is the Western Australian Luke Sandy, the other to keep a close eye on. They are the two fastest on paper, and if we've learned anything from the last 20 minutes of under 16 100 metres, it's that the form don't lie. Let's see if they can replicate it. Heat number 3 of 3, men's under 16 100 metres. Top 2 go through automatic, and then we're chasing times. Leave them in the hands of the starter.
Did well there on the inside, Emerson. These guys want to join the party of the sub-11 club, so now starts to move through Ackerman and Sandy, but out in front there is Ned Emerson, and he'll salute at 11.22. That is a blanket across the rest of them. Might have almost been Alexander Peter from Queensland, who really just popped out of the ground there in the final 40 metres. He went after those two Western Australians in Ackerman and Sandy.
Helling not far away too, so let's just wait. It's going to be important because I think that they're going to need that automatic spot to get through to the final based off the other two heats.
Correct. It was close, 0.2 the tailwind. I think it went Ackerman, Sandy, Peters, so from inside to outside. We'll wait for it officially. But the reigning national champion in this age group is through. He got off to a blistering start, didn't he? And then Ackerman, Sandy and Peters, they were just coming at him in the middle. And those two, I think, just got caught up in racing themselves. And then that allowed Emerson on the inside to just bypass and fly with them and go into the lead to take it out. 11:22 unofficially the time. We'll wait for it officially. But from what we saw in those heats, not just heat number 3, but heat number 2 and heat number 1, it is going to be an absolutely cracking final. And they're only under 16s, which is just mesmerising. Glorious conditions in Perth, as you can see, as we get ready for the next couple of events. But that's just whetted the appetite ever so slightly for these 100-metre finals. If you weren't excited, if you thought, oh, well, Perth is meant to have all these glorious tailwinds, but where are they? They're here, and they're ready to help these athletes. Not too much, not too much.
Now, we want to help them at 2 metres a second or less. Yeah. That's what we want these wins to do. Help them at 2 metres a second or less.
Representing Queensland,
Now, past these sprints, we don't care what the wind does, but
yeah, no, do whatever it
comes to these 100s and 200s, yeah, we would love for them to be 2 metres per second.
And long jump and triple.
And long jump and triple. Of course, as our triple jumpers continue along the back straight, that's our men's under 18 triple jump final.
So our photo finish brigade is still working on just separating those 3. And I'll give you an update on how that triple jump is progressing along the back straight, as the next competitor is just asking for the clap, so it is still Wolfgang Curry leading. 13.62 was what he was able to jump in his round number 1 jump. Then next up it is Lorna Varna, who has been able to jump 11 metres 50. Watkins from WA's in third, 11.47. That is the standings at the moment. We are in round 3 of the competition. It's still yet to be determined, Mitch, that 100-metre result.
It's waiting to split some hairs, I think. It's a big result because, like we said, it wasn't fast enough to warrant that 3rd place, 4th place getters might make their way through to the final.
So whoever won that dip on the line between Ackerman, Sandy and Peter is into the final.
Haven't already, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you download the roster athletics app.
For those playing along is 10.74. We're at 10.8.
View entries, the start list, live results
maybe that's on the thread.
Mitch Dyer, Ethan Quinlivan, and myself.
Hard to tell, can't quantify it, but I dare say when you see a 10.8 and 10.9 in the heats,
and it would be great if you could as well.
Probably
signs of what's to come.
Yeah, a fair shake that it
championships and also rolling
just happen.
To the senior event starting.
So next up on the track, we are just getting ready for the next couple of events. We've got a few 800 metres. We've got some finals for the under 13s, both boy and girls. And then those hurdles that we saw earlier on, Mitch, they were amazing. And the finals are going to be on close at just after 3 o'clock. All the way through until about 3:30, and then we move into the 100 metres that we've just seen. We've got, oh, your favourites are back, Mitch. We've got 4x1s. We've got even a 4x2, and that will move into the walks, and then that will go into the 800 metres for the heptathlon.
I don't know if my boys can handle any more 4x1s.
We've got 4x2s to look forward to.
We're going to find out, aren't we? We're going to go to a quick break. We'll come back with some 800 metre action here in a moment. Triple jump will continue in sunny Perth. We'll be back right after this.
Working on a dream. How can I explain? Talking to myself. Will I see again? Is it real? Could you become working on a dream?
How good does that look? It is good. Let me tell you, it doesn't just look that good on film. It doesn't just look that good on a postcard. It looks that good when you're sitting inside the Athletics West Athletics Stadium and you're looking out over the track. This is our men's under 18 triple jump in front of you here that you can see. We've got both running here. The under 17s we were showing you previously. We've now shifted our attention to the older age group in the under 18s. It looks like a Queenslander.
Hey Mitch, it has finally been determined that under 16 heat 3.
Yes.
It was what we thought. It went Ackerman, Peters, then Sandy.
There we go.
So Ackerman was the clear second. He got it by .01. And Peter and Sandy, they had to be separated by 2/1000th of a second.
Wow.
So the official time, 11.404 for Peter, and then Sandy, 11.406.
So they both missed by .01 as well, don't they?
So let me bring up the combined summary of the heats.
Bruce Malin is on the runway here for the under 18s as well. He's a 13:20 man at his best. He's a 12:42 thus far in the competition, so he'll be looking to improve upon that if possible. It is possible, as his lifetime best would indicate. So take his full allotment of time. A man from Queensland.
So just an update, and we have had a lead change. We have been keeping a close eye on this under 17 final. So Wolfgang Curry, he was in the lead. He is in second spot now. It has been overtaken with an identical jump of his by Luan Vanna, who has been able to jump 13 metres 62. So based off count back, we've had to go, and he's only leading it by 6 centimetres off count back. His next best jump is 13.52. Curry's next best jump of 13.44. And then Mason Watkins is behind him at 13.47.
So very, very close.
Oh yeah.
As that Queenslander gets out there for the men's under 18. See if he improves upon.
12.42 was what he had jumped, and we are up to round number 2 in this competition. We're getting a look at our javelin competition, and our 800 metre runners are just making their way to the start-finish line. So leading in this javelin competition, we have got under 15s and 16s at Tathon, and they've still got a few events to go. So this Scarlett Consogiannis, I should say, has been able to throw 31.36. Ayla Croft 31.25, and Lucia Zagora has been able to throw 30 metres 76 is where she sits in third spot.
So Western Australian on the runway there. Hit the board well, I think. Yep, white flag goes up. We love that.
Gadera, he's in third spot. 12.75 is what he's been able to jump, Mitch.
We've got a couple of youngsters about to roll out here as well. Our men's under 13, 800 metres. They're not too far away, so their first time running around the track here at the National Championships. I dare say for most of them. Quality field assembled here.
the under-13s that we get underway first, their first taste at national competition. Thrown back to that under-18 long triple jump competition. And there's where we see Masters just jumping.
Javelin throwers as well out here. I think this is the heptathlon javelin.
Yeah. And just leading that, it is still where we find a Victorian having thrown, and we are up to round number 2, by the way, for those wondering. It is Scarlett Consoganius who has been able to throw 31 metres 36, Ayla Croft 31.25, so only 11 centimetres separating them. And Lucia Zagora 30 metres 76. As we make our way through round 3 of the competition, actually, there's been a fair bit of fouls, actually, so hopefully the wind isn't just playing too much of a havoc with the landing of the javelin. Here's Masters, nomaded in his first attempt. Looks amped up to the max, ready to go, charging down a runway. But didn't just quite have his expected transition onto the board, I suppose.
Our youngsters about to get out on the track here as well. This is the 800 we were talking about.
It's a smallish field, only 9 of them actually, Mitch. And on paper, look to be pretty even, to be honest. Hall looks to be the main standout. He has got a 209 to his name, but behind them there's a 213, 216, 220-ish, so they all could be pretty close on paper.
Jimmy Hall might not have caught this over in the West, but broke a record, the youngster, in the 3K. Said he didn't even realise he was running the 3K that he'd entered.
Sorry.
Yeah, he didn't realise how far the race was, apparently. So
Did
the
Mum and
youngster
Dad
from Victoria.
Mum and Dad do it on his behalf and just forgot to mention?
I'm not sure what happened there, but he did get the record, young Jimmy. I know his family will likely be watching on at home, so hello to you, to that Hall-Powell connection. My man Pete Chappell will be watching on there as well. So this is the men's under-13 800-metre final. A good field for these youngsters, their first taste of some national action. Alexander Miller from New South Wales has hip number 1. Jimmy Hall, who we've just mentioned, 209. Can you believe that, at 12 years of age, the Victorian? He's hip number 2. Braxton Turner from WA in 3. Harrison Watson from Vic in 4. Antonio Stamatis, the Victorian, is in 5. Jesse Baker from New South Wales in 6. Mitchell Borman from WA in 7. Joel Murphy from WA in 8. And William Middleton from Queensland is in number 9. So this will be a good race here, Ethan. There's no doubt about that.
That Hall knows he's in the 800.
I think he knows. I get the sense he knows on this one.
He'll be a bit
I
shocked
don't
if he
think
thinks
he'll keep running past the line.
He'll be
this
shocked
time.
if he thinks it's a 400 and he hears the bell.
I think he's ready to roll across this 800 metres.
So he will be in lane number 2. 209.70 is what we've got on our sheets. And if you do want our sheets, they're not exclusive. They're not. Nobody's configured them behind the scenes and exclusively given them to us. You can download the Roster Athletics app. That's how you get the times when Mitch and I get them. That's how you can see the start list that Mitch and I can see. That's how you can see everything that we can see. The Roster Athletics app, Google Play, App Store, wherever you get your apps, it's there.
Good field, putting them in the hands of the starter. Miller, Hall, Turner, Watson, Stamatis. Here we go. So we're away. It's the first exposure to some national championship running for these young under-13 athletes here in the 800 metres. Miller, Hall, Turner, Watson, Stamatis, Baker, Borman, Murphy, and Middleton. Fully anticipate young Jimmy Hall, the Victorian, to get out there and set an early tempo. He does just that, and the New South Welshman and Miller will do a good job to follow with him. Stamatis, the next fastest on paper. He finds himself in the middle of this pack, all chasing after the 32nd opening 200 metres of young Jimmy Hall from Victoria.
He's been able to put about 10 metres between him and Miller, that is behind him. And Miller's just been pressured by Baker. Baker's just making a move with 150 to go in this lap, but they're all after one-man Hall as he comes into the home straight. 500 to go. Watch the clock. 209.70 is what he's looking to get under.
Yeah, so Jimmy Hall's got a very comfortable look on his face as well. He's happy to continue to push this tempo in this men's under 13, 800 metres. They're queuing up behind him, though, to have a crack at our race leader. Jesse Baker leads out Stamatis and then Miller. So just a touch on 60 seconds here for Jimmy Hall. He's in rare air at the moment, the Victorian. So he's out there leading. Behind him is going to be Baker, Stamatis and Miller. So they're going to try and contend for those minors at the moment. They'll have to work very well hand in hand to try and chase down young Jimmy Hall, who shows no signs of slowing down, this young man. So Hall out there, he's got a healthy margin. These three behind haven't changed all that much, but now Stamatis tries to go through. Joining him is Alexander Miller, but 200 metres to go. 1:35 on the clock. He's a 2:09 man at his best, the young Victorian. He's had no company. He's been running this all on his own, and you know what? He's actually found another gear. So Jimmy Hall, he starts to ramp it up with 100 metres to go. The change is being made back further in the field. Miller gets up into the second spot, but how quick can this young kid go? Jimmy Hall, well, I think you'll remember it's an 800 metres here, the young fella, because he's powering to the line. 04.205.80. Unbelievable. Under 13s, mind you. Alexander Miller gets up there for the silver, and the bronze medalist goes to New South Wales as well. Jesse Baker just got over the top of Antonio Stamatis. But Jimmy Hall is your national champion for the 800 metres. 2:05.80.
Executed that race perfectly. He knew what he needed to do. He knew that he needed to get out in front, and he just knew what he had to do around the various zones around this track and around those 2 laps. He was just going, as you said, Mitch, into another gear around that top bend and coming into the home straight. He never looked stronger. Well done to Miller, who was able to get the silver medal, by the way. Him and Baker were able to have a great battle between them that saw Miller just edge clear of Baker, and Baker was just able to run away and get that bronze medal for himself. So Miller, silver, Baker got bronze, gold phenomenally went to James Hall.
Well, that's just simply incredible. It's obviously a championship record and a personal best for Jimmy Hall. We don't have national records at this age, so consider it a national record. Young Jimmy Hall continues to impress, continues to make his mark on the middle distance scene here in Australia and afar. I'm sure plenty of eyeballs watching on there. 2:05. Awesome. Our women's under 13 are up next. You can see the results are about to flash up on your screen. Look at this, championship record, PB. Only 2 didn't get their personal best. Stamatis was one of them. So was Watson, but Jimmy Hall, 2:05.78, cleared out by 5.5 seconds from Alexander Miller and Jesse Baker. Great running from the 2 men from New South Wales. So a lot to be happy about there. This next race is very interesting. This is going to be a lot of fun to watch and a lot of fun to call because, yeah, Ethan, there's 1.8 seconds between the fastest and the slowest in this field.
Your mental arithmetic continues to just impress me.
Yeah, well, I try. I've actually left an outlier in Brooklyn McWilliams.
Don't ruin a good story with the truth.
She was the only one who got me there, but she is your race favourite on paper. The rest of them, 1.8 seconds. This is going to be incredible. Pit out, Titley. I'll give you the full names. Kamika Pit out, Liliana Titley, apologies, Kayla Tendari, Emma Shield, Brooklyn McWilliams, so I just said 2:20, 2:19 the lifetime best. Amelia Barnes of WA, Jemima Pun from New South Wales, Sarah Hickey from New South Wales, and Ava McGowan, the Victorian. There is nothing between these women, really. This is going to be a blanket, I think, to get a medal here.
Particularly McWilliams, I'm interested to see what she's able to do. If they're able to catch up too early, I reckon she'll be able to drag them as they go around the track. But even on paper, can't wait.
So we're away here. It's our women's under 13, 800 metres. Their turn to see how quick they can go out on this track. Pit out, Titley, Tendari, Shields, Brooklyn McWilliams, fastest on paper in New South Wales. Barnes, Pun, Hickey and McGowan. So there's not a lot that separate these women's outside McWilliams. They're all within about 2 seconds of each other in terms of lifetime best. So I'll imagine this will pack up pretty quickly, but they make their way through this opening 200 metres, and it's certainly fast. There's no doubt about that. 31 seconds, 32 we'll call it, through that opening 200 metres. So Brooklyn McWilliams leaving nothing to chance with this field behind her. And as they try and just latch onto the quick pace that's been set, it's Emilia Barnes of WA, the local. She's going to sit there in that silver spot.
She is, and she applied a pressure onto McWilliams early when they were making the cut in, probably making McWilliams use a bit more energy than she would have wanted to, but McWilliams is opening up a gap from Barnes. And then behind Barnes, that's where we see Shields, and then just Pun is just starting to put the pressure onto Shields, and then being dragged with them is Hickey. As they hear the bell, it is going to be McWilliams that hears it first, and Barnes has just been overtaken by Shields with only 350 metres to race.
Absolutely. Jemima Pun wants to get amongst that medal action as well. So now it's New South Wales 1, 2, 3. They'll work well together, but they're out after the fast starting Brooklyn McWilliams. So McWilliams goes up the back straight. She's going to have a few follow along there behind. I think this group's going to have to work pretty hard to get up to these minor medals, because they're doing a very good job at the moment to push this tempo. Emma Shields, Jemima Pun, they're in second and third, and Brooklyn McWilliams, she's going to feel a little bit of pressure for the first time here in this women's under 13 800. 141 struck the clock with 200 metres to go, and this group of three is moving along nicely. 150 left now. Brooklyn McWilliams still leads this race out. She's got Shields barreling down on her outside shoulder though. They're going to go in head to head here. So now we start to see Shields shift through the gears. She just gets the better of McWilliams. McWilliams might have to lift and find a little bit of something here. They make their way down to the line. Emma Shields was so strong when she made that move. I think she'll do enough. She'll hold on as the national champion. Salutes, well done. Great racing there. McWilliams too, 2:15.92. That is a monstrous lifetime best from really just about the whole field, I imagine. That was quick, but well done. Emma Shields found her moment and took it.
She did. We knew on paper it was going to be really close, Mitch, and we just didn't expect it to be that close. She did open up towards the end of it, but McWilliams and Shields were just incredible. Have a look at this. So this is with 160 metres to go. McWilliams leading. She spent a bit of energy early on. I don't know whether that would have cost her in the end stages, but Shields, she tactically timed her race perfectly. She came into the home straight, only about 2 metres clear. McWilliams was catching up to her. Shields, she just held strong in the final stages. She has a little look over the right shoulder. She doesn't panic. She doesn't get overwhelmed. She just continues to hold her form right to the end, lifts up the arm in the air, well deservingly so, because she is the national champion.
So I have a lot of time as well for McWilliams. I really like people that front run.
Yeah.
I think it takes a lot of guts, particularly as a youngster. I think that's a lot to be commended to. So well done to her. She held on and did her absolute best to get a gold medal, but you have to salute the eventual champion. Incredible stuff. Continue with some 800 metre action here. These guys have done some championship racing before, or if they haven't, they're new to it. It looks like just about a New South Wales state final out here. I said just about everybody got dragged through. Emma Shields, a championship record as well to go with that 2:15.87. Only Barnes missed the lifetime best, not by much. Barnes to McWilliams to Jemima Pun, another who gets rewarded with going with that early race pace. Tendari, Hickey and Pit out, also strong. Hickey and Tendari get under 220 for the first time. The men's under 14, 800 metres is up next here, Ethan, and it's another good quality field.
It is, Mitch, and we've got all three returning medalists from the national championships last year. They are going to be competing. So Isaac Robertson, who won last year, he'll be starting with hip number 6. And then just next to him, Cameron Beatty is going to be racing in lane number 5. He is the bronze medalist from last year. Matthew Faulkner, he got the silver medal last year. He'll be wearing hip number 2. So all the medalists are back from the under 13s. 2, 5 and 6, the ones to watch out for. Beatty, Robertson and Faulkner.
It is Isaac Robinson. It's 7 from Queensland.
Hard to separate on that. What about young
New South Wales?
Victorian Fred Quilty.
I like that you've taken that.
It's a numbers game.
Look, they're all very close, aren't they? Similar to what we just saw with the women's under 13 event. These guys are literally separated by 2.6 seconds, so not a lot in that.
Robinson, who's in the middle, who's the national champion from last year, he's the second quickest on paper, just behind Beatty, but you do wonder.
So the men's under 14, 800 metres is away. It does look like a New South Wales state final just about, but that's going to be Reid, Faulkner, O'Connell, Zarica, Beatty, Robinson, Frolich, Quilty and Barrett. So these guys are only separated by 2.6 seconds from top to tail in terms of times, but it's a good start here. The pace has been injected early by Cameron Beatty. He's a 2:09 man at his best. All these opening 200 metres will forever be quick. 28 seconds it was as they made their way through. So the New South Welshmen are going to hunt in numbers at the moment. The company on his shoulder is Isaac Robinson, the Victorian, doing a good job to assert himself amongst it, as to the Queenslander, Quilty and Barrett too. So opening 300 metres and they're all bunched up.
And we're seeing the return of the national medalist in Beatty. He picked up the bronze medal last year. Robertson, the champion who wears hit 6, he's sitting in second. He's been challenged though. Look at Quilty. Quilty's in a good position to strike, as too is Barrett at the bell. They're close, not a lot separate them.
Yeah, so Quilty now just starts to shirt himself into this race. He's going to move around 2 shoulders. They're actually going to fly from just about everywhere. They can sense that the kick is coming. It's been a very strong start though, so they make their way up this back straight for the last time. And who's going to be the main challenger? It's still Cameron Beatty out there. Quilty now gets past because the big booming run from Zarica comes. So the man from New South Wales is just going to see who's got the wheels. He's done a good job to clear out from the rest of this field. Zarica from New South Wales it is with 200 metres to go. Here comes Quilty though. Beatty on that inside hasn't relinquished it yet, but you get the sense that it might be young Frederick Quilty from Victoria who can challenge. Takes a nervous look on that inside shoulder. So Zarica's going to have company. Here we go now. It's a battle down the home straight. Zarica from New South Wales can hear Quilty coming. He's on the shoulder. Oh, the youngster's clipped himself. Oh, we hope he's okay. Zarica will take it out. He's from New South Wales. He's the national champion. Well done, young man. Great race there. Back to Beatty. Also to Barrett, the bronze medalist. Well, we hope Freddie Quilty is okay. Putting up a mighty effort. Round of applause for finishing things off here for the young Victorian. Well done. And a good sign of sportsmanship there from Dylan Reid and co. Oh, you feel for him. He was putting on a great pursuit there on that outside. It looked like he clipped his spikes and maybe done his hamstring at the same time. So unfortunate at that age. We hope he's okay, but geez, he was making an almighty run at the eventual national champion.
Great to see them all get around him, and you do wonder if there was just any more meters in those hamstrings, what he would have been able to do. But well done to everybody for getting around him. Well done to Quilty. He's just demonstrated what he can do, so he's going to be a name that we need to look out for in the future. But New South Wales 1, 2 and 3, couldn't be more happy with that. They would have been able to know what each other was going to do. Zikra, he was able just to be so strong. 2:02.29, an incredibly fast time. Beatty, he gets back onto that podium. He was the bronze medalist last year, upgrades to a silver, and Barrett, he will make his way onto the podium, just like Zikra was able to do. 2:02.29. Wow. 2:04.31 for Beatty. Barrett 2:05.07. Drama. Exciting races have been able to be blessing us with these 800 metres so far. We've still got one more to come. Then we move into the hurdles.
Back to the hurdles,
Back to the hurdles.
They were impressive this morning, weren't they? I can't wait to see Tanaka Kawa go over them. Took down Sasha Zoya's record in December of last year.
And look where Sasha Zoya's right now. Just came second in Grand Slam track this morning.
One of the best technicians in the world from hurdles 7 to 10, Sasha Zoya.
He could have been last.
Yep, he is just phenomenal.
I remember that race where it was a heater, might have been the national championships. Yep, he blew one of the pads. It literally just went flying behind him. He stuck the hand up, saw that. I don't think he goes, I don't think it's going to be called back, so he just went for it. I think he came second in the end. He ran 13.8 or something.
Remarkable athlete, Sasha Zoya. He'll go over tomorrow, so that'll be an interesting test over the flat. It's our women's under 14, 800 now. Frankie Hyde, Sienna Tendari, Lucia Yadav, Grace Little, Elise Hamilton, Viking Potter, Billy Richardson, Zara Smith, and Ella Plummer. Again, not much separates them, although Billy Richardson.
Watch for Billy Richardson, Mitch. It does say 2:11, but just at the last drive, just only a week before the National Championships, the 4th times roster, she was able to run a 2:07.
Well, the championship record was 2:08. So
Hello.
Maybe, just maybe we're going to see something here. She's got some good support in the crowd. I just heard them all cheer out after Billy Richardson's name. So remarkable to think this is the times that we're seeing in under 14 racing now, sub 2:10s.
This is the starting lineup for the under 14 women's 800-metre final.
Recruiting other coaches asking me for girls that run under 2:10. We've got 13-year-olds here doing it.
Well, there we go.
Hyde, Tenardi, Yadav, Little, Hamilton. Here we go. Away here, the women's under 14, 800 metres. So the one to watch, obviously, is going to be your Western Australian and Billy Richardson. She was quick only a matter of a week ago, and let's see how quickly she can pick up those athletes on her inside shoulder. So when they hit the green cones, they'll move inside. It's a big pack of them, though. They can't be separated by much at the moment. It looks like our athlete from the nation's capital, in Elise Hamilton, will be tasked with the job to lead this out. She's got Billy Richardson right outside of her shoulder and moving through on the inside too, Tenardi from Western Australia. So a very tight bunch, it must be said, through this opening 200 metres. Not a lot of room there to be able to move around. So if you found yourself in this spot early, you might be stuck there just for a little bit, as Hamilton does a good job to lead out this group behind her.
And Richardson has been able to find herself in a great position. She ran a 2:07 here just recently. Hamilton is the leader, and you can tell Richardson is just wanting to stick with her. Can't wait to see what she's going to be able to do at the bell. Smith just behind her. Plummer just starting to lose contact, but she's able to catch back up with the lead group. There's 4 of them, only one national title, 400 away.
Ella Plummer to me looks really strong from New South Wales. She's just sitting 2 out at the back of this group, so they make their way around again. Still leading this one out there is Elise Hamilton, but the speedster there from Western Australia, Billy Richardson, just biding her time, waiting for a moment to make a move up a familiar track. So all 4 of them will head up here together. It's going to be a barnstorming finish over the final 250 metres. Doing a really good job still here to hold the rail is Hamilton. She's got Richardson bearing down behind her. So too Zara Smith. So they make their way, 200 metres to go now. Smith, the Victorian, wants to get out. So does Plummer in 4th place. These girls have not moved even remotely with 150 metres to go. And now there's a slight bit of separation. So rounding into the home straight, Hamilton leads it out from Richardson. You get the sense that she might be the strongest here, the Western Australian. And now she makes her move. So moves right on past this field, Billy Richardson. And she waited on the shoulder. She says, I know how to run out here in the West. Let me take you home for a national title, 210.76. Well done, this barnstorming finish from Plummer. Just gets the best of the young Victorian to snatch the bronze. And Elise Hamilton was strong to come home with the silver medal. They left her with the job to lead for a long time, and she'll hold on for a silver medal.
She waited, and at the last moment, that was when she was able to take over Richardson. They were moving down the back straight really well, and they were just trying to shake her, weren't they? They knew what she was capable of. They knew that she was dangerous, but Richardson just coming into the home straight. I don't think she would have been after a time as much as she would have been the national medal. She's able to get the national medal. Still a phenomenal time, 2:10. And well done to Richardson. She knew that she was going to be able to outkick them. When they were moving down the back straight, she thought, I won't just go yet. I'll save it for the end, and that's what she was able to do. And she's been able to find herself the national champion. Hamilton, 2:11.31 the time, and then Plummer, 2:13.27.
Huge performance across the board there from our 800 metre women. A lot to be proud of there. Wow, 800 metre running in this country is in some very, very safe hands, I'll say that. Incredible to see. So that'll do for 800 metre action for the time being. You can see on your screens here at home, the triple jump continues. This is our men's under 18 triple jump. Give you some updates here. It's Rafferty from South Australia who leads with 13.62, 13.39 as well. Let's get the results here quickly though from the women's under 14, 800. Billy Richardson, 10.79. Elise Hamilton to 11.31, and a diving finish from Ella Plummer gets her up to the bronze from New South Wales, 2:13.27. Zara Smith, the Victorian, a personal best.
Place from Victoria with a new championship record of 2:05.78.
She bounced back from that strongly. Well done, a great
Congratulations,
quality
John
race
Evans
for a
in the
great
under
quality
50 boys
field.
800 metres.
Very well summated by you, Mitch. Can't wait for these hurdles. Drama, and you might just be the fastest on paper, but if you just clip a hurdle or two, then it just makes it a little bit more difficult. So the hurdles are up next. We've got plenty more to come from the WA Athletics Stadium. Make sure you don't go anywhere. You can barely see a cloud in the sky. The wind is just ripping down the home straight. It's not too heavy though. It's just at the right amount. We'll be back in a moment from the WA Athletics Stadium. Stick with us. Back with more in a sec.
We are back. Ethan, I beat you to it. I was that excited to talk about WA. Let me talk about it. Come on.
Should I chat to our Premier and a few of our tourism people making an ambassador?
I would love to be an ambassador. I actually want to come back over Christmas and jump in the van and do a bit of a WA trip.
Okay.
So, look, if they can organise me a van, I'll do the ambassadorship in exchange for a van.
I'll chat to Basil.
See what Basil can do. Fantastic. Hey, next up, we're back here with some hurdle action. Women's under 17 100-metre hurdles. This is sure to be a fantastic race. Let me just go over the records just in case. 13:02 is our national record. 13:49 is the championship record. 13:02 is blinding. We've got, the reason I'm telling you is Johnson Harding's at 13:51 run at her best, the young Victorian. Melissa McDonald as well, 13:85, and Aisha Shave, 13:76. So just keep your eyes in the middle of the track because that's where these women are going to be running from.
Yeah, Harding, the defending national champion, as you said, out of lane 4. Shave, she'll be out of lane number 5. So those two right next to each other. And Harding, haven't I forget, she also was able to pick up an all-schools gold medal. And look out for Sophie Williams. She completed her heptathlon yesterday. She's back for more. She picked up a silver medal in the under 18 high jump. She competed in the age group above. She was able to get a silver medal there. She'll be going in lane number 7 here. She picked up a bronze medal at the all-schools championship. So fresh off her heptathlon yesterday, fresh off high jump. And in the heats, Mitch, she ran a personal best. So it's good to see that heptathlon, I'm sure it would have taken it out of her, but it hasn't taken a huge amount out of her, so I can't wait to see what those girls can do. So 4, 5 and 7.
So just to get a perspective, it's obviously this is an under 17 event, but the under 18 Australian record of 13:02 belongs to Delta Amadovsky. Delta Kowalczyk would go on to win multiple medals at the World Junior Championships. Just last year, gold medalist, as well as bronze medalist across 2 events. So just keep that in mind. 13:02, I'm not saying it's going to happen here today, but you just never know. And I'm going to get you.
When Delta broke that record, nobody knew that that was coming because it was Sally's record, I think, from memory.
I think you're right. And who's got it here? Letitia Willis, set back in March 2016 in Perth. So Letitia Willis, sister of Taylor, was an absolute superstar hurdler as a junior. Letitia, I remember watching her through Victoria. So that could be under threat, Letitia. Your record 9 years later. Might get a wobble at it. So this is going to be a brilliant race.
Introducing our medalists from the under-14 boys
Just getting them
800
set up so the
metres
athletes
Championship of
just made
Australia.
their way
In
out
third
into
place
the
from
track.
New
They've
South
just done a
Wales,
couple of
the
practice
PB
hurdles. All the hurdles are laid out. They're all ready to go.
Nathaniel Barrett.
They're just flipping them back up. Hurdles 3 and 4 get taken down so the
In
athletes
second place, also from New
just
South
practice
Wales,
the first
also with
couple of
PB
hurdles.
of 2:04.31, Cameron
Remember
Bates.
those lanes. 4, 5 and 7. Why? Well,
And in
Harding
first
is in
place from
there.
New South
She is
Wales,
the
also with a PB
national
of
champion.
2:02.29,
And the
Azaz
All-Scripts
Dorica.
champion, also Shave. She runs from lane number 5. And
Congratulations
then
to
Williams,
the
she'll be in lane number 7, the
800 metres.
heptathlon silver medalist for this age group. She picked up a medal already today in the high jump competition, and she'll want another one. She just ran a personal best in the heats. She'll be 3rd from the left.
So a very, very good field assembled here. Madeline Lee, Angelina Costa, Macy France, Jamison Harding, watch for her. Aisha Shave, watch for her. Alyssa McDonald, watch for her. And Sophie Williams from WA, watch for her. Tanya Lees as well. Addison Farinazio, maybe Macy France of Queensland. We'll just shake up a bit of the running here. So obviously the deal with hurdles, we've got 10 flights to get over. Just got to be clean. And these women, they are so elite. There is only centimetres between them and the top of the hurdle. That's how the best do it.
Time now to introduce the under-17 women's 100-metre hurdles final.
Sally
Let's go through the lineup. In lane 1 from New South Wales, Maddie Lee.
Back when she was a junior.
In 2 from Western Australia.
Just goes to show you never know where this hurdling career can take you.
In lane 3 representing
Sally
Queensland,
Pearson, still top 10 ever in the world on paper. Olympic gold medalist as well.
New personal best of 13:51, just outside the championship record of 13:49 in the heats early today. It is Jamison Harding.
Or was it Beijing?
In 5 from the ACT,
It was one in
Aisha
2017. She did compete in Beijing in the bird's nest. She was able to pick up a silver medal at those Olympic Games, but she sort of announced her to herself to the rest of the world.
The West Australian, Soph Williams. In lane from WA, Taya Lees. And rounding out the field, it's the Queenslander, Addison Farinazzo, in the under-17 women's 100-metre hurdles final.
Williams just slapping her leg saying, just give me something. I know I've asked a lot from you over the past 2 days. Heptathlon silver, high jump silver, personal best in the heats as well. And the wind, I think she was running into a headwind then, but the wind has been able to flip since then, Mitch.
Yeah, so this will be good, Ethan. For mine, you've got to watch 4th from the right,
Yeah.
Jamison Harding. She's got that pink headband in. She's hard to miss. But alongside her, Aisha Shave, Alyssa McDonald, Sophie Williams. They've really stacked 5 of them in there together. Hands of the starter. We'll come back. We hope for a green card. Honestly, I couldn't see much there.
No, neither.
So you can see the nerves, even of Alyssa McDonald there, hands on the hurdle, just going, please, don't let it be me. I didn't see much.
There was, I think the first movers did come from the inside, but I thought that was after the gun, so it's
Greens.
unsteady. Good.
Great news. So green cards all around means everybody stays. Lee, Costa, France, Harding, Shave, McDonald, Williams, Lees, Farinazzo. To me, France 3rd from the right. One to shake them up from Harding, Shave, McDonald and Williams. Here we go. That is...
Looked like the outside. It looked like... I'm not saying anyone false start, but I'm saying the first movers were Williams and McDonald.
So that seems that seemed like that might have been who the early movers were the first time around as well.
So it does look like McDonald is gone, unfortunately.
Well, that's a real shame. A real shame. So I thought maybe there was a little bit of movement, but given what we saw in the first instance, maybe it was unsettled, but it won't be. Unfortunately, our Queenslander, Alyssa McDonald, the third fastest in this field, is gone. Leaves an open lane now between Sophie Williams and Aisha Shave. So Shave, Harding and Williams. Ones to watch. France as well, third from the right. Let's see if we can get this underway. Now we're away here. That's a really good start from Harding. She's got Shave barreling down on her at the moment, though, so these two are out there from the Western Australian. But now we see Harding get into it. So Harding out from Shave. It's a dip to the line. 13.44, 0.6. Well, that's a championship record. But to who?
I think Harding just ever so slightly ahead of Shave. The lead kept tossing and turning between them. Williams was able to sneak herself onto the podium and get that bronze medal, but Harding and Shave, absolutely nothing separating them. Championship record, as you said, Mitch, if that is confirmed. No wind, it flipped on them, it gave them a tailwind. Let's have a look at the replay. We can just see over the couple of final barriers, it was Harding that was just ahead of Shave. Shave was just diving towards it. Might have just been Shave.
There's no guarantee there. I
think it's Harding.
I think Harding just... Geez, Aisha Shave has thrown absolutely everything over that last hurdle.
She was nowhere over the final barrier, but she just, in the a little bit over 10 metres that it is to the final barrier, that's where she was just able to close in the gap on them. But well done. Just waiting on that photo finish.
This will be
Harding and
separated
Shave
by just about nothing.
I thought it was just Harding as they crossed the line. Just over Shave. Well done to Shave as well, getting herself into that contending spot. She was just phenomenal.
So it still hasn't flashed up here who's won. I think it's... Well, look, I knew it was close, so that's why I wasn't willing to call it, but I think maybe Harding's done enough, but to be quite honest with you, when I watch that replay back, the way that Shave throws herself at the line, Ethan, I'll have to let you live on that one. Because it hasn't flashed up yet. We've got more hurdles finals to come. Our women's under 18 is up next. Again, another high quality field. But here we go. Jamison Harding, I can tell you, has taken it by 1/1000th of a second. Championship record, lifetime best, 13.41 back to 13.42. Geez, the throw at the line from Shave was impressive. But Jamison Harding is your national champion, 13.63, Sophie Williams as well.
PB for Sophie Williams, wind plus 0.6, 1/1000th of a second. 100th of a second, I should say, just separating. That is close, wow. Harding, 13.41, championship record, PB as you said. Shave gave herself every opportunity. She was so good over those hurdles. I'm sure next year we'll just see her even bigger and better than ever, but well done to Harding, defends her title.
Oh, geez, that was just pretty remarkable the way she was able to throw herself at the line like that.
Medals action continues on the
So,
straight
let's look out for
next
in
day
this
is
race.
time out.
Look out for
Houston
Fitzgerald.
Cavaliers in the
She'll
under
be running out of
18
lane number
100 metre
5.
hurdles
She has got
final.
the All Schools title that she was able to get last year.
In
She's the
lane
silver
one
medalist
from
from
Queensland,
this
Pretorius.
race last year, or this age group last year when they were
Lane
under
2, please
16s.
welcome from New South Wales, Annika
Under
Boys.
18s, beg your pardon. And then also look out for
In
Neve
three,
Jenkins,
from New South
who is
Wales,
racing.
Jocelyn
She's going to be in
Blair.
lane number 6. So when Fitzgerald won her
In
gold
lane
over
4
in Brisbane,
is the Queenslander,
Jenkins won the silver. So we've got the All Schools silver medalist and gold medalist racing, and they're in lanes next to each other, 5 and 6. So like the race just gone, the action will come from the middle of the lanes. Let's have a look at the photo finish, Mitch.
Winner of her heat earlier
Show
today
you
from New
how-
South Wales,
I mean, look at that. It's
Jenkins.
literally They're going at the chest as well, not at where your head is. It's where the chest goes across the line. Marginal, great work from them. Yeah, that's a phenomenal way to be able to separate that. That's how close these championships come down to. This is going to be good. You mentioned it, Ethan. Pretorius goes out in 1, Anika Boys in 2, Jocelyn Blair in 3. Georgia Hotwood is in lane 4, Amy Fitzgerald, the Victorian line, the favourite, in 5. Neve Jenkins, New South Wales, in 6. Incredible competitor is Neve Jenkins. Charlie Sullivan as well in 7, Ruby Marnov in 8, and Hayley Norcott goes out of lane number 9. So they've got the quickest right next to each other in Amy Fitzgerald and Neve Jenkins. Fitzgerald, the Victorian, is right in the middle of the track, and from New South Wales, Neve Jenkins sits on her left-hand shoulder on screen, and she's the 4th from the left for those wanting to watch on. So 4th from the left is Jenkins. Next to her, Amy Fitzgerald. Let's see how they go. Women's under 18 100-metre hurdle final. Started well, Jenkins. Fitzgerald, though, gets to the first hurdle first, so they're through 3. Really strong start from these two. They're going to try and get away from Blair, but as they make their way through here, it's the Victorian who's out in front. Amy Fitzgerald, oh no, just stumbles. Oh, just hits it there. Neve Jenkins will be the national champion. Comes away with a gold, a lot to be proud of. Very impressive from young Neve Jenkins. Amy Fitzgerald, interesting to see what happens over that line, but such a strong race from her. Wait and see those medals here, Ethan.
I think she was able to hold on to second, Fitzgerald. We're just looking at the replay, but Jenkins, she got off to decent start. I wouldn't say off to the best start. That was Fitzgerald, and look at the way that Jenkins is able to close on Fitzgerald. It was only really in the last couple of hurdles that she broke that lead from about a 5-metre lead to less than a 2-metre lead, and Jenkins just clipped the hurdle, unfortunately. Fitzgerald clipped the hurdle, I should say, which meant that Jenkins was just able to storm over the top, but it has been confirmed. So Jenkins, 13.71 personal best. Fitzgerald, still a great time, 13.77 for the silver medal, and Charlie Sullivan, 13.94 to be awarded the bronze medal.
Yeah, great running from Neve Jenkins. It looked like Amy Fitzgerald maybe over that second last hurdle might have even just clipped it so slightly that then sort of interrupted her rhythm going into the last hurdle, but to be able to finish off is some amazing work. So well done to young Neve Jenkins, the national champion from New South Wales. Amy Fitzgerald, the Victorian, holds on for silver. And Charlie Sullivan, the other Victorian, 13.94 for her. Jocelyn Blair from New South Wales started very well, holds on for 4th too. So it's your women's under 18 100-metre hurdles. 2 great races for our women's hurdles. It really sets things up now as we continue on with some outstanding hurdling. Hurdling in this country at the moment for women as well is just remarkable. It's been so good since Sally, but then obviously with the longevity of Michelle Janicki and the likes, obviously Delta Amidovsky coming through those ranks as well. There's just so much to be proud of. Liz Clay is another one that we can mention. Hannah Jones is another. Who else do we have in there? We've just got so many. Celeste Mucci, another. So look, we've just got a real plethora of talent here at the moment in women's hurdling, and these juniors are showing that they'll be right up there shortly.
You mentioned the longevity of Michelle Janicki. Guess how many national medals she's won?
Oh, 15, 20.
11. And 3 of them are gold medals, so she'll be hoping to get that 4th title, but she's been around for a while. She went to the 2016 Olympic Games. She's been to the 2015 World Championships as well, so 11-time national medalist coming to Perth to make it her 12th medal. Hopefully for her, she's able to get a gold medal, but she won't have it all her own way. Liz Clay will be here. She's been spending some time over in the United States, but we'll have more of that when the seniors roll around. And they're moving the hurdles to the 110-metre hurdles. It's time for the under-18 men, who are just starting to come out and assembling their blocks and getting ready to go.
In the T F21 category, Isabel Benning of New South Wales and Ayla Boone in the T F43 classification. That is the competitors in the Para under 15 discus
the
throw.
entirety of these junior championships.
Drama so far. these hurdles. Let's hope for clean races as well. Don't want to see anybody falling over and missing out on medals because of that. But there's a lot of athletes to look out for. So this is the start list, Mitch. And once again, it's in the middle that we are seeing some of the names. So, and it's funny, Mitch, I pointed this out with Travis, but we've got all the returning medalists from the national championships in the all schools. And there's 3 of them that made the podium, as they always do, obvious statement, Ethan. 3 of them made the podium at nationals, and the same 3 made it at the all schools championships in December. Different order. Oliver Facer was able to win. Sean Parata Suslio was able to come in second at the all schools and then 3rd at the national championships. And Max Thompson, he flipped it with Sean, 2nd at nationals, 3rd at all schools. So watch for those 3 athletes. So it'll be Max that starts in lane 5, the silver medalist and the bronze medalist from the All Schools Championship, silver medalist from the National Championships. Then in 6 next to him, Sean Patara Suslio, who was able to get the silver medal at the All Schools Championships, bronze at the National Championships, and Oliver Facer, who will be running out of lane number 7, the National Champion and the National All Schools Champion. So isn't that incredible consistency from those 3?
Well, it's just interesting that they chop and change so much, I think, Ethan. It just goes to show how close this field is too. So it'd be hard to press to pick a winner, I think, based off the fact that they all seem to be changing hardware so often. But it's a hard one to call. I think obviously it's hard to go against Oliver Facer from New South Wales. He's got the pedigree over winning medals. He's also got the time to his advantage. So when you sort of stack both of those up in terms of reading a form guide, it's quite hard to look past. But Kutra Sicilo, the Queenslander as well, is impressive in a lot of ways. He's going to be inside the shoulder, right next to Oliver Facer.
110 metres of hurdles. We have to decide the Australian medalists in the under-17 men. Let's go through the lineup for you. What a lineup it is too. In lane 1 from Victoria,
Trav Jenkins, stadium announcer, you would have heard him just before Mitch. He's just going through the field. So
Matt Reid. In lane 3 from the ACT,
5, 6 and 7. Thompson, Patara Seliso, Facer to look out for. Facer has got the faster time on paper, 13:40. And the only other man to go under 14 seconds is Kutra Sicilo. Time of 13:80. Thompson is the next best with that 14:21. So it's close.
In lane 7 from New South Wales.
Not game enough to call it, but you're spot on. All out in those lanes, 5, 6 and 7 are the ones to watch. You just never know what can happen. Maybe a little small lane number 4 can jump up and take a medal. Any man on his day can come up here and do something extravagant in the national championships, but it'll be hard pressed to knock down Kutra Sicilo, Facer or Thompson. So if you're playing along at home, whoever you are, wherever you may be, beautiful sunny afternoon here at WA. Ollie Facer is 3rd from the left when they get down into their crouch position. You can see him here on your screen. On the right of him is Sean Kutra Sicilo. And out of screen on the right of Sean is Max Thompson in the red colours, right in the middle of the track. So in the middle, then to the left of him in the maroon is Kutra Sicilo. And then 3rd from the left is Ollie Facer, likely favourite here for the men's under 18. 110 metre hurdles. If they're going to get a record, it's 13:02, and it lives under the name of Sasha Zalek. Always higher.
Oh yeah, but beatable. So it's just incredible that, and it's not something that preparing for this, you often see the same 3 people on the podium from the national championships that then go to do it at the All Schools Championships. So for those 3 to be able to do it, they'll be able to know each other so well, they know their competition so well, so I'm excited to see what these 3 can do. If they make it on the podium again, they'll have some challenges all around them. Yeah, I have to think Oliver Facer is the favourite just based off paper because of what he's been able to do at those championships, but Sean Patara Sicilo, he looked really impressive in the heats from memory. Max Thompson as well, can't write him out.
So here we go. Jackamowitz, Rissu, Gray, Wong, Thompson, Kutra Sicilo, Facer, Gardner and Ting. Sure to be some firepower here. Ollie Facer just gives one last question. Take me home, he says. Here we go. Men's under 18, 110 metre hurdle championship of Australia. Well, I think Putrid Cicillo got the best of the starts. Thompson doing well, but here's Ollie Facer. He's the cream of the crop here. So Facer out from Putrid Cicillo, strikes the hurdle. Facer is just so clean over them. Watch the clock. 13.32. The national champion has come in and delivered a blistering time. Sean Putrid Cicillo comes through next. Then it goes back to Max Thompson. They'll run quick. But Ollie Facer, 13.3, a lifetime best. A gold medal around his neck. A great day in WA.
Did it in Adelaide in April last year, then he went up to Brisbane to do it in December, and he's just been able to do it again in Perth. What am I talking about? Get the gold medal. He was so technically efficient over those hurdles. 13.31 is the confirmed time. Sean Putrid Cicillo, 13.62 for silver, and then Max Thompson is able to get the bronze medal, 13.96. It's an identical podium to what we saw back in Brisbane at the All Schools Championship, where Oliver was able to win from Sean Putrid Cicillo and Max Thompson 1, 2 and 3, like they did at the All Schools Championships. Those three in this under 18 category have been dominant for so long.
Well, let me tell you, for young Ollie Facer, that is the third fastest under 18 time in Australian history. Wow. He now just sits behind Sasha Zoya at 12.8. And Sam Baines at 13.28. He moves past Nick Hoff. He was 5th already. He now moves into the number 3 spot. So Ollie Facer just continues to climb the leaderboard here. This young man is forced to be reckoned with. I actually hope that we see him. I haven't checked the entry list for Opens. I hope that maybe we see him getting over the Open hurdles next week. Seems to me like it's a bit of a wide open field this year for the first time in a long time for his hurdles. Obviously, no Taylor Lewis. His hamstring injury. We've had some good. I'll be interested to see if Colietos is coming across. He's been running well over in the US at the moment, so he's had a good start to the year. Lightfoot as well seems to be getting the knack of the Open hurdles, but Ollie Facer is your under 18 national champion with 13.31.
Unbelievable. Identical podium to the All Schools Championships as well. To go with it, well, that was exciting. That was the under 18s. We'll go down an age group to the under 17s, and there's still some great names that we've got to keep an eye out for. Of course, look at lane number 6. It'd be hard not to. Ken Furtano Tanakawa, he'll be racing in lane number 6. He is the defending age group champion. Also look out for Cameron Badger. He's just next to him, so the middle lanes again will continue to see the action. Cameron Badger, he picked up the All Schools gold medal and the national silver medal. And he'll be going in lane number 5. So they are the two which you should keep an eye on. Badger, Ferrante Tanakawa, 5 and 6.
This is going to be quick. Ken Ferrante Tanakawa, just such a great operator. I think he broke that record in the hits from memory in Brisbane as well, which was just remarkable. Cameron Badger, though, to me looked the best this morning. He was just so smooth out, young man from New South Wales. He obviously had his title stripped from him, but I think he's really the one to watch for me. I think he's a bit better than what his 13.87 would suggest. Same as Ken, to be fair. They're right next to each other, so they're going to be able to lift each other up. Let's see how quickly they can get over them. So Kowalczyk out of 1, Matty Reid in 2, Jack Azabruzzi is in 3, Evan Bainbridge in 4, Cameron Badger in 5, Ken Ferrante Tanakawa goes out of 6, Cooper Cannon in 7, Callum Shaw is in 8. Joshua White rolls out lane number 9.
We've also got to remember with these age groups, particularly this under 16 age group, is that they started off the year running 100-metre hurdles, and now they've moved it back 10 metres and up a height as well. So they went from the 100-metre hurdles to the 110-metre hurdles. So the transition for some of them, we'll see how they've been able to make it.
Point Ethan looking for lane number 5 and 6. Funnily enough, they're the last two men to get down into their blocks. So
they've made it easy for you, Mitch.
Exactly right. 4th from the left is Ken Ferrante Tanakawa. Got the best of Cameron Badger just last year. Sub 14-second men. How quick can they go? Here we go. Ferrante Tanakawa started really well over 3 hurdles, though. It's Cameron Badger, so Ferrante Tanakawa and Badger, these two neck and neck. They've only got a few more to go. Ken Ferrante Tanakawa clips, Badger dips. They'll go together. 13.61. Oh, that is quick. Geez, it was some messy hurdling late, but it is hard to split these two. We're going to have to watch the replay up here to crown a national champion. 13.61 unofficially. It's a plus 1.4 behind them, all legal. They're going to move up the all-time list. But what I can't tell you is who's going to move onto the top of the podium and have a gold medal. We'll watch the replay here.
Got a vague idea. I think from my naked eye was Tanakawa, but we'll wait with bated breath.
I'm thinking Badger.
So Tanakawa, he got to the lead and he thought if he can just keep it clean, he'll be able to hold it, but he just clipped that third last hurdle it was, and just on the line, they both dipped, they both plunged their head forward. Badger, Tanakawa, they are the names that we are looking out for.
We'll be waiting for a little bit here, because that is so close.
Here we go. It is Ken Ferrante Tanakawa that has got the national gold medal. 13.61 to Cameron Badger, 13.61. It was separated by 1/1000th of a second.
Geez, these two have such a good battle going, don't they? Over this event. I mean, Ken, that's what I was saying. It was a little bit messy in the end. He clipped the third last hurdle, and he's actually done well to just keep himself upright, let alone contain his speed and maintain composure. You got the sense Cameron might have thought he won there, and on the dip, to me, I thought he got there. But Evan Bainbridge as well has got up for third, 14.04, so good hurdling for him. But Ferrante Tanakawa and Badger, geez, all of these finals have been separated by a whisker. It's great to see good competition out here at the National Championships.
Definitely is, and the wind, Mitch, plus 1.4, so pretty much perfect as well.
Beautiful.
Evan,
really?
Bainbridge, 14.04, so Mitch.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, really a perfect wind in a lot of ways.
Correct, because if it's too strong, if it's like a plus 2.5, whatever, closer towards the plus 3, that's when it starts to get a little bit dangerous almost for the hurdlers, because they get pushed too close to the hurdle. So there it is, you can just see how close it was. Ken Ferrante Tanakawa, 13.601. Cameron Badger second, 13.602. 1/1000th of a second separated them, and then Evan Bainbridge was able to get third. Look at the photo finish. Is there separation in those lines? Only just.
Just marginal separation. So great racing there from those two young men. And what we'll do is we'll throw to a break, so we'll give you an opportunity to catch your breath, bring down the heart rate after those close finishes, because right after this we've got more sprinting action. Don't go anywhere. It's going to stay beautiful here in WA. We'll be back in a moment.
need to raise the bar, then drop it.
We need to push forward.
Then push against that. We need to carry the weight of expectation, then throw it all away.
We need to know the hunger.
So we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
Working on a dream. How can I explain? Talking to myself. Will I see again? Is it real? Could you be become working on a dream?
So we are back here, and I told you it was going to be all sprinting action here this afternoon, just for a little bit. So we might trade off some national records here over the next 30 minutes. We're just going to have to wait and see. I've got a lot of excited Western Australians all around me. So they're up and about. They clearly have a lot of confidence in what's going to happen over the next 15 or so minutes. So they'll make their way out onto the track in a moment. But what I'm talking about here is the women's under 15 and the women's under 16 100 metres, because as it stands, Charlotte Ehoge, who will go off first, if she can run under 11.50, she'll take the national record, but it might only stand for a matter of 10 minutes, depending on what happens after that with Emilia Reid. So we're going to wait for them to make their way out onto the track. The javelin continues on the infield, so too do some of our jumps right up there at the 200 metre marker. That's actually it that we've got on the track here at the moment. So we'll wait for the hundreds to come out. It's a beautiful sunny day, a beautiful sunny Sunday here in WA. Certainly walking on a dream. I think a lot of our lovely technical officials and everybody here having a great time out in the sunshine, although looking forward to the Wednesday where there is one reprieve. You can go and enjoy the likes of Rottnest Island, Cottesloe Beach, all the 20-odd beaches that are within arm's reach.
Well, I've got to go to work that day, Mitch, so you can go in and enjoy it for me.
I will be either melting in the hotel room and not talking or seeing anybody, or I'll be at Rottnest trying to see the quokkas. So there's only one or two directions it's going to go for me. Yep. It is one of those two things that will be happening. But we've got an absolute cracking women's under 15 100-metre final in store shortly. Let's give you some javelin updates while they're on screen. This is actually the heptathlon, because the Geck sisters are the two competing, and we can see one of them with the javelin in hand, and the Queenslander gets her marker out there too. So
yeah, it is the under 16 heptathlon. It is Sienna Adkins that is leading with a throw 46 metres 09. Chloe Taylor's in second. She's been able to throw 39 metres 85, so between those two it's pretty close. Chelsea Naylor is behind them, and she is sitting in third spot with a throw of 32 metres 88.
So very close affair across the board. So let's try and get as well what they're on in terms of combined points. So Sienna Adkins, you just said, yep, leading. Tasmanian, 39-2. She is a mile ahead as it stands at the moment in this competition. You can see Geck about to throw. Sienna Geck is fourth overall, so I'd have to get a read on which Geck sister this is, because Sienna is fourth, Hannah is sixth. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know the Geck family well enough to tell you which Geck that is. But Sienna Adkins leads it out, Chloe Taylor in second, and Ilara Cole, the Victorian, is in third. There's nothing between Sienna and Ilara though. Sienna's picked up some good points because she's sixth in the javelin, so that puts her only 7 points behind a bronze medal, potentially heading into that 800 metres later on today. Here's Fort about to throw, the New South Wales woman. Had a pretty handy series thus far, Fort. She's thrown it out 29.40, which is the fourth furthest throw we've seen in this competition. That looks over 30 to the naked eye, but I'm going to say it's about 30.5 metres is my guess. As we turn our attention back to the track and what we've been talking about, and what I think we'll be talking about even once this championship is over, is this women's under 15 100 metre final, because even outside Charlotte de Hoge, Sienna Vasella was really impressive in those heats, and so was Jasmine Ritchie.
So we've got the under 15s up first, Mitch, and it is set to be a really exciting race. 11:49 is the time to look out for. That is what is going to be, well, that is what is the national record that Charlotte Hoge will be looking to run under. She has been able to run an 11:50, which that's windy, and just outside the national record. She was able to run an 11:54 in the heats, Mitch, and she just looks so easy. The wind looks like it's just picking up a little bit. It's definitely tailwind, there's no doubt about that, so have them support him. I've just been messaged by the Hoge's coach, Greg Knott, saying get ready, so this could be really exciting.
All right, if you're firing shots over text, it means you're supremely confident. So, as we've said, 11.5 right now is that national record. It's just living inside of the ecosystem that is the sprinting powerhouse of WA at the moment, because they've got talent from everywhere. As it stands, 11.49 would be a national record. So London Rakinui goes out of 1. The Western Australian. Tilly Ogiaco Petit from Queensland is in 2. Liliana Hoffman of South Australia, 3. Sienna Vasella from New South Wales, one to watch for me, is in 4. She's right next to Charlotte de Hoge, the pride of Western Australia, out of 5. Jamie Ritchie, apologies, in 6 for the Victorian. Quinn Byrne from Queensland is in 7. Jayla Olm from Tasmania is in 8. And Sophie Howson will be the closest to you watching on at home. You can see that start list up on your screens now. From New South Wales, she's in lane number 9. So we're on firm national record watch here. The middle of the track, Charlotte de Hoge, the one that we're keeping close attention to.
And just some of the other athletes to look out for, just either side of her actually. Sienna Vasella, who is in lane number 4, she's the All Schools champion. And Jamie Ritchie in lane number 6, she's the All Schools silver medalist. So the lanes 4, 5 and 6, that's where a lot of the action will come from, as they've just been introduced to the field. So Vasella, Hoge, Ritchie, all 3 have been able to go under 12 seconds. They are the only 3 in the field that have been able to do that. Jayla Olm from Tasmania, she's got a 12.04 to her name. Watch for her on the outside. She might present a few of them with a bit of a late challenge. There's Ritchie just being presented to the crowd, the silver medalist from the All Schools Championships. So Hoge didn't go over. I wonder how she would have gone had she been over, but the Hoge family is strong. If she runs 11.49 or faster, if she runs 11.49, she'll equal the national record, which has been held by Emilia Reid, who's going to race in the next race. But if she can get under it, she's the new national record holder. Would it be for any longer than 10 minutes though?
Who knows? The shelf life of Australian national records at the moment is quite lean anyway, so 10 minutes probably wouldn't be off-brand. This is an under 16 national record we're talking about, but we're running an under 15 women's 100.
Whole stadium has just gone silent.
Here we go. Oh no, we'll come back. It's a big break. Quinn Byrne, the Queenslander.
I think she knows it, unfortunately.
Oh, that's unfortunate. That is so unfortunate for her. And she knows immediately that her opportunity in this final will unfortunately be over. So it's the hard reality of sprinting. It's the hard reality of these finals. It's a big pressure situation. She'll bounce back though, Quinn Byrne. She's a great competitor, 12.13, her lifetime best. She'll get another opportunity. She's young, she's talented, she'll come back. Women's under 15 100 metre final. We're watching for Charlotte Hoge, the Western Australian, in the middle of your screen. 11.49 would see her be a national record holder. The most important thing though is that gold medal. Women's under 1500 final. Fantastic start in the middle of the track for Hoge, so she's out and she's already there at 40 metres. We're going to watch the clock. The gold medal's in her hand now. How quickly can Hoge go? 11.1, 11.39. 11-point national championship for her, but a plus 2.5 will mean that it cannot count for a national record, but 11.39, phenomenal from Charlotte Hoge.
did not leave any questions after 30 metres. Her transition out of the blocks was just incredible. The first couple of steps, she was with them probably just behind ever so slightly, but then when she was in her transition, she just accelerated through, and at 30 metres, she just went bang. Have a look at the replay. On the outside of her, Richie, she also got away pretty well. Richie just ahead of her, but the transition for a Hoge, and then when she hit the 50-metre mark, there was absolutely no questions about it. What a quick time. Unfortunately, the wind has just spoiled the party. It's an 11:36 confirmed time. Sienna Vasella is able to get the silver medal with a time of 11:84. And Jamie Ritchie, 11:86, the bronze medalist, plus 2.5. A phenomenal run by Charlotte Ahoge.
Just remarkable. So 11:36 adjusted. Geez, you would love to have seen that wind be plus 2.0, wouldn't you? That would have been music to everybody's ears. So for now, Emilia Reid holds on to that national record, and maybe we're about to see it get lowered, because if watching an 11.36 is anything to go by, they're ready to run.
And she'll just have that taste in her mouth. Oh, I can't let a girl that's younger than me run faster. So she'll want to go. So she'll have the national gold in her mind first and foremost. But that time of 11:36, that'd be frustrating her ever so slightly, Mitch. We're going to take a break because we've got an exciting final about to come up. Don't go anywhere. Back with more in a moment.
We are back here in Perth, and it's time for our women's under 16 100 metre championship. So we've been talking about this national record. Well, the woman who owns it will be running out of lane number 4. I dare say she'll be trying to improve it whilst we're here. So a good strong field. Let me give you the names first. Geepen, Talia Tambone. That's Jemima Geepen, by the way. Talia Tambone from New South Wales. Ruth Jeffcup from New South Wales. Emilia Reid, Western Australia. She's out of 4. Rima Adelaja from New South Wales in 5. Matilda Buchanan from South Australia in 6. Sophie Dimitrov from New South Wales in 7. Avi Estelle Russell is in 8 from New South Wales. And Said Hughes is in lane number 9. Watch out for Reid and watch out for Adelaja. They're the two to watch. And to me, Dimitrov as well, out in lane number 7.
Yeah,
can go quick.
Adelaja, the reigning national champion for this age group. Reid came second in that race. She picked up an all-schools medal, at a gold medal as well at the national championships in Brisbane.
So the last two to get into their blocks. Emilia Reid, the last of them. Ready to see if she can go where she's never gone before, faster than 11:49. Here we go. Stayed low to the ground and got out well there, Emilia Reid, although Adelaja's done the best of it, so they've got the work cut out for her, the Western Australian. Adelaja holding on well, but here comes Emilia Reid. It's why she's the best. 11.46 plus 1.3, new national record. She just gets better.
She does, and she didn't have it all her own way. The former champion from last year's age group when they were under 15s in Ayla, she was so close with her with 70 metres to go. There was only about a metre or two that separated them. She beat Reed out of the blocks. Reed was able to stick with her, and then she was able to move past her about 30 metres into the race, and then Ayla just wasn't letting her get out in front. 11:46 is the unconfirmed time. It was wind legal, so there's no worry about that. Look at this, 30 metres into the race, it was dead level, and it's 11:45, the confirmed time, so she's able to lower it by 0.04 of a second. New PB, new national record for Emilia Reid, the new under-16 national champion.
It's just phenomenal what she's doing at the age of just 15. You know, I have to retreat back and just see how quick this is over the grand scheme of a lot of things. So what she run here, she's run 11:35. So at the age of 15, Emilia Reid is now the third fastest Australian woman ever in under 18s. She moves past Jubel Philp, she moves past Zara Hagen, great Debbie Wells, Olivia Dodds, and Maya Mearns. She's moved on past them at 15. There's two women that stand before Emilia Reid as an under 18, and it's Tori Lewis, Raylene Boyle. Not bad company he's sitting across. And Tori Lewis's was 11.33, so she's only marginally off that as a 15-year-old. Just remarkable. I hear so much from the stables over here just about how talented Emilia Reid is. You know, she's a big watch, none other than Bruce McAvaney. And I'm sure he'll be watching on closely as that time continues to lower. I hope we see her out here next week. I reckon we will. Here's the photo finish of Emilia Reid. Don't take anything away from Ayla either. I mean, she really made her work for it. It was a great call from you there, Ethan. It was not handed to her. Ayla now also moves just outside the top 10 all time for under 18s. Moves past Sally Pearson on that ranking list. So it's quick. What they've run here is quick. It's win legal. It's impressive.
11:55 for Ayla, 11:45 national record for Emilia Reid, and then Sophie Dimitrov from New South Wales, 11:92. So we had three athletes go sub 12 seconds. So what great races in the girls 100 metres that we've just seen. We've got the boys up next. That should also be really exciting. Saw them earlier on. What they were able to do were really impressive. It doesn't feel that long ago that we saw these heats be run. Excited for it. The wind, it's at that perfect position, Mitch. It's not too strong. It's not a headwind. We're just in the sweet spot at the moment.
Yes, we certainly are. Let me recorrect myself. That 11:45, I thought she ran 3:5, so she's actually fifth fastest.
She has done a windy 11:3.
Yes, she has. We keep it win legal. She moves to fifth all time, so Jubel Philp and Zara Hagen are safe on that list, but she does move past Debbie Wells, Olivia Dodds, and Maya Mearns. Emilia Reid with that run. So phenomenal final there, because I know people will be saying, hold on, I think he's got that wrong. I have put my hand up, got excited, thought it was in the threes. Fours is incredible at 15. Fifth fastest ever Australian under 18 for Emilia Reid. Got the benefit of the right wind reading as well. Unfortunately, Ahoge was just on the wrong side of it. Emilia Reid on the right side of it. Phenomenal.
Moving on, Mitch, because we got some triple jump. We got to move on. There's so much bam, 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 bam. We can't.
Look, it's busy here, isn't it?
We can't really bathe in the glory that we like to, but I want to give a quick update in the triple jump that is going on the back straight. It is the under 17 triple jump that we are seeing. We are up to round number 1, Mitch, and it is Michaela Fry that is leading, having jumped 11 metres 68. Sophie Williams, who we just saw win bronze in the hurdles, she's over there in triple jump. She's been able to jump 11 metres 66. She's sitting in second at the moment, and Erin Layon is in third with a jump of 11 metres 49. Still early days. They're still doing round number 1. There's 13 competitors, so we'll keep an eye across that. And also in the field, we've got some discus para that is going on at the moment. McCombs is for the she's leading the under 15 women's para final B with a throw of 10 metres 13. And also got the boys paradiscus going. Mark Everett is leading with a throw, 34 metres 02. Thomas McGough, who we've seen on the track a lot.
We've seen him plenty, Thomas McGough.
Well, he's been able to throw that discus 29 metres 26. Ooh. Impressive. And then Cody Stenhouse is in third with a throw of 16 metres 77. So that's a quick whip around in the field. So it's 100 metres, just slowly building. They're only about 2 minutes away. I can see them assembling their blocks, Mitch.
Yes, they are ready to go here, our men's under 15 100. And again, another quality field here. And I'm referring to him as your man, but big watch on lane 7 in the heat. So let me just roll through them here. Kamal Lawal from Western Australia, he's out of lane number 1. Deja Mendelsohn from Victoria is in 2. Ezra Devine is in lane number 3, the Queenslander. Bless Joe, the 400-metre champion, goes out of lane number 4. Jacob Kopp is in 5 from New South Wales. Then we go to Milan Kandich from New South Wales in 6. Jimmy Atkins, to me, was a standout in lane number 7 from New South Wales. Brodie Oliver from WA is in 8, and Maximilian Kyle from New South Wales rolls out of lane number 9. But for me, Ethan, Jimmy Atkins was the most impressive that we saw only 2 hours ago.
He was, Mitch, and just based off history, the athletes look out for. When they were under 14s, it was Deja Mendelsohn who was able to take home the silver medal last year at the National Championships, and Jacob Kopp, he did well last year. He did so well, he got rewarded with a gold medal, and he was able to pick up a silver medal at the National All Schools Championship. So first and second from last year are here. Mendelsohn, I should say, is in lane number 2, and then Kopp is in lane number 5.
So a strong field here across the board. This men's under 15 100-metre final. It's been a real exhibition of sprinting out here this afternoon, and we saw how close those results were as well across our 100 and 110-metre hurdles. I don't think we'll see anything different here this afternoon. The men's under 15 100 metres. So let's just wait, because he might have a slight injury. It could be young Jacob Kopp from New South Wales. So just watching the officials here, and they're walking him off the track. So unfortunate there.
Just does look to be grabbing his hip.
Yeah, I think Kopp's done his glute, and he is out. Unfortunate, you never want to see that in a final. So we lose one, and one of our fastest as well, in Jacob Kopp. So that leaves us with Lawal, Mendelsohn, Devine, Joe, Kandich, Atkins, Oliver, and Kyle. Now means that Bless Joe has a lane between him and Kandich. And third from the left of screen, really who impressed me only a few hours ago, Jimmy Atkins of New South Wales.
Standing up the top of the straight on the fastest track in Australia, it is the finalists in the under 15 men's 100 metres.
The championship record.
Here we go. This is the lineup for you, ladies and gentlemen. In lane 1 from Western Australia, Camille
all the way back in 2014, so it's an 11-year-old record.
Victoria, Deja Mendelsohn. In 3, all the way from Queensland, Ezra Devine.
Record.
In lane 4, it's been a revelation of these championships. He is the 400-metre national champion.
He was here presenting
the 100-metre title to his name. It is Bless Joe.
So there's Bless Joe. Being able to run 11.
In lane 6, representing
Reed this
New
season.
South Wales,
Will
Milan,
be next to Devine,
Kandich.
and then Mendelsohn.
In lane 7,
Silver
really
medalist from last
impressive in
year,
the
so
heat
he's the
from
only
New South
retaining
Wales.
medalist, so
It is Jimmy
it was
Atkins.
terrible to see Kopp.
In lane 8,
Unfortunately, just have
representing
to
Western Australia,
take himself off from the track because of the injury that he sustained. It was set next to be to Joe, so you can see the gap in the lanes, and that is wide.
Maximilian Kyle. What a lineup we have for you, ladies and gentlemen. It's the under
announced to the
15
field.
men's
So
championship.
Lawal, Mendelsohn,
of
Devine,
Australia.
Joe, Kandich, Atkins, Oliver, Kyle. 11:03 is the national record. I feel like we have to, or championship record, I should say. 10:57 is Gout's national record. Jimmy Gallagher's 11-year-old championship record, 11:03. Maybe a watch.
It's in play.
Really good start from Atkins there, although they've started rather as a blanket. So Jimmy Atkins got company there with Oliver. Atkins going to have to really push for this one. It's Jimmy Atkins from New South Wales takes it. 11:09 plus 3.7. A big tailwind behind him. That won't matter. He is your national champion.
What a race from him. He didn't get off to the most amazing start, Mitch, but just he was able to draw level with them, and as you so accurately said, it was like a blanket. 20 metres in, we had no idea who was first, who was last. It was so even. But then Atkins, in all the carnage that was going on and all the pressure that he was experiencing, he was just able to move really well through that 30-metre zone and come up into his running and separate away from the field. And then once he hit about 50, there wasn't any doubt. Joe, I was watching him in the middle. There was pressure from Devine. There was pressure from Oliver on the outside of him. Joe was just able to have the race of his life and run right past him. So let's have a look at the race. So through to 30, it looked like it could have been Joe that was just ahead, and then it was Atkins that was just able to take over. Joe and Devine on the inside were having a great battle between them. Oliver was trying to catch up to them. Then it was Atkins that was able to win by 3 metres ahead of Joe. 3.7 the win though, but still a remarkably quick time from James Atkins. 11:08. Bless Joe, 11:29, and Ezra Devine third, 11:37, just pipping Oliver, who was able to get fourth with the time of 11:39.
So great racing. You could see Tarby down there getting an interview straight away with young Jimmy Atkins. Best stats man in all of Australia. 11:08 for James Atkins, plus 3.7. Tailwind behind him. Bless Joe, the silver, 11:29, and Ezra Devine, 11:37, just held out a fast finishing Brody Oliver in fourth WA athlete, so just misses that podium, but ran very, very strongly all the way through to the line.
Very busy man, Tubby. He was just emailing us just yesterday, now finds himself in Perth.
He is the busiest man. Australian, no, he's not the busiest man in Australian athletics, but he is up there. He is one of the busiest men in Australian athletics. Top 4 might be the busiest man in Australian athletics.
So next up, the under-16 100-metre final. It's also set to be exciting. One of those races where you're not 100% sure where to look. There is Kevin De Silva. He'll be racing in lane number 7. He has been able to pick up medals at the All Schools Championships and at the Nationals Championships. He picked up a silver medal at last year's Nationals and a bronze medal at the All Schools Championships last year in December. Emerson, another name to watch. He'll be racing in lane number 6. Now, he's the defending age group champion. He picked up a gold medal when they were under 15s last year. He'll be racing just next to De Silva. Cooch on the inside. He's racing in lane number 3. He's the All Schools champion and the national bronze medalist. So we've got a great field assembled. We've got all the returning medalists from last year's national championships each, and we've got 2 of the 3 medalists from last year's All Schools championships here assembled, ready to race.
Jaden Todorowski passes the eye test for me. If I'm judging it purely off what I've seen in time gone by, if I'm judging it purely off what I've seen in the past 2 hours out here in WA, New South Wales, Jaden Todorowski, to me, is the man that can really pull away from the rest of this field. He looked easy with that 10.86. Veltman's been busy, he's been across the board, but Jaden Todorowski for mine, looking at that championship record, I think, which is, again, belongs to James Gallagher. He just went pace for pace, years on end. Brisbane to Sydney, it's 10.74. So
feasible.
Certainly not without the realm of possibility after his 10.86 here this morning. He'll be looking for a win, because obviously those wins do not affect championship records.
No, they don't.
They would affect it if he was to come out here and blister a 10.57. We are without Ned Amerson, it looks like. The Queenslander will not be here in this final, which leaves a vacant lane. No. Yes, we are without Amerson. McClellan, Crichton, Coote, Veltman, Todorowski, De Silva, Ackerman, Ware. Watch for Todorowski and Darcy Coote as well, third from the right. Great start there from Jaden Todorowski, but even better was Kevin De Silva. So Todorowski got work cut out for him by Coote. Now Jaden wants to move away. De Silva might cause a boil over here. He got it. Oh, geez, leave it to be close. 10.90 plus 1.9, wind legal. Well, Jaden Todorowski was challenged and challenged and challenged, and Kevin De Silva of Victoria might have stolen it at the death. Let's just wait and see.
I think you did, Mitch. I think you got it spot on. He upgrades his silver medal from last year to a gold. And Kevin De Silva, he got off to a pretty good start. Ackerman just beat him out in the early stages, but he was able to, with his transition, just put some field between him and Ackerman. And then Todorowski was closing late, and it's been confirmed. De Silva, 10.86. Todorowski second, 10.87. Then Veltman gets the bronze, 10.97. It's a plus 1.9. Perfect win behind them. Kevin De Silva, well done.
So incredible racing. He just got out so strong, did the young Victorian. Jaden Todorowski, a lot to be proud of there as well. Owen Veltman, the Victorian, gets under 11 seconds as well. But wow, these finals are being separated by absolutely nothing all afternoon long. We can see triple jump action continues here for you at home. But Kevin De Silva, it's hard in this booth. You're behind the start line, so we're really sort of left to just see what the dip looks like. It's sometimes hard to tell on the angle, but I was confident De Silva had it. Todorowski falls just shy of a national goal. Kevin De Silva takes it 10.86 plus 1.9, the dream win for a sprinter. Jaden Todorowski 10.87 and Owen Veltman 10.97 for third. Look at that photo finish.
Was there a 100 final that wasn't close?
No, there wasn't. They were all close. So we'll continue the action shortly after this. We've got relays, we've got heptathlons ending. We've got a little bit of everything. Field events continue as well. A sunny Sunday in Perth, day number 3 of these Australian Junior National Championships. Do not leave. We'll be right back.
can I explain? Talking to myself. Will I see again? Is it real? Could you be or become more? Can I dream?
Welcome back to WA at the WA Athletic Stadium. We've got a fantastic afternoon in store for you. Not long left, a bit of a shorter day today. We've just seen some fantastic 100-metre sprints take place for the under-14s, under-15s I should say, and the under-16s. It's a warm 26 degrees here in Perth. Thank you for your company at the WA Athletic Stadium. Ethan Quillivan's my name. Mitch Dyer is alongside of me. And Mitch, we were a bit concerned about how the wind was going to be dealt out today, but because we saw in the first 2 days it was a bit of a headwind. I shouldn't say a bit of a headwind, it was a strong headwind. Yeah, but the tailwind has decided to come and play.
Yeah, it's actually helping out our sprinters now. I think the worst I saw it get, maybe it was on day one, it was a minus 5.7. So that was certainly the ugliest I'd seen it, but it's good to have it now back into the tailwind. Obviously you want to keep it under 2.0. We just saw that with Hoge, where unfortunately it was over that, plus 2.5 meant it couldn't be a national record. It would have got broken not long after anyway. But it's good to see a tailwind. I would rather see a legal time tailwinds than hard headwinds. It's a hard way to run a sprint when you're running into a huge gust of wind in your face, but I'll tell you what, who will not care about a single piece of wind is our next event on the track, because this is the conclusion of our men's under 15 and under 16 heptathlon. They'll just be happy to finish this, guys.
Yeah, very valid point, Mitch. I'll give you an update in how that is going in just a moment. But before I do that, we are looking at the under 17 girls triple jump. It is Michaela Frey who is leading, still with that round number one attempt where she was able to jump 11 metres 68. Sophie Williams second, 11 metres 66, so between first and second 2 centimetres. And just plonking herself into third, Mitch, just to make it even more spicy, is Audrey Pearce. 11 metres 59. That's what she's been able to do. They're up to round number 3. Keep you updated as to how that progresses.
See how that field event tracks. We're going to give you an update on our men's under 15 heptathlon scores. So already a PB for Dagan Armstrong. He's had a great competition. 2.788, 2.711 to shoot in Durham, and Zach Nunn 2.219. But they're all chasing after 3,165 points from Harrow Tanabe Armstrong, who's clearly been the best at the competition. It'll be interesting to see what he can do over the 1,500. This is a watch for me. There's 4 gentlemen on 2,900 points, maybe getting after Cooper Nunn on 3,106. It's a bit to make up, but Harry Osborne, the Queenslander's unbelievable 4,092 points. Ezekiel Hand, the Victorian, in second there, 3,746. Those two are home and homes. They cannot be caught. And I don't think Ham can catch Osborne either, but Cooper Nunn to me a watch with that big group behind him, because we saw it yesterday. These times can chop and change, so bear with us because they are running them together. We'll get their bib numbers in a moment. Here we go. So the final event on a grueling 2 days of competition here for our men's under 15 and under 16 heptathlon. We'll let them make their way around this opening 200 metres, because like I said, a lot of these medals have really already been decided. It's going to take a pretty big effort to, I think, change things up here. If you haven't watched a heptathlon or decathlon before, essentially what we're looking for here is fast times equals big points. So we flashed up what those results were. They're obviously the accumulated points over day 1 and now day 2 of competition, right before this final event of the 1,500. But the men's under 15, I don't think will change. Harrow Tanabe Armstrong from WA, he should have hip number 1 on. He cannot be caught. He's actually at the back of this group that was leading through, but the first man up there might be a man from New South Wales. In fact, they might have put the under 16s with the hip numbers. I think they have. So that might be Giordanitis, who is leading out this group, and he is an under 16 competitor.
So I reckon it goes from 1 to 7, Mitch, as under 16s, then from 10 to 13, it's the under 15s. I reckon that's how it's worked out. That's how it certainly looks to us, as Tundis is the early leader. Then just back behind him is Ham from Victoria. Ezekiel Ham has been very impressive so far, but he's just been overtaken by Harkness as they move through with 200 metres to go in this lap. And then behind them is Dogue from Western Australia. So still yet to see those competitors from the under 15s creep up, but at the moment, as you would expect, it is the under 16s that are the leaders.
So Gatonitis of New South Wales is the leader, and he's got a good group of 4 behind him there. You give a little bit more separation back to the next of them, and then they're strung out from there. So how quick can these gentlemen go? As we've said, fast times means big points. Those medals seem to be decided, but you just never know. Now getting on there is Harkness, the Victorian in Ham, sitting in 3rd. Western Australia's Dogby next. And then it goes back to Carroll of Victoria. Looks like our first of the under 15 athletes is rolling through here. I think that might be...
It's Houston Durham that is leading for the under 15s, and then just behind him is Tanabe Armstrong from WA. So they are first and second at the moment for this under 15 competition in the 1500 metres.
So a very strong rhythm here out in front from these 5. So these guys will just be excited, I think, to find the finish line after 2 days of competition, 7 events in the tank. And often what you see in the final stages of this 1500 is it's that last lap, really. It's that last 300-metre push where you know you've got nothing else left. You're just going to empty the body and see what happens. But again, starting to just press at the front of the field is Gatonitis of New South Wales. So it's a big, strong group of under 16s that lead out under 15s. The first of our under 15s is a little ways back here, but we'll keep you updated how those young men are travelling. 4 in that field, and Gatonitis now might just finally get a reprieve from Harkness of New South Wales. Ham, the Victorian, right there. So too Dogby. Now just dropping back is Alexander Carroll. So maybe this group of 3 will start to move away. Ham doing a good job to try and attach. So is Carroll. Next one here is Osborne. And it's our under 15 athletes now moving through. That's Shootin Durham. And the rest of this field continues to pile on through. That's McDonald as well, an under 16 competitor, and Cooper Nunn too. So up the back straight now, we can see that this kick is starting to be made. So our under 16's Harkness. Dogby now just gets around him. So the Western Australian gets past Harkness. Then it rolls back there to Gatonitis and Ham. Separation back to our next Victorian, and that was Carroll. So here we go. Dogby now is just going to unload. He's going to see what he can do here with 150 metres to go. He's got nothing else to lose here. Not a singular event remains. He's going to get through all 7 of them, and he's going to finish it in emphatic style. So here he comes now here. Here's your Western Australian, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make a big noise for him. A round of applause at the end of the heptathlon. This body is ready to be done with this event, and well done to the Western Australian. 4:39 to finish things off. Well done. Harkness as well, pushed on strongly. So did Ham. Coming down to the finish line is Gatonitis, who they left to do a lot of the work. Now rolling through there was Carroll, followed by Queensland's Osborne. And that looks like one of our under 15s that might have been finishing that off. That might have been Tanabe Armstrong. But the rest of this field makes their way down. They all deserve the love of finishing off a heptathlon. Cannot imagine it myself. McDonald finishes things off. Another of our under 15s now done too, as the Victorians now see out their day. So we'll give you an update. That's Nunn, Shootin Durham as well, now finishing off together. And our final competitor here in the men's heptathlon. Well done to our South Australian. Your competition is over. Great racing at that. So we'll give you a points update in a moment's time. But well done to our men's under 15 and under 16 heptathletes. We're going to take a little bit of a break here. We've got some relays coming up, state versus state action. Well, if you ever want to listen to a man lose his voice, you want to come back after the break, because this tends to be where I lose it. Don't go anywhere. Right here in beautiful Perth. We'll be back with more athletic action.
Hi, Shell. Shell has high blood pressure, and the rising cost of living certainly doesn't help. Annie manages her diabetes with good nutrition, but fresh fruit and veg prices keep rising. And Jack has high cholesterol, but nothing is higher than his power bills. That's why they save more money every year by getting their prescriptions from Chemist Warehouse. And you will too. Head online or look for our price list in-store to see how much you'll save. Chemist Warehouse, discounting prescriptions every day.
Welcome back to W Athletics today. We thought I'd just welcome us in because Mitch needs to save his voice for as much as possible. So Mitch, have a breather. I'll worry about this. We've got the combined scores for the under 15 boys heptathlon, and it was Harrow Tanabe Armstrong who was able to win with 3,747 points. Armstrong came in second, 3,282 points from Queensland, and then Scrooter Durham was able to come in third with a combined score of 3,251. So well done to those three gentlemen. For the under 16s, it finished off the way of Harry Osborne, 4,695. Ezekiel Hand, 4,413 points to him. And then next up in third was Brody Harkness, who was able to score 3,589 points. So well done, boys. You are now done. And Mitch, it is your time to shine. Relays are on. Just speaking in the ad break, we need like a final word from Phil Gould just to sort of get us in the, not that you need to be hyped up anymore, just get some of these athletes, you know, really in the zone, really ready to tick and move.
That's the thing, Ethan, you can always be more hyped up. That's the crazy thing. I mean, I know a lot of people tend to think I've got a lot of energy. I do. I'm not going to dispute that. Could I be more hyped? Yes.
So there's an 11 on your switch.
There is, and you don't want to see it. It'll come out eventually because we're here for another 7 days. But most importantly, it's our women's under 18 4x1. We're represented well. Western Australia, the Sprint Factory. I might have to label them that by the end of this championships because they've been flying. Then it's Tasmania in lane 3. Queensland's in 4. Victoria is in 5. New South Wales goes out of lane number 6. So we saw yesterday the Vic started really strong. They took out 2 of those 4x1 titles. They didn't get on the podium again from there. New South Wales and Queensland were also impressive, but to me, WA has had a real stranglehold over women's sprinting thus far in this championship, so you would imagine that their relay team is going to be impressive. Hanny Philpott, Sophie Williams and Leah O'Brien.
Sophie's just come from hurdles, off the back of her heptathlon, high jump, hurdles, triple jump, and now she's a part of the relay.
I'm going to be honest, I don't think Queensland loses. Charlie Vincent, Tubel Philp, Alyssa McDonald, Amaya Burns.
You sort of got a foot in every camp because you spend a bit of time up in Queensland.
I did.
You're
Mackay
Victorian
boy.
by nature. You're an adopted West Aussies. We're in the process of making you an ambassador. Lived in Tasmania. Have you South Australia?
Oh, no, but I'd like Tasmania. I'll be heading down to Launceston Running Festival. Big shout out to Richard Welsh if you're listening. I was a Mackay boy for 10 months. Lived up in far north Queensland. Loved it up there. So I guess I do have my hand in 2 camps, but grew up Victorian, pure-blooded Victorian, always have to rock with the big V. So Western Australia, Tasmania, Queensland, Victoria, New South Wales. If you want to, watch the clock for 45.48. That is the championship record, and I think if they can hand over cleanly, Queensland might get it. Here we go. Strong start across the board. The locals did really well out of lane number 2. They're probably all going to be in pursuit, though, of Queensland. They've got the strongest team. So they're going to change over first, though, the Sprint Factory of WA. So they change over. Here's Tubel Philp up the back straight, though. Just look how quickly she can change things up. So Queensland in the middle of the track will change over first in a big way. Got to get it away, and they do. New South Wales and WA not too far behind. Tasmania trailing. They make their way around the bend, though, and it is Queensland who's going to get it. Amaya Mearns gets the baton in hand and she's away. So next one up was Western Australia. Got some work to do, Victoria. Here comes WA. Amaya Mearns from Queensland. WA pressing Queensland. 44.73. Wow, she had some company there. Did Amaya Mearns of Queensland. 44.73. A new championship record.
What a race by the Queenslanders. Leah O'Brien closing for Western Australia. You wonder if she had a few more metres, what might have happened, but well done to Queensland. We knew they had a strong team on paper, and those changeovers, they looked pretty good. WA, they were just stretching some of the changeovers. And let's just have a look at the final changeover. We'll see how clean it was from Queensland. And Emilia, she's just able to really stick that arm back, and she got the backing cleanly. Leah O'Brien, she came into the straight. She was probably in about third, so she did really well. She had a gap of close to 8 metres, and it would have been about 2 or 3 metres that she was just able to fall short by. But well done to Emilia Mearns. And then just on the line, you wonder if it was just a little bit longer if WA were going to be able to run over the top.
I'll tell you what, Leah O'Brien did catch me by surprise as that 200-metre champion just yesterday. It was a remarkable run. You mentioned that she was more of a one-lap specialist. She'd run the 200 just to see what she could do. I mean, just phenomenal. If that 100 leg there is anything to go by, she has some serious speed. So that was impressive. But the Queenslanders rewrite the record books. They come away with a championship record. And Emilia Mearns is always going to be somebody hard to chase down. She's got such talent over the 100 metres. She's a top 10 all-time in her age group over the 200 metres. So evidently hard to chase down. The Queenslanders come away with it. Back then to Western Australia, the Sprint Factory, and New South Wales gets over the top of Victoria Lake. Impressive running. Our men are up next.
Can't wait for the men. Just going over those results. It was Queensland, as you said, championship record 44.70. WA 44.84, and then New South Wales 45.77.
Introducing our medalists from the under-15 boys at 100
So we're on to the under-17 pit, I think, now. Oh no, we're on to the left-hand pit. Apologies, we've got our women jumping here. So
look, I think it's the under-18s that we've got.
Beautiful.
They're running them concurrently. Yes, the under-18, so I'll be able to give you an update. So it is Allegra also that has got the lead, and we are only up to round number 2 of the competition. She has been able to jump 11 metres 99. Mia Ewan is in second with a jump of 11 metres 71, and Isabel Smart 11 metres 59. So only 40 centimetres, a bit more than a ruler, is separating first from third. That just goes to show how close this competition is at the moment. 40 centimetres, and we know that when we're looking at the under-17s, we'll quickly whip back to that. They were only separated by 2 centimetres between first and second. Just give you that updated score list and scorecard for the under-17 women's triple jump. So they're in round 3 of the competition. So it is Michaela Frey who is leading with a jump of 11 metres 68. Sophie Williams in second. She just ran in that relay. Just trying to see if she's circled back to that relay site, that triple jump site. She's got 11 metres 68 to her name. And then Audrey Pearce is in third spot with a jump of 11 metres 59. There's Josie Koo in the under-18 triple jump competition.
So, Koo about to jump here from New South Wales. We'll keep you here for a moment. Our men's under-18 4x1 seem to have sorted themselves out. Here's Koo. Did she stay behind the board? Yep, she's got a lot of room back on that board. Good jump from the New South Wales woman, but had some distance back to the front of that board, so I reckon she's left a good 10 to 15 centimetres behind it, but that's okay. You'd rather be behind it than in front of it, that's for sure. So that competition continues. We see more of it, but our men's under-18 4x1 are behind the blocks. So Team South Australia, Victoria, New South Wales, WA, Queensland and Tasmania inside to the outside of the track. Now, they will have to be quick to get the national record. How quick? 40.85.
Wow.
So what's that? 10.2s across the board to get under that national record, which is also the championship record. Hard to imagine that that's going to go down, but I suppose you never quite know who can get it. That was set by Team New South Wales, would you believe this, all the way back in 2008. So I would love to see who was on that relay team back in 2008 to run 40.05 in Canberra as under-18s. But, like I said, you're going to have to run something quite remarkable to go and get after that. So maybe we're not on record watch for this one, but we are monitoring.
Tell you a record that did just go, sorry Mitch, before. That was an under-18 race from the girls just gone. The WA side, they got under-18, under-20 and open state records.
Wow. So there you go. Phenomenal. The sprinting stocks in Western Australia, like we said, unbelievable. I feel like Leo O'Brien really has just...
My phone's overheating, Mitch. I'm just putting it up to the air conditioning.
No, Ethan, you do what you need to in this commentary booth. It is warm in Perth. It's 27 degrees, just picked up to 28. So here we go. South Australia, Victoria, New South Wales, WA, Queensland, Tasmania. You know my voice is starting to go when it starts to break. We had that at the end of our women's under 18. That'll be clipped.
I remember when I hit puberty.
So here we go. Men's under 18, 4 by 100.
Good start, good jump from New South Wales. Victoria's doing well as well, but they're going to go out and get after the Queenslander. So they're going to change over first, maybe alongside of New South Wales here at number 1. They do, it's in the hands. Up the back straight now they go. Queensland out from New South Wales. In fact, it might be New South Wales to Queensland. WA putting up a good pursuit as well as they get to change over 2. Just gets it away, this New South Wales. Queensland now starts to get into it. New South Wales still out in front. The Victorians starting to launch from the inside of the track. New South Wales over Queensland, got the baton away, and they're going to chase after him. New South Wales out in front, Queensland, South Australia, Ferrante Tanakawa wants to get there. New South Wales, national champs. 41.21, blanket that for third, because they were fast finishing. Bodies on the line for Queensland. We hope he's okay down there. He's throwing everything at it. We do have medics. Come down and check on our handover 3, please. But impressive racing there, Team New South Wales. They're going to be the national champions.
Well, it was a great race for them because they weren't leading right from the start and they were trailing by a bit coming up to the first changeover. It was being led by Queensland, and Queensland were just absolutely electric out of the guns. They had a clean first changeover. New South Wales were there in pursuit, so too Victoria, and it was just around that second changeover that Queensland were just starting to get into it. Few little messy changeovers from them, and the New South Wales, that's when they were able to really strike. And then around the bend they had a great third leg runner, and let's just have a look at the replay. So New South Wales had a great bat and changeover, then they were just able to hunt down Queensland, who were just on the outside of them, and then they didn't panic at all. It was a fantastic changeover from the third leg runner to the fourth leg runner, and he was just able to hold on so well down the home straight, and Victoria catching up to Queensland, and it was Victoria second. Third.
Geez, Kalakai Kamado nearly got South Australia up to that bronze. 41.80 for them. Queenslanders hold on. I might have called him Ferrante Tanakawa while he was coming down the home straight. South Australians just been so impressive here this afternoon, but it was great racing. They nearly got there, but New South Wales holds on from Victoria back to Queensland again. We hope all okay down at that changeover. We might be a little delayed heading into this next relay. Hoping he's all right.
Introducing our under 16
Let's look at that incredibly close photo. Look at the gap between third and fourth. It was Queensland that was only just able to edge out South Australia, 41.77 to 41.80. Wow. Well, 2 great relays. We've got some more fantastic relays coming up. Don't go anywhere. It's a beautiful 28 degrees here in Perth, Western Australia. Stick around. Back with more in a moment.
So we're back here. We'll bring you some triple jump action. This is Condon, the Queenslander. I can tell you as well that women's under 18 4x1 wasn't just a championship record, it's a national record. So just remarkable how quick they went. Got to imagine that WA's time probably is, what, the second or third fastest ever, if that was the case. So just amazing. Condon now gets out into the pit, and we do have some more relays to come, but they're just a little delayed at the moment. So just bear with us. If you are looking for some relay action, it will come at you shortly. But we're here in our women's under 18 triple jump competition. The Victorian at the top of the runway. And this is our competition leader in Allegra also. So she's gone out 11.99. And that was into a headwind as well for also. Round 1, she fouled round 2. We're in round number 3 of jumping. So this will be her third time here. The young Victorian at the top of the runway. Women's under 18 triple. I mentioned Boris a few years ago was a bronze medalist at the World Junior Championships. Desley Owusu is doing some great things in the space of women's triple jumping. So let's see what we get here. That's good. It just fell apart at the last stage.
In third place for Victoria with a combined point score of 3,200.
She'll maintain the lead though, but that's one clean jump, 2 foul jumps there for Allegra also. She's 13 centimetres ahead of Adriana Borg.
282 points. Give it up for Dakin Armstrong.
So 2 Victorians out there.
And in first place from the home state of WA with 3,747 points.
So there's Koo. She has been able to jump 10 metres 67 so far in this competition. She's sitting in 8th. It's a bit of a headwind festival down the back straight. It's been caught up to about minus 1.8. There's been the odd tailwind, but not too many. Here's Koo, safely behind the board and into the pit. No problems there, so we'll see what Koo's able to jump. Foul first attempt, 10.67 in her second attempt.
Well, just Tiana Boris. Get the Borg and Boris mixed up. Tiana Boris was the bronze medalist in Cali 2 years ago, the Victorian. Cleared out over 13 metres, she did. So Borg trying to emulate maybe one of the good Victorians that we have in the stables. We can see Newen is up next, the Queenslander.
She's in third, Mitch. She's been able to jump 11.71. That was on her first attempt. Her second one wasn't as good. It was a 11.47. Koo, for those wondering, was able to jump better than her 10.67. It was a 10.70 into a minus 1.1. She's still in 8th. But here's Newen. She's only 12 centimetres off second spot, who is, beg your pardon, she is only 15 centimetres off second spot. It's Isabel Smart that's 12 centimetres behind Newen. Here comes Newen. She needs an 11.86 or further to be able to go into second. That looks pretty clean as well. White flag given to her. First jump was that 11.71, then it was 11.74. She's in the pursuit of Adriana Borg, who has been able to jump 11 metres 86. And let's see what Newen's able to get in her third attempt. So it's still a bit of a, you'd say a strongish headwind. At a minus 1.0 was the last reading from Koo. Here's Boris. She is sitting, she's yet to record a distance actually, Mitch. She's fouled on her first 2 attempts, for those wondering. Mia Newen, third attempt was 11.57, it was a minus 1.0. So here's Boris charging down the runway.
In second place from
See what the
Victoria
official
with
says.
4,413 points, Ezekiel Ham.
White flag, no problems at all, looked close for mine. And just seeing in the background, we will circle back to this under 18 competition, don't worry, but it looks like the under 17 triple jump competition has concluded. And I can tell you, Mitch, that Sophie Williams, after her relay race, she was able to come back, so she had to pass in round 3. She was able to come back and jump 11 metres 72. So well done to her. Michaela Frey, 11.68. She finishes in second. And then Audrey Pearce, she finishes in third with a jump of 11 metres 59. So the under 17 women's triple jump is done.
So a great competition then, clearly, Ethan. It was very close. So that leaves our women's under-18 triple jumpers out there. Heptathlon javelin throwers as well are still going. That's our boys under... Oh, no, apology, that's not heptathlon javelin. That is just our men's and women's javelin. So men's under 13 javelin and women's under 13 javelin. There's class at the top of the runway now. Declan Thorpe-Edwards through round one is leading the men's javelin. It's only just begun. If you keep up to date with that via roster. Class now hops, steps and jumps her way into the pit. And she'll be happy with that. It looked like she was happy with that. Class sitting in 8th at the moment, so anything over 10.71 will improve her up the leaderboard. Here's Borg, who, as we've said, is in that 3rd spot. So Carla Boris, that's who I was trying to talk about earlier in terms of her sister. But here's Adriana Borg, 11.86 her best. She needs to get over 12 metres to climb up into a silver medal position. This is her 3rd jump here for the young New South Wales.
She was in silver not too long ago. Then Boris, just on her 3rd attempt, was able to jump that 12.41. Incredible. So, as you said, Mitch, 12 metres and over, she gets back that silver medal. She went without a chance. 11.40 in her first round, 11.86 in her second round jump. Into a headwind as well, minus 0.8. Here she comes. Here comes Borg. Oh, looks like just a foul for mine. We'll see what the official says. Oh no, it's a white flag. So ignore what I said. Borg still in the hunt in round 3 to be able to take back her 2nd position she had not too long ago.
So Davidson of WA it is, who is currently 10th in the competition.
2 more jumps, they flip the order. 1 more jump, I should say, and that jump from Borg was 11.74, and after this, they'll flip the order.
So Ebony Davidson here will have to get over 10.71 to get 1 more jump. She's currently in 10th, 10.58 her best. She comes storming in. Good pace on the board.
100 metres Championship of Australia. In 3rd place with a time of 45.77, New South Wales.
So let's see how far that is. As I said, she needs to get over 10.71 to find herself
in 2nd place with a time
through
of
to the final.
44.84.
Top 8 will get to jump again. She's currently in that 10th spot.
12 centimetres off it.
And in 1st place, setting a brand new national record of 44.70, we have Queensland.
Queenslanders get their gold.
And their national record to go with it.
Congratulations to all of under 18 girls 4x100 metre medalists.
And Davidson has jumped 10.71 exactly, but count back will see her 9th. So gets the required distance, but due to her 2nd furthest jump not being quite as far as what we saw Imogen Class jump, she will not be participating in the final round of jumping there. So our women's under 18 event is nearly at completion. And we have a bit of a different one here for you in a moment's time. The track is about to be set alight once again, but this time it's by our under 14 athletes in a mixed 4x2. Not an event that is really run all that often, is the mixed 4x2, but the championship record, regardless, I'll give it to you, is 141. And our 4x1, 100, 200, and discus champion, in Lachlan Chappell.
He did discus as well.
He won the discus today, Lachlan Chappell. He's a very good discus thrower.
I'd love to see a Lachlan Kennedy double up and do discus and nationals, and then Matt Denny. Love to see
1-2 relay.
Correct.
Australian relay squad is listening.
Put Matt Denny on.
Western Australia. Headed out by Gerald Bonaminta.
It's only 4 teams, nations, states even.
Green Kings home.
New South Wales, WA, Queensland, Victoria.
Is Queensland, represented by Abdullah Ajani, Myra Ahoy, Callum Mitchell.
14s. So the 4x200 metre relays, trying to remember where the cut-in is because they don't run.
In lane 5, it is the Victorians.
Sometimes you do see them run around in the lanes the whole way through. Not rarely, so we'll see if they do make the cut-in.
So I think they will, Ethan. I can see those green cones down there. And our changeover is by the railing.
They're starting at the 800 start line. So
Yes.
it'll be similar to what we see in the 800 metres.
So Team New South Wales, Team WA, Queensland, Victoria. Pretty common states to be competing across the weekend. They're in every relay. They haven't missed one yet. This is our under 14 mixed 4x2. Looks like it's going boy, girl, boy, girl. Oh no, boy, girl, girl, boy. Here we go.
So we're up. The mixed 4x200 for the under 14s are away. Victoria, Queensland, WA and New South Wales. So they'll likely cross across here at those green cones. It's Team New South Wales that has a really strong start. Now Victoria is going to move in. WA back to Queensland in that order. They'll change over right here, right now. So they're off. New South Wales did it well, just had to come in a little bit slowly there to make sure they got rid of it. WA and Queensland, they're all clean. So now they're going to be under pressure here. The Victorians have got a very strong leg here. Here comes Harper Harding now, gets right over the top of the shoulder there of Team New South Wales. She's going to put her head down. Barry Yuga's been really strong to maintain though, so a really great leg from her. The Victorians will change over just in front but wide as here's your 1, 2, 4x1 and discus champion is leading it out here at the moment for Team New South Wales. So New South Wales, Victoria, Queensland, WA. I think the battle for gold will only live from these two states up in front. So New South Wales, Victoria, Queensland in pursuit now with some strength. WA starting to trail off the back of them, but they'll change over in front again here, New South Wales, and they're off and racing. New South Wales to Victoria. Victoria got the baton first, but 5 metres behind Team New South Wales. Queensland in third comfortably. Back there to Western Australia. They'll round the turn here. It's going to take a mammoth effort to get after Team New South Wales. They've started it so strong, and they're going to finish it equally as strong. New South Wales is home and hose. It's a matter of time now. How quick? 38, 39, championship record. 39.73. Victoria in second. Queensland will take the bronze, and WA finishes fourth in the mixed 4x200.
Well, you predicted it early, Mitch. You said that those two in New South Wales and Victoria, it's going to be hard to beat. We saw them set them up with that commanding lead over Queensland and Western Australia in that second changeover. Then when they were just coming into the home straight, their second runners were just so dominant and they were using each other, they were bouncing off each other, and they were just ripping away from the field as they came down to the home straight. Then there was a bit of a jostle between Victoria and New South Wales as to who was going to just take the lead on the inside in lane number 1. And let's have a look at the full results. So championship record for New South Wales, 1:39.68 the confirmed time. Victoria, 1:41.89. Queensland, 1:44.91. And Western Australia, fourth, 1:46.71.
So strong racing across the board. I thought that we'd see a championship record, and we did. So we're going to throw to a break here. We'll be right back. We've got some race walking action. Men's under 17 and 18, 5,000 metre race walk. This is some of the best athletes we've got in the world across this distance right here in Perth. Go nowhere. We'll be right back. most certainly are. We are back here in Western Australia, sunny Western Australia at that. Just a beautiful day here on day 3 action at the Australian Junior Championships. Proudly brought to you by Chemist Warehouse, Puma, and of course where you're watching on 7+, wherever you are in Australia, wherever you are in the world. You're about to watch some world-class race walking. Our men's under 17 and under 18 5,000 metre race walk. They are here together. So hips 1 through 4 are under 17. We'll show you this now. So here's your list. Hips 1 through 4, they're under 17 competitors. And 5 through 10 are under 18. So Max Davidson, Liam Frunt, Angus Shuttlesworth and Ali Znad are all under 17. And then we look at Noah Cook, Dylan Allabush, Kai Dale, Samuel Lindsay, Sebastian Richards and Alex Sinet are all under 18 athletes there. So you can see their times, you can see what they're capable of. The fastest here is the young Tasmanian, Samuel Lindsay, our under 18 athlete. He's the quickest in this field on paper. So it'll be interesting to see.
It's
just
back to the track for our next event. It is the under 17 and under 18 5,000 metre race.
For the under 16, look out for Max Davidson, under 17s I should say. Max Davidson, he made the most of his opportunities as an under 16 athlete. He was able to win gold at the National Championships last year and at the All Schools Championships back in December. So there's an athlete to look out for. So too, Freundant from South Australia. He has got the bronze medal from the National Championships last year.
So we're away here. It's our men's under 17 and under 18 5,000 metre race walk. Enjoy this wherever you are at home. I know the race walking community will be tuned in to watch this unfold. Our young Tasmanian, who I said, Samuel Lindsay, he'll get out here quickly and set the tempo. He is the fastest on paper. And naturally, you'll have a few that do want to follow along. And Allabush doing a good job. Actually, walks quite similar to the others at Allabush, so I'm curious to see whether or not they're training partners. But I think Samuel Lindsay would have come over to WA expecting a bit of a solo walk in the early stages here. I'm judging this purely off the opening 200 metres. I think he's going to get just that. So Dylan Allabush is next. I wouldn't be surprised if Max Davidson, the Victorian, isn't too far away. He's going to hang at the back of this group. In fact, the Western Australian Zard sits there in third, passed now quickly by Richards. So again, these guys are separated. So it is going to be the overall leader at the moment is the Tasmanian in Lindsay. Quite a nice walker.
That's the field.
Technically wise, and I'll give you 5,000 metre race walk, talking about in a moment. Followed closely by Allabush,
championship record.
New South Wales. They're all under 18s, and so is Richards. So there's 1, 2, 3 for the under 18s. And our first under 17 athlete is Zard of Western Australia.
So Mitch, just look out for Noah Cook. I'm really impressed and interested to see what he's going to be able to do. I'm impressed with the fact that he's competing in an age group above. So last year at the All Schools Championships, he competed as an under 16 and he was able to walk away with the silver medal. He's competing as an under 18 athlete today. Samuel Lindsay, who you have highlighted before, Mitch, he's wearing hip number 8 from Tasmania. The All Schools Championships from last year, he was able to walk away with a gold, and the National Championships, he was able to walk away with a silver medal. So very experienced walker, and you have pointed out that he is the fastest on paper. So watch for him. Remember, hip number 8. Also, Allabush, who wears hip number 6. He walked away with a bronze medal after the National Championships. And Max Davidson, we spoke about him off the top, but he is the under 16 national champion as well as the All Schools national champion. So there's a lot of medals floating around in this group of 10. And the early leader, it is Allabush, who is in second, I should say, and the early leader, that is where we do see Lindsay, who's just hit 300 to go in this lap. They've just got a bit under 11 laps to go. And then back in second, it is Allabush, and then in third, from South Australia, it is Richards.
Just closely following Sam Lindsay up here, just quite mesmerised by his form. In fact, our officials do such a great job out there, our judges, being able to pick the one straight leg underneath you at all times, 1 foot on the ground. And Xavier Lindsay really does make the most of it. He's got a very long stride, Lindsay, which at times can
draw caution, but he's really moving along quite nicely. So Xavier Lindsay of Tasmania will be very happy with the start that he's been able to produce. And to your point, Ethan, we then flash back. It goes to Ayla of New South Wales, who, again, is doing a really good job just to keep himself composed. It's hot out here. It's 27, 28 degrees, so they're walking in tough conditions. Sebastian Richards, it is in third from South Australia. He's got that company. You'll hear him behind him there. The Queenslander who's probably quite used to these sort of conditions is Noah Cook. I don't think they'll trouble him all that much, but for the likes of Samuel Lindsay in Tasmania, not saying it doesn't get warm, not saying it doesn't get sunny, but like this mid-April. So 10 laps remaining for him, just under now. He's in his 9 to go. But looks really good. When I'm talking about technique, obviously, not everybody understands that. They've got to have one foot on the ground at all times. They've got to have a straight leg underneath them. Now, when Xavier Lindsay rolls back around into the home straight, take a look at the top of the straight.
Yep.
We do have, well, I like to call it the sin bit. Okay. But Caroline here has a different name for it. Our head official.
Go on, hit me.
Now, what was it again? The
naughty bin.
The naughty bin. Yes, so they're up there. We can see the white box. They want to stay out of that if they can. It's a
great description.
It is, and it's actually quite apt because it's been introduced. I remember the first time I saw it was 2022 Eugene World Champs. It might have been introduced the year before that, but it is a good initiative because obviously, you know, the rules of race walking are is if you get over those 3 cautions and warnings that you are disqualified. That's now changed to being put in the sin bin or the naughty box, whatever you want to call it, and then essentially from there you're in there for a period of time. You get released.
Yep.
You do it again, you're off.
Okay.
So you get an opportunity to make a mistake now, but obviously time is of the essence in any race. You see it, and I've seen it at the Olympics, I've seen it at the World Champs. That minute to 2 minutes can flush you from a medal or 5th or 6th to 15th or 20th. So it does make a huge difference in the end.
And the tactics is something that intrigues me when they do go into said naughty box or the timeout zone or the sin bin, whichever way you prefer to call it. Some of them will walk around the box, walk around the area of the box, just trying to keep the rhythm of their walk going, try to make sure that they're not losing any momentum. And some of them use it as an opportunity to chill, to rest, to sort of just, you know, slow their pace down and just relax a little bit as they... Because most of the time they get there, they're probably about halfway in, maybe 3/4 in, so the legs would be tired. Fatigue would be heavily affecting them, some of them. So the tactics of the naughty box can be something that is quite interesting.
So
let's
see, hopefully nobody here has to use it. Judgment get the punch away early as well. That group of Alabush, Cook and Richards working well there. 1, 2 and 3. It looks like Max Davidson it is that's leading out our under-17s, which I said would be the case. He was happy to just trail out the back for a little while though, Maxi Davidson. He's actually got the 2nd fastest time in this field. So I would anticipate, and they're quicker than what their personal best suggests right now in terms of the pace that they're walking, but I think Max Davidson will do a good job of being able to bridge back that distance to the group of 3 ahead of him. They're not really relevant for him outside of wanting to get past them because they're in a different age group. So Max Davidson is currently holding on to the gold medal in terms of under 17 race walking, but they're competitors. They want to get out there. I haven't seen somebody grab a cup of water yet. Here's our overall race leader, Samuel Lindsay, just humming along. And what he can do now is he can actually start using these athletes in front of him as a bit of a metric. Just say within the time I get to 200-metre mark, I want to be past this Victorian. By the time I get around here again in a lap, I want to get past that Western Australian. You know, you can use them as a way to, I guess, shield yourself from just having to think about your own rhythm, and you pick it up like you're racing regularly, that you're trying to get past the people in front of you. So he's doing that just now, and he's doing it to a plum. He's doing it really well, is the young Tasmanian.
Which I just want to leave this this walk for just a moment. I want to give you an update on how the under-13 javelin's going. Start off with the men's. It is Declan Thorpe-Edwards who is leading with a throw of 33 metres 07. Caden Ogle is in second with a throw of 31 metres 33. Adam Jones is in third I should say, with a throw of 30 metres 89. So about less than 3 metres separating first from third in that under 13 men's javelin competition. For the girls, give you an update on that. We have seen a championship record throw by Kavru Bahungu, having thrown 40 metres exactly, and we are in round number 2 of the competition. Bahungu has only thrown once, so watch to see if that record can continue to increase. Aura Bath, she was able to throw a distance of 32 metres 58 for second, and Kiara Gill is in third, 28 metres 49. So that's a quick whip around in the javelin competition, Mitch, as we are back to the walk, and there's just about 7 laps to go.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job here, Samuel Lindsay. So he's just ticking them off at the moment. Get a read on his time as he makes his way around. I'm actually surprised they haven't received some form of text message from Isaac Beecroft. He's usually active in sending these through to me. He wanted to come into the commentary booth to call some of these. It would have been actually fascinating to get his take on him, one of the junior superstars in this country. So Samuel Lindsay from Tasmania doing a good job. He's a nice walker, like I said. His technique from the shoulders down is very relaxed. Just want to make sure he stays safe. Safe walking is good walking. Richards from South Australia now has a slight gap. I'll use slight is the correct term because they're not too far behind him. Walking along nicely is Dylan Allbush. And he is the Queenslander who's starting to feel the pinch of that early race pace. That was Noah Cook. He's a 25-minute walker at his best. I'll give him what he's worth. He's 24.57, so he's a sub-25-minute walker at his best.
And the best we've seen Samuel Lindsay, Mitch, 20.59.18. That's the time to look out for. Just about halfway in this competition. So watch out for the national silver medalist in his quest to upgrade to a gold medal. And he's been able to put himself in such a good position in the early stages of the race. 20.59.18. All schools gold medal last year in December, silver at the national championships. And he's just continuing. We're about halfway in this race, and he has got no signs of fatigue.
He looks really strong, and it's hard to walk by yourself like that. These race walkers are tough, though. Their training is grueling, and a lot of the time it is spent solo. So I'm sure Samuel Lindsay is in a familiar place for himself here and being able to motivate himself. It's an event in this country that for years and years and years has been so successful, both at a junior level and obviously at an Olympic world champ, world race walking level as well. It's obviously in safe hands at the moment. Jemima Montag, Declan Tingay, Reddy and Cowley and co all doing great, with Sandry as well. But for years gone by, the Nathan Deeks of the world, the Bird Smiths, the Talents, the Sevels, the Saxbys, have all had their chance at being world-class race walkers, and maybe we're seeing some development here now from the young Tasmanian. So he's doing well, Samuel Lindsay. This group behind him that was chasing is being broken up. Richards now moving through. He's doing a good job at that. Albush too. The young Victorian leads out this under-17 event. That's Shuttlesworth, or Max Davidson, apologies, into this home straight. So Davidson walking really well. He's a 22.52 operator at his best. And this is quick. We're actually going to see our race leader and Samuel Lindsay start to pick up even the strongest pieces of this race at the moment.
Here, so the clock is just striking 12 minutes, Mitch, and just a quick update, and you can see in the top right part of your screen we've got that javelin competition. So Bahungu was able to throw 38 metres 91 in her second round, as we are just entering in round number 3, so not quite as far as her first round throw of 40 metres flat. Aura Bath has been able to throw 32 metres 58 in second, and then Grace Kelly still in third with a throw of 29 metres 06. And for the under-13 boys competition, Declan Thorpe Edwards is leading with a first round throw of 33 metres 07. Then it is Caden Ogle in second with a throw of 31 metres 33. Adam Jones in third, 30 metres 89. He's about 50 centimetres ahead of Allmark, who is in fourth spot. So that's a look at how the javelin competition is going. As we come back to the walks, under 5 laps remain for our leader, Samuel Lindsay. 20.59.18 is the time to look out for the national silver medalist. I think at the moment he is in very strong position to upgrade that medal from silver last year to a gold. He was able to do it at the All Schools Championships. Kai Dale is in this race, who raced with him at those All-Schools Championships. He's wearing hip number 7, and he was able to walk away with a silver medal. And for the under-16s, just remind you of the athletes to look out for when they were under-16s, now under-17s. Max Davidson was the national champion last year. He's wearing hip number 1 for the under-17s. All-Schools and national champion. And keep an eye out on Noah Cook. Mitch, when he was an under-16, he was able to win a silver medal at the All-Schools Championships only just last year. He's racing up this year. He's racing as an under-18. So he knows he's a quality athlete with the under-17s, but he wants to try his hand to see how he goes as an under-18 athlete.
So moving along well, the championship record here is 20:33. And it was set back in March of 2013 in Perth by a man who was just caught the world by storm at the time, Nathan Brill. He was a young Victorian Walker Box Hill boy, phenomenal talent. So let's see how close he can get to Brill's record. He's held onto it for a long time as Nathan. 2013, that would be 12 years ago. He'd walked that, and he would have walked it in similar fashion to what a young Tasmanian is walking at the moment by himself. So try and get after that championship record, the national record set by Isaac Beecroft. It's blistering 1923. It'll be hard to chase down. But Lindsay doing a really good job here at the moment. As I said, he's picking up a lot of the field. He's about to make his way past our young Queenslander, who in his own right is walking well. Richards now has got a very healthy margin out in second. Goes back to Orbush. That's 1, 2 and 3 in the under-18 event. As Lindsay continues, he's got to keep his head down. He's got no watch on, this young man, which I love. He's just out here. He knows the distance. He knows the laps. He doesn't need to catch the splits. He'll catch his time at the end of it. So keep your head down, young man. You're walking very well. Let's keep it up. He's doing a good job. He wants to get past his all-time marker. He's certainly on pace to do that, I believe, at the moment, which is 20:59. In the grand scheme of things, it is currently the 14th fastest under-18 in Australian history. So let's see if we can climb up that list a little bit further. The Tasmanian goes through. If you stop the watch now, but he is approaching nearly our bronze medalist for the under-18s. Doing a really good job here is Max Davidson. That's the Victorian who just went through the start-finish line. He leads out the under-17 event, and similar to the domination we're seeing here from Samuel Lindsay, Davidson has a very healthy margin back to the rest of his field.
It certainly does. The less than 1,200 metres remain. There's Lindsay, 20:59.18 is the time, Mitch, that you mentioned to keep an eye out on. Sitting 14th, he'll be looking to climb into the top 10 rankings, and he's just as the clock goes to 16.5 minutes, probably only got about a kilometre to go. So not long left at all, and he's put himself in a really good position to upgrade his silver from last year to a gold. And then Ola Bush, I should say, is the bronze medalist from last year. He's wearing hip number 6. He's another one that is putting himself in a great position to continue to climb up the walking ranks and get a silver medal for the under-18s. And Davidson and Freundit for the under-17s. They're walking really well. It's Davidson, All-Schools champion, national champion. Well, but only about 800 metres, just a little bit over for Lindsay. 20:59.18. That's going to be a good time to watch. He's got about 2.5 minutes to go to walk 2 laps.
Yeah, so he's doing well here. Keep your head down. It's a remarkable, actually, the depth of talent we've seen in the juniors. 8 of the top 14 times all time have come in the last year and a half to 2 years. So you can just see that walking continues to develop here, and he's doing a great job, the Tasmanian. He's up after another one at the back straight, so he's going to use that as a bit of fuel, a bit of motivation to see how quick he can go. He moved past Allbush, he's after Richards, and stopping his watch through here, the start-finish line is Max Davidson as well, the young Victorian, so he is walking along nicely. Everybody seems to be pretty safe at the moment, which is great. Our judge is doing a great job, but it really does look like that Samuel Lindsay is picking up speed along this back straight. So he's finding a little bit of something here, this young Tasmanian. I think he can sense the occasion, the moment of maybe going and getting after a lifetime best. So he makes his way around. He'll have 600 metres to go. He'll work off the athletes ahead of him. He's got great pedigree across the distance. He's got great pedigree in terms of how he's performed at national championships in years gone by. So this will be familiar. He just needs to dig here to Samuel Lindsay. So he's been really strong. Let's see what he can do. He's got 500 metres left, the young Tasmanian, as we see Richards come through. He'll have 800 metres to go. And Samuel Lindsay, 20:59 his best. He's walked 21.5 minutes this year. He's going to just about hit the clock at about 9:05, I think. 19:05, pardon me. And that's exactly what he hit it at, 19:04. So he gets me by a second. So we're going to need a lot of support as he comes around this final lap. As I said, he's chasing a little bit of history if he can get it here. Is the young Tasmanian. So he'll leave everything out there on the track. He's after Richards, the man from South Australia. He's currently the silver medalist in the under-18 event. He's second overall. All Bush now comes down here with 800 metres to go. He's the bronze medalist. Max Davidson is the gold medalist at the moment for the under-17s. Have a look on this back straight though. It's hard not to watch Samuel Lindsay at the moment. Like I said, 19:40 is on the clock, so he'll be around his lifetime best. Let's just see how quickly he can go. He's going to need a big lift here to really drop down the record books, but Samuel Lindsay, the Tasmanian, he's got 200 metres remaining. He's got a minute to walk under his lifetime best. So that took him about 45 seconds there. So I reckon he'll go under it because he just seems to keep getting faster and faster. So the Tasmanian, 150, 120 to go. I blinked and I missed 10 metres. He's moving that quickly, but he'll round into the home straight. So 20.13, it's 23.3. Is actually the record here, the championship record that's been set for a long time. Xavier Lindsay comes barreling down the home straight. Can he get it? 20.256.7. I think he's just going to be outside, maybe just inside. 20.32. That breaks the record. He has got that by 1.3 seconds. He eclipses Nathan Brill's long-standing championship record here back in 2013. 12-year-old record taken there by the youngster. Oh, geez, a great walk. That last lap was something to behold. Oh. He moves on down the record books as well. 11th fastest all time. Well done. You've earned that water. Maybe a couple more cups, I reckon, grab along the way.
Absolutely incredible and well called by you, Mitch. Silver medal last year, upgrades it to a gold. We saw what he was able to do at halfway, the position he put himself in. We thought, okay, that personal best that he's got of 20:59.18 looks in danger. The championship record, we thought, oh, it's going to be a tough task. He's going to need to have a strong second half of the race, and that's what he was able to do. He just looked unstoppable during the second part of the race, and he probably even looked stronger in the second half than he did the first half. So what a race from Lindsay. The All-Schools champion is now able to claim the gold medal at the national championships. Here is a look in the women's under-13 javelin at Kavut Bahungu. She's got the championship record. She's thrown 40 metres in this competition. Her round number one throw, her second round throw was 38 metres 91. She's leading the competition by about 7.5 metres from Aura Bath, who's been able to throw 32 metres 58.
So rounding into this home straight now is your silver medalist for the men's under-18 race walk. And he's been really strong really the whole way through, as Sebastian Richards. He was a 24:30 odd walker before this, and now he lives in the realm of 22:30. So he's absolutely motored home here, the South Australian. A lot to be proud of. He's a national silver medalist. Well done. Gets straight across the line, 5 metres past. Yes, and then we get into the jog. Well done there. Great race walking. It looks like there's a bit of a battle up the top here in terms of time. What can we see? It's our bronze medalist rounds in, our gold medalist for the under-17s, and 4th place, I think, at the moment, the Queenslander behind our under-17 athletes. So it looks like the bronze medal is going to be decided. The gold medalist in the under-17s finding a little bit of something
Maxi Davidson. He's a 22.52 man. He won't be in that, but he will get up for the gold medal. Dylan Ollerbush as well from New South Wales will get the bronze. So there's the bronze for Ollerbush. Next one through there, the gold medalist in Max Davidson, and a really strong walk to hold on there was Noah Cook. And it looked like Cook was challenged in the middle stages of that walk, but he's managed to find some real strength. A lot to be admired about that. Put the head down and keep on walking. You can see the embrace. Maxi Davidson says, thanks for that. I needed the push. I appreciate you. You're the Australian Championship, Maxi. Well done. You are the champ. And great race walking across the board. I said that. That race walking community, I know, will be watching on at home on this 7+ stream. They always do. It's such a tight-knit community. Strings a long time as well. So it's a bond that's not easily forgotten. I think anytime you're in an event like this, I'm sure marathoners feel the same way when you're just really grinding it out. Heptathletes, decathletes would all be in the same boat, but when you've really got to grind it out, as Znard now comes through the start-finish line. I think he gets the bell, he does. So the young Western Australian gets the bell. He's holding along well here. So too our South Australian, Liam Frunt. He hears a great calming noise of the bell. 400 metres remaining for them. Davidson's already in. As I think it's Kai Dale who is up next here. So Kai Dale will get the bell as well. And up the back straight, it is our silver and bronze medalist, I'm pretty sure, in this men's under-17 event. So the young Western Australian looks like he's going to be heading down the highway with some hardware. Just got to make it through here. Znard. As the sun sets over this beautiful Perth Stadium. Frunt as well sits in a bronze medal position. So these two just got to hammer it into home and finish off their championships. We have some heptathlons to finish off after this. The javelin continues. You can see our heptathlon women making their way down to the line. And Ethan, I'm sure you'll have some good names and figures for me on that one as we see Al Znard enter into the home straight, the Western Australian. He's got a silver medal in his hand, I'm fairly certain. So well done here. He'll round out his championships in hot conditions, in trying conditions. Frunt is going to leave it all out on the track. He's going to see how quick he can get down this final 100, but I don't think he'll quite get there to our young Western Australian. It's a good clip though from Frunt, but Znard is going to settle it in there for the silver. Well done, young man. Salute the crowd. Frunt as well. Well done. Get the most out of it. Yes, he has got the most out of it. That's for sure. Here comes lunch. So well done to you, Liam Frunt. Really got the most out of himself. We love to see that. And our final competitor is about to round in. It's Kai Dale. 27.40, Kyle, was your best on paper here. The 26.57, in fact, I've got here next to you. So 27.40 this year. So let's see if he can get under that now. He's done a good job out here, the Queenslander. He's walked very strongly, great technically. So the Queenslander's going to get down to the line. It looks like it's 22.23. He'll go under that time of his season's best, and he will round out our competition here in the men's under-17 and under-18 5,000 metre race walking championship of Australia. And of course, always have to acknowledge sportsmanship. Our overall winner, Samuel Lindsay, new championship record holder, there to shake hands for the rest of his competitors. Love to see it. Hey, we'll be right back in a moment for all those watching on at home. We've only got 2 heptathlon races to come, and then this will be the end of our evening. Day number 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
need to raise the bar, then drop it.
We need to push forward.
Then push against that. We need to carry the weight of expectation, then throw it all away.
We need to know the hunger.
So we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
Welcome back. We are here at the Perth Athletic Stadium. I'm going to leave this to you, Ethan, because you've been crunching these numbers. I was calling home one of my favourite events on the track, the race walk. Now, I'm going to leave this to you. Break it down for us. Women's under 15 heptathlon, last event.
So between first and fourth, as you can see on your screen, there is 78 points separating them. So that's a matter of seconds in this 800 metres. So Tilly Jackie Petit is leading with 3,644 points. 56 points behind her is Martha McClements on 3,588. 10 points between her and Tanami Shizrom.
From Queensland, Tilly
has been able to 3,578 points is what she's on. 10 points separating her and McClements, and then Harmy is just 12 points behind her on 3,566 for Sirom.
So close. We saw it yesterday, didn't we? We saw the medals change hands at the end of the 800. Or that was, that was yesterday. We saw it change hands. So, you know, these times are also important. It was a 10-second gap, I remember we were playing that game. Can they stay within it? So it's going to be a game of inches here. And all these women, they know exactly where they need to be. So I'm going to leave you with that because I need to get the start in this stuff. Otherwise, I'm going to have no idea who is where. And that would be no good because I get the sense that this is going to come down to the wire.
So I think the only way we can guarantee positions to stay the same if we see Jacko, Pettit, McClements, Sirom and Harmy.
So we're away here, and I expected this to be quick because the points really aren't that much different. So hit one was Zagora, Pawsey, McClements, Ojiako Petit, Naria, Sirom, Croft, Aya, Harmy, Duronchi, Williams, Costagiannis and Fraser. So they go out very quickly here indeed, and they're going to really just see how far out they can get because these points are so minor at the moment. It's Alexis Harmy, the Tasmanian, who is out in front, although she does have some strong company behind her. She's, gone out quick enough where everybody at the moment is just a carriage on the train. It's stopping at no stations. Western Australians, Naria as well, just tucks herself in a comfortable position, as well as Queensland's Ojiaka Petit, who is doing a very good job in this competition out in front. She wants to maintain that, so she puts herself in striking distance.
She does. Shakola Naria, watch for her to run a fast 800 metres, and she's just been able to move past Harmy now. Harmy is only 12 points behind Sirom, and she is 78 points behind Jacko Petit. So that is how close it is. With a lap to go, it is Nari that is leading, but of the challengers for medals, it is Harmy that has been able to put herself in a really good position. She needs 12 points to be able to catch up to Sirom and get a medal.
Yeah, absolutely. Another one to watch is McClements as well, the Western Australian, so she moves around here too. So they're all fighting it out for medals, aren't they, at the moment, and they're doing a good job. So McClements is in second, Ojiako Petit is leading, and as you mentioned, Sirom is currently in third in the standings, but out on the track at the moment, it's all a little bit different to that. So putting down the hammer right now is going to be Naria. Going with it is Ojiako Petit, and now needs to find a little bit of something, does the Tasmanian in Harme. So that's 1, 2, 3 at the moment. A little bit further back there is McClements, but they need to be quick and they need to stay close together in terms of how these points work. They're all just battling away here at the end of a grueling 2-day competition. Naria is all out on the track. Ojiaka Petit tries to find something. Harme now starts to feel the fracture ever so slightly. Needs to find it again, but making their way around here at the moment. Ojiaka Petit has thrown down the gauntlet, and let's see what happens, because she is your overall leader. She can't be caught. Well done. Gets over there at 2:24. Everything on the track there for Naria. So too our Tasmanian. They all come flying home now. That was Sirom
who was right there with McClements. So you wouldn't believe it. All of them fighting it out for a medal are across the line.
So there was 78 points that were separating them. Jacko Petit, we know she's got the gold. She came first. The question is, where's McClements, Sirom and Harmy come? Because between them, Mitch, it was only about 22 points that were separating them coming into this. And I reckon there's been some shuffling ever since event number 6 as we move into event number 7 for the last one. So the confirmed time for Jacko Petit, 2:24.96. So it is confirmed a total point score of 4,401. And then second, we're just waiting for the results. So we know Harmy, she was able to run time of 2:27.42. So at the moment, she has got 4,292 points. Seeing what Sirom and McClements were able to get. They both finished so close on the line. Jacko Petit, 4,401, that has been confirmed. And then Harmony is in a medal spot at the moment. She was just in fourth coming into this event, 4,292 points. And it was so close between them leading into this event, only 78 points separating them. So let's have a look. So McClements, she was able to run a time of 2:33.18, so she will finish with a bronze medal as she was able to get 4,242 points. And Alexis Harmy, after running a great 800 metres, has found herself with a silver medal around her neck. What a great race. We've still got one more fantastic 800 metres to come. Back with more in a moment.
Okay, so we are back. This is the last event on the schedule. That's the results of our women's under 15 heptathlon. So look at that. Jacko Petit, the Queenslander, gets it 4,401. Just so close. Sirom did everything she could, but McClements did enough to hold on for bronze. And Alexis Harme moved up from 4th into the silver medal position in the last event. That's just exactly what can happen. And now we turn our attention to the women's under 16 event, and this one's a little bit more sewn up in regards here, Ethan.
Yeah, it looks to be the case, Mitch. Sienna Adkins is leading with 4,713 points. Chloe Taylor is in second with 4,204 points, and then behind her in third is Sienna Geck, who has got a combined score of, at the moment, 3,750 points. She's about 128 points away from Lexi Brown. So Lexi Brown could feasibly see, if she runs a great 800 metres, will be able to push up into that middle position. So watch for Lexi Brown. She'll be wearing, just work out what hip number she is wearing. Lexi
I'll tell
Brown.
you, she's wearing 6-1.
Okay. So that is one to look out for.
So Adkins, Taylor and Geck are 1, 2 and 3, but let's just watch for the rest of this field. It's a lot to celebrate regardless. All these heptathletes, they couldn't get nicer conditions to finish off either. It is starting to get a little bit cooler. I say that with great hesitation as a man who's been standing in a well air-conditioned commentary booth for 8 hours. But
very well air-conditioned.
It is the most air-conditioned room in all of Australia. We'll come back a little unsteady on the line. Literally just a flinch of the back foot. Here we go. Away now the second time, so it really is going to be fast. We know that. It's a strong field, it's a big field, similar to what we saw in our women's under 15. Not quite as much chop and change in terms of gold, silver and bronze medals. They already seem to be quite sorted, but that won't stop them from getting out there quickly. And leading it at the moment is Sienna Geck, who sits in that bronze medal position, the young Victorian. Got company tallied up behind her, although she's really put the gauntlet down at the moment. In fact, moving right behind her is fellow Victorian, I think it's Lexi Brown. Or it might even be her sister, but no, I think it is Lexi Brown. So the Victorians are leading this one out strongly. They are 1-2 at the moment. It is Geck to Brown and then back to Atkins, who is your overall competition leader.
So we know that the gap between Geck and Brown is really close, Mitch. It's only about 128 points, and Brown has got Geck in her sights. She knows that if she can just pass her and get a big enough gap, she might be able to sneak onto the podium. Atkins is in a strong position. You don't think she'll be caught. So too Taylor from Queensland. And at the bell, it is Geck who has been able to move away from Brown. She'll know that Brown is hunting her down and will want nothing more than to overtake her. And Geck has got to hold off the challenge from Brown, and that is what she's doing with 330 to go.
Yeah, she certainly is. She's running from strength to strength here at the moment, Geck, but Brown really starting to just apply that pressure on her shoulder. Also in that third spot is doing a good job, Jenkins. So they're really strung out here. They've all got a little bit of room, but you can imagine over the final 200 metres, it's a war of attrition over the back end of a heptathlon. So Geck doing a good job to lead them out. Now they start to queue up and maybe just start to make a move if they've got anything left in the legs. It's been a long 2 days here at the moment, but Lexi Brown now of Victoria is just going to put herself on the shoulder of Geck and just see what she has. But Geck is fighting on. It's true grit and determination here at the moment. I said the Queenslander might come. Taylor moves wide. Jenkins now gets around Brown. So Taylor and Jenkins will be the only ones who can get after Geck. And have a look at this big kick down. So over the back end of a heptathlon, just finds one more gear and just blows the rest of this field out of the water. Well done here now. That is Chloe Taylor, who will go 2:26. What a way to finish things off. Jenkins goes through from Geck. Then it goes back here now to Brown. The rest of the field comes barraging in. That's Hannah Geck now who finishes off. Also Atkins, our Tasmanian, who's the competition leader, is done as they finish off the end of their heptathlon. A grueling event, a war of attrition is the best way I could describe it. And with 100 metres to go now, only one athlete remains out here to finish things off. So much to be proud of as the sun sets here on day number 3 of the Australian Junior Athletics Championships. And we will finish off our women's under 16 heptathlon in good style. It's a grueling event. It's an event that's now finished, and it will be Shiloh O'Reilly that rounds out her heptathlon and draws conclusion to one of the hardest events on the track.
It definitely is, Mitch, and on the field, just what these athletes have to be able to master across both the track and the field is just incredible. Don't think our top 3 will change. I think we'll be Atkins, Taylor and Geck. We will wait on official confirmation. Brown thought she might have been able to sneak up and grab a medal off Geck, but Geck just did enough to be able to secure herself a medal. We think we'll wait for it all officially, but Atkins, there was no doubting it. She was over 400, 500 points, in fact, in the lead coming into this ahead of Taylor. And Taylor had a fantastic finish as well. It should be noted. What an impressive way to finish 2 days of tough competition. Well done to Taylor on being able to finish that way. So what a great day it has been in the West, Mitch. Day number 3, still got 2 more to come, and then we move into the seniors. Well, cannot wait for tomorrow, the day after. Don't know what I'm going to do on Wednesday. Well, I've got to go to work, but I don't know what I'm going to do in the afternoon.
Oh, well.
So the results have come through. It is Sienna Atkins that has finished on top with 5,349 points. Chloe Taylor finishes second on 4,945 points, and then Sienna Geck wins the bronze on 4,448 points. There they are on your screens. Atkins Taylor get gold, silver, bronze. Atkins from Tasmania. What a performance she's been able to have over the past couple of days as part of the under-16s.
Simply incredible. Listen, an incredible day here, Ethan. You've been on the microphone all 8 hours on this 7 stream. I know people will be loving the sound of your voice. Big shout out to Trav Jenkins as well, who's done so much work here too. He's been incredible. To our whole team here, the whole crew that get this thing going. All we are is the voice. They are the real magicians that get this moving. Our technical officials, coaches, parents, family, friends, wherever you are across the country, wherever you are across the world. We'll be back tomorrow for some day 4 action. Kick your feet up. The weekend's over. We roll into a full week of athletics. It's a pleasure to bring this to you. Ethan Quinlivan and myself, Mitch Dyer, will be back tomorrow. Big love for WA as the sun sets. Look at that. Absolutely picture perfect. We'll be back tomorrow. See you then.